Good morning, everybody. Oh, how are we doing? It's Alien Week. The railing has happened. The Tillui has happened. That one doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I was up for 24 hours yesterday and then died for 7, so I have a little bit of a headache. So we'll see how long this goes. Oh man. But I do want to check out the rail and do a little bit of science with what actually fits in the back of the Tillui. I did some basic science yesterday, but I didn't really have time to take it very far. So we'll see. Hydration is definitely occurring, Barry. That's one of the things I'm doing. Got my water bottle right here, and I am hydrating as rapidly as possible to try and make this headache go away. Which does also probably mean I'm gonna have to go pee at some point during the stream if it lasts very long. Because I'm on my, what, third bottle of water here? I'm at Alpha right now. Just gonna do a paint test and tour of the railing. Then I'll probably take this through to Stanton somewhere. Go hit up an outpost and see what snubs and small things we can put in it. All right. Where's Star Citizen gone? Hello, Star Citizen. Are you present? There we are. And boop. Turn that off. We don't need it. Turn that off. We don't need it. There we go. Good morning, Derek. I'm told the P-52 does fit, but just barely, Barry. Alright, let's get everybody in. Good morning, Sun Devil. How's it going? Ooh. Morning, sweet. Your flight suit has hands. I know. They fixed it. Hands and feet. Look at you go, Barry. Got all the appendages today. Finally, yeah. I'm not the best, the biggest fan of the colors on the Mario Kart one, but I gotta say the neon souls on the boots, pretty good. The 400 tag is nice. As it turns out, I am weak, and I couldn't resist the railing. There it is. Probably not keeping it. If something bigger turns up, it's one of the ones that's on the chopping block, but I have one. The Tului, on the other hand, I just do not understand. Yeah, we'll see. Alright, the Tului, I want to like it. I really, really do. But there's so many things wrong with a snub carrier that can't regen. It's like snubs are the squishiest, most likely to die things in the game. And you're telling me it only carries 4 of them. And despite the snubs essentially being disposable, that's the whole point of snubs. The pilots aren't. But there's no medical facility on board. Yeah, if the Tului had been an XL ship, scaled up with 4 fighter pads, like for Aero, Gladius, like that kind of size fighters, that would have been an insta-buy for me. Just insta-buy. But for only 4 snubs with no medical, no ability to resupply the snubs when they die, it's just not good. And the hangar is deceptively small in the back of the Tului, so it is like a Pisces barely fits. A Salvation is really, really tight. 8 or more snubs even would be a win, although I would like to have seen it still get medical. Because, like, what really confuses me about the Tului is, like, there's only 4 people on the ship. It has beds for 4. There are more than 4 crew stations before we even include the snubs. Because you've got pilot, 2 wing guns, 2 tail guns, and technically also a co-pilot. Howdy, Dender. So you're immediately sacrificing turret gunners if you want to use the snubs, which is fine. There's some situations in which you like a turret may not be as effective as flying a snub out. Like if you're fighting a light fighter, the snub's probably going to be more effective than the turret as the way things stand right now. But you are sacrificing turret gunners to use the snubs, and then you fly the snub out. The snub is the smallest, squishiest, most likely to thing die in Star Citizen. And there's no way to regen the pilot. So when the snub like goes out and dies to whatever you're trying to defend yourself from, that player is back at a station somewhere. So even if you, like, say you were flying your Tului and you deployed 2 snubs with the other 2 left in reserve, if those 2 snubs die, you now don't have the pilots coming back to fly the other 2 snubs. The way I would have done it, and I think the alien kind of vibe that they're going for with all of the high-tech, luxury, grav-gen-y stuff that they've got going on in here, would lend itself to this. I would have made the Tului a drone carrier. Make the snubs remote. Give it the ability to print new snubs. Like, give it a manufacturer for new drones. Make the drones bespoke to the ship, to the Tului. It can print new drones. The 2 rear seats that normally do the 2 rear gunner remote turrets, those control the snubs. Possibly also the co-pilot as well. So you can have like 3 active snubs at a time. Maybe even add a 4th one, so you can have 4 active snubs at a time. And then when one dies, your pilot is still inside the Tului, and you just use the resources from the 96 SCU grid, make yourself a new drone snub, and out you go and do it again. Because, like, the snubs are disposable, that's the point. Yeah, there is the argument as well for the entire rear of it to have been a module. Because it is, you know, I don't care how often they say it's based on the Railin, it is not the Railin. It's the Railin with a different back end. I personally think the ship looks better with the cargo on the back of it, or the cargo grid on the back of it. I think the shorter hull works for this design a lot more than the longer one does. Because the Tului sticks out to, like, back here. It does go a significantly longer way back. and that longer rear end just doesn't look very good to me. This is the stock paint on the Railin, by the way. I do have all of the other paints. Not the time-limited one, because I think that one looks kind of bad. But the concierge and the 3 regular paints I do have. So we'll do a paint showcase afterwards. That docking port up there is actually what sold this to me. Because I do a lot of my cargo trading at this scale in 0G. So, like, my biggest worry when it comes to cargo ships is entry and exit speed. When you're doing particularly solo cargo, there's a lot of, you know, you position yourself and then you get out of the ship and you load the cargo and then you get back into the ship and you go something. What I'll probably do, Zul, is fly it out of the hangar first, like with each paint. Because the lighting in the Nyx hangars is not ideal. But all of my paints are here in the Nyx hangars. I don't see it as a waste, Tegan. Honestly, I think the internals of the Zul or the Raylan here are pretty efficient. And honestly, the 0G hangar is a really, really cool concept and relatively space efficient. It's just too small. Like, if that design had been scaled up to a like a small pad as opposed to a snub pad, give me the ability to put, you know, proper fighters on it, 4 of those in a ship, insta buy for me. Yeah, the bunks do take up a lot of room, but I think part of that is the Xion building them for their own physiology as well. Yeah, everyone gets a seat at that absolutely fantastic window. You can see some of the stock paint here with the kind of reddish purple iridescence going on. I do love the waviness on these designs. So then our entry is down here. This is our button. We actually have a physical button to call down the elevator from up there. I don't have to stand here in the middle and try and find the floating F prompt. CIG, please give my Polaris a physical button eventually, TM. And that opens up. And this really begins the Gattac style of making everything very cathedral-esque, very, very almost ritualistic in the way that they build things. There is that sense of awe and spectacle and scale a lot of the time. And I love how they've done this front elevator. Also the button. Watch the railing comes up and the button slides around the corner. Which is just incredibly cool. And then right in here, we immediately get, again, that same sense of cathedral ascendancy. Like, you're rising up through the ship. It's a really, really cool theme. The Seulin does it as well, really well. Where we're now in this kind of ready room exit area. We've got suit lockers, we've got weapon lockers, thanks Barry. 2 primaries, 2 secondaries, 2 utilities, I believe, is how that is set up. And there's an identical one over on that side. And we have the 4 suit lockers. This is with the full lighting. So this is the actually properly lit version of the ship. The auxiliary lighting gives it that darker purple that we saw in their behind the ships video for the Raylan. So it is possible for it to get brighter in here than the purple that we saw in the video. And I know my screen is brighter than you guys see on stream, so there is going to be some discrepancy there. Raising up to the middle floor, we have our habitation deck. The light switches are on the doors. This is your door switch, and then these corners, this is the light switches. You've got emergency up top, full lighting on the left, auxiliary lighting on the right. On the Tilly, it's that room is basically the same, but if I drop back down again, there are 2 additional hallways on either side. Here and here. The room itself is a bit bigger. There's 2 hallways, one on either side of the elevator, and those go forward into the hangar bay. That's how you access the hangar. Or I guess toward the rear of the ship. There's 2 doors there and there. We'll see it when we do the Tilly walkthrough afterwards. Yes, this is habitation. Again, with the full lighting. More of a blue tint on the main lighting. There is this really cool... I don't know if I can get far enough away from it for it to turn off. There it goes. The elevator sections here in the middle have these lights that are like motion sensing or proximity sensing. They turn on when you get close and light up the elevator. It's just a really cool little detail that I love that they've put it in here. The common area is one of my favorite parts of this ship, I'm not gonna lie. You've got the bottom half of the bridge window giving you some nice natural light coming in from outside. Not that we've got any natural light right now, but it does give you some. These little starfish, the fishies, the aquarium things, the waterfalls. The use of stone everywhere is really, really nice. And butterflies on this side. It is quite dark. It's brighter for me than I think it's showing up on stream. Jump up to the bridge from the table? I don't know how you would... Unless you can climb this bit. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, if you can get up onto this, then you can run up this little side thing up to the bridge. That's funky. Although the main elevator is not that slow, so I don't have too much of a problem with just using that. Here on the left side with the fishies is the 2 bathrooms. They're quite small, but you have a pop-out toilet and toilet paper. Potentially that might be a bidet, not entirely sure. And then here on the left side, this is the Xi'an shell scratchy thingamajiggy. Not entirely sure how they use it, but they like perch their shell on that and then scratchy, I guess. I love the segmented doors in this ship too. It's really nice. All of the different door designs are very, very cool. And then that's the table, floaty chairs, of course. And over here on this side, we have the food. We have our chow line here for the humans, where we can dispense slop of various quantities and types. And then on either side, we have the Xi'an fermentation tubes. Not entirely sure how Xi'an eat, but the gist is that the food goes in here and like ferments, and then they eat the result. And more of these wonderful gravity-defying waterfalls. I love it. I love the detail, how it goes down in the background too. Really, really nice. On either side, we have turret access and escape pods. The escape pods are kind of cool. I wish we could like see them opened up to see what like it looks like inside them. But those are the escape pods. That's the turret, and then we've got this nice little benchy thing with a window out to outside. The view does change quite a lot when the arms move as well. It's important to note. And then we have component space back here. I'm not entirely sure which components these are supposed to be. One on each side. But there's nothing physically in either of them yet. There's also this little component spot right here as well. Has some fuses in it. Oh yes, Cody's up there. I wanted to see where the Cody slot was. This is the other side turret. The turret animations are actually pretty cool as well. Honestly, all of the animations in this ship are really nice. There we are. And it's twin rhinos on each of the turrets in a vertical, slightly offset configuration, which is going to take me a while to get used to. Angles are pretty good. You can actually get them quite close to the front of the ship. It won't let you shoot yourself, I don't think. Yeah, won't let you shoot yourself. Look up a decent way. Rear angles aren't quite as good because the whole frame of the turret is kind of pointed forwards a little bit. But it's still not bad. Yeah, the offset, I don't know. I would have liked to see them more centered up and down. The animations are very cool, though. And then here at the rear, we have... Look at that plant wall. I love it. It's so alien. I really hope that this is the type of flora and fauna that we end up seeing on the Xi'an homeworld when we eventually get there. Like, properly alien stuff. Be so, so cool. And we have our 4 sleeping pods for the 4 crew. Each one has a little suit locker here at the base, which is the standard 1SCU suit locker. Or not suit locker, item locker. Each one has its own individual lighting. The sit-down animation and lie-down animations aren't bad. Relatively quick, all things considered. And you do get a little lighting control thingy here. I don't know if it's actually going to do anything or not. Ah, there we go. Lighting change. Woo! Yeah. Who knows, well, by the time we get the Xi'an homeworld, maybe we'll be living in this Ready Player One style. The Oasis. I don't know why, but I kind of... This one feels like the captain's bed for me. See if I can get this one to swap lighting modes. I guess not. I'll let you got like the 3 crew beds in the captain's bed. And supposedly, the beds themselves, the actual human parts, like fold back in there when there's an actual Xi'an living in it. But because this one's being sold for human consumption, the beds are permanent. But the Xi'an don't need beds. Thinks you wanted a toilet? Have a toilet. Behind this absolutely awesome door. 1 toilet. Complete with actual toilet. Tilted floor. Shower head up there. Back scratcher basin thingy. Yeah, the shower heads is up here. And a cute little shelf. And, you know, human accessible controls here on the right. I do like the fold away stuff. It's always been one of my favorite parts about GatHack design, the way that they hide everything behind these, like, splintered panels. But moving up one more time to the 3rd floor of the ship, we get up to the command deck. Yeah, there's 2 bathroom spinks. They're just one on each side. I believe the washing your hands after is also the back scratcher thingy, like it's a combo. It works as a sink for humans, but then like it washes the shells for the Geon. And yes, this is engineering. I kind of see what they were talking about when they were talking about like the feeling of power in this room. They've got some pretty obvious like power conduits moving across. But it is more subtle than I think they were trying to make it sound when they did the ISC or behind the ships on this ship. You've got component bays 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's a couple more downstairs, and there's one more in the bridge. But they are there. This at the back is the other egress point for the ship with the airlock. This airlock is actually why I caved and got the ship, because I tend to do a lot of my hauling right now of this kind of quantity in 0G, and I was worried about getting in and out of the ship, you know, having to go down that central elevator and then over to the outside elevator and then down the outside elevator. It just takes, it's a lot of theater and time to get in and out of a ship, which you do quite a lot, especially when you're solo hauling. But if I'm 0G hauling, I can just go out of the airlock and not have to worry about how ridiculously high up off the ground this is. And that will make it a lot faster, because this is up here on the command deck, with 2 more weapons racks as well. So you got lots of weapon rack storage for your 2 exits. And they hide away behind those wonderful splitting panels. 4 more suit lockers. Close that up. I do wish they'd given us alien, or at least purple, fire extinguishers. Because, like, the bright red fire extinguishers, human ones, everywhere in this very alien ship, just is so out of place. And then we come to the final area of the ship. The bridge, which is just such a cool design. I love how, again, it's very cathedral-like. Like, even though we're on the upper floor, we're still rising up to the point of the bridge. And then once we get up to the, like, flight deck area, we can see down into the lower part of the ship. But also, sitting in the chairs, like you can see there, it, like, pulls the parts out of these, like, sections on the wall. Like, if Barry, if you, come back out of the chair again, watch where, like, all of this framing goes when he comes back out of the chair. Look at that. It actually grabbed, like, the small stuff out of there and the big stuff out of here. And makes a chair. Go ahead and get back into it, Barry. Or the front one. Isn't that the coolest shit? And then when I sit in the pilot's chair, the animation, it's just such a cool animation. You can see it building itself in front of you. Good morning, recap. And then the sound. What an incredibly cool design. Lights are right there in the front of the 2 front landing gear, or front wings, upper wings. They're not bad. Fairly bright. I haven't really tested range yet, but they're not bad. And then there is a deploy for the cargo. Is that it right over there? Yeah. So if I hit that, you can see there The triangular pieces are floating out to cover what would be the cargo grid. Add a little bit of extra armor. The middle section's probably not too difficult to get stuff in and out of. But those side ones for sure. Those would be quite difficult to get cargo out of with the cover deployed. Can you thread it out the end? That's good to know. And once again, the animations for all of this stuff are just so cool. The way it like stacks them up on the end. It's really, really nice. And you can see the two tractor beam slots. I'm a little sad at the tractor beams. I kind of wish that these had been at least alien tractor beam models, even if they didn't behave any differently. The fact that they're just human tractor beams sitting on the butt of a very alien ship. It's like the fire extinguishers. I don't necessarily need a different functionality. I just would rather there be an alien model. Sounds good, Vermi. Very, very cool design, though. So, paint showcase. How do I want to do... Yeah, the all-human components inside the alien ship. That, I think, is just a gameplay necessity. Yeah, fire extinguishers in purple would, like, I would take that. Just a purple fire extinguisher. Just give it a little bit of, like, alien triangular furniture around the outside of it, even. Oh, you can deploy it from over there, too. Okay. So that is the stock paint. I'm going to try flying it outside to see if we can get a little more light on it. And because I own... Levski! Ow. Actually, wait, this is Alpha. Alpha, how dare you? Did you know you're quite high up in the railing when you're in the pilot's chair? That was painful. Wow, you're at 5% health. Yeah, I get that, Zul. Don't worry. There's a decent chance that I end up just watching that one on stream as well. Because I am very, very interested in what Benoit has to say. The show's actually supposed to start at like 10 o'clock, right? Good morning, Damage. Alright, I'm gonna just try a different paint on the railing. Go from the top. Agapanthea. Dark black base with dark gold highlights. This is probably going to be the one I end up using.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I can't remember, Aleki. Good morning, Damage. Did I say that already?
I'm sorry. That is an
Unable to deal with my request. I haven't made a request.
Goodbye. Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered to the police.
Yeah, we'll run through all of them. First up is the one I'm almost certainly going to end up using. I did the thing I pretty much always do with new ships, Aleki. I bought the paint pack for credit, and then after I test them all out, I will melt them, or melt the pack, and buy the one I actually want. The only exception to that so far has been the Aurora, where I just used the the pack, because the ships or the paints that I wanted ended up being basically the same price as the pack if I bought them separately. So I just kept the pack. I've got one paint that I'll almost never use, but that's fine. Let me know if they say anything interesting in the pre-show. I'll probably tune in for the actual show. So this is black and gold. Yeah, Lucky, I know the button moves. It is very cool. What I might actually do here is turn... I just turn the brightness up a bit. Give you guys a slightly better view. Thanks, recap. I didn't really, intend for it to be the top one. But I guess it resonates. Everyone wants to know why stuff that hasn't been changed breaks. I think this is working really well with the natural bronze and gold that's in the Raylan already. Yeah, that's probably going to end up being the paint I use. Look at that. That is very, very nice. It's nicely understated, which I like. The marbling isn't overly tiled. Barely even tiled at all, to be honest. So that does help. There's a tiny bit of tiling, but it's not super easy to see. Yeah, I like how understated that is. The core, I don't know if this bit was gold in the stock paint or not. I haven't done the white one yet. This is the first one that I've done. I've done stock paint, which is what we were looking at originally, and now this one, which is the Agapithia, I think. I believe the white one is next. Yeah. So far, I'm liking the black with the faint marbling. I'm liking these kind of muted gold highlights. It's not as brightly gold as I'm used to seeing. There's more of it kind of down the side here. And it works really well with the already kind of naturally gold parts of like the turret and the turret ring and that kind of stuff. But I'm pretty sure we're already gold in the stock paint as well. Alright, everybody off the pad. We're going to send it back down and swap paints. Because I want to try and get this done before the SCL starts.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Attack, rail in store.
Your vehicle has been moved.
And this elevator already takes forever. Yeah, I do like the interior areas. It's a very nice ship. The butterflies and fishies and plant walls and things are one of the things that sold me on it, to be honest. Vehicles. Raylan. Liveries. Alright, so next up is the white one. So let's see how the Raylan looks in white. I do expect this to be a little bit much.
ESOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit us again.
It's not a small ship. It's a lot of white. Here we go. Oh yeah, that's very white. Hello. A lot like the Ching paint for the Stulen, honestly. But it's brighter gold. And then obviously white everywhere. Wow, look at that. Again, no super noticeable tiling. There is some. I am seeing some tiling, but it's not crazy noticeable. But it's wild how different the like things like the red light, how much more light propagation that has on the white paint versus the black one. Jared noticed. Y'all have been booted back to the spinning thing. That is a nice paint, I'm not gonna lie. It's not... I still think I like the black and gold one more. But the white and gold is very nice. It's definitely a statement with this paint. The white definitely stands out a lot, yeah. And look at this, like how much of the purple is really showing up on this white paint. And like down here on the sides. It's almost like a whole different ship with the white on it. Like, it really does give it an entirely different character. Alright. On to the next. This is a nice up terminal, isn't it? Yeah, it is good. It's wild how different that looks, though, compared to, like, the black one or the stock.
Welcome to the ESOP vehicle retrieval system.
Raylan Stewart.
Has been moved to us.
The Reclaimer Army fan. I will never be able to unsee that. Thank you, Jared. He does. Golfy. Should have stored it. Raylan. Liveries. Malachitis. This is one that I'm interested in because the Malachitis in the picture does look very, very cool.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
And Raylan,
Your
retrieve.
vehicle has been please visit us again.
Ooh. Hello. The Goldie bits have gone more bronzy. Why, hello there. Come on, give me some light. Oh, look at that. The iridescent green on the front. It's so shiny and polished. Seems to be doing better, at least in Nyx right now. Look at that green. I'm trying to get like the highlight there so you guys really get a look. Because I know stream is darker even though I've turned the brightness up. But that is a damn nice green. And they've taken the body and kind of given it some green as well. Definitely leaning into the alien vibes. With the green and the kind of bronzy gold on it. This feels like the kind of paint that would like be kind of a shapeshifter in different lighting. Like it's obviously bringing out a lot of the green right now because the Nyx hangar lighting is kind of green. Yeah, I do love that it's kept the kind of wavy patterns from the stock paint with this one. I haven't checked the inside, but I don't think I've seen any obvious changes to the inside on any of these paints when I've been looking at other people checking them out. Alright, we're gonna really quick send this back down again and check out the brown one and then tune into SCL. Everybody off the pad. So could you give me a link to it?
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved.
Thank you. Ye gods, I have ads. Go away, ads. No, I have no turbo. And the last one, the OM2I livery, which is the brown one.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval.
I was really hoping this would be like a coppery goldy one, but
Your
the
vehicle has
description makes it sound brown. Yeah, this is a bit much. Yeah, it's kind of brown with gold marbling, if that makes sense, or like tan. This is probably my least favorite of the Railin paints, even including the stock one. It's just too much. Too much brown. All right, I'm going to go stand off to the side. I'm probably going to get AFK booted here because I'm just going to watch the SCL. So you guys may not want to be in my hangar. Because I don't know what happens to my hangar when I get AFK poofed.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system. Your vehicle has been moved to our storage. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
All right.
Yeah, you were
calling the Rohan.
I saw you online at like 3:30 this morning.
Yeah. And so we're looking at this, and basically we start cordoning off shards because at the beginning we're not sure what the issue is. So we start cordoning off shards.
I'll just mute Starsit for a bit.
What happens in this case is like the more shards are getting offline, the less capacity we have for players that are either entering the game or shard hopping. We have a lot of people shard hopping, and so what happens is they hit the dreaded 60,012 error, which means A, there's no capacity in your zone. There is capacity, but we've had to restrict it in the meantime. And so we took a hard decision later in the night to prevent players from spawning Idrises temporarily, just to kind of stop
Volume okay?
breaking other shards. We brought more shards online to keep that playing. And then we basically went through and manually rectified. That's what we call percussive maintenance. When you see that in the status, it means we went in and we did a drastic measure to basically fix the Idrises that were either spawned in shards or still left in inventories to make sure that they had the proper schema. And so now we know that all the Idrises are fine. We've lifted that temporary stoppage for that ship. And so now we're back. That's what happened.
Too low?
Completely out of left field. Absolutely unrelated to all the stuff that we're working on, the stuff that the patch was supposed to be and whatnot. This is...
How's that?
This is Cabret trays being spawned by some subcomponent in the Idris cargo room.
And it's not even anything specific. In this case, it's the Idris, but it's not because it's a capital ship or anything. It's just...
It could have been any ship in that case. So normally there's a check-in discipline that we apply, especially this year, because we have a different publishing model this year. And so
thanks for the resub tech.
Have been distributed already in a given major minor patch cannot be modified. Now, for some reason, this check-in passed all the validation check and ended up in the build.
This is... We're gonna get to the show proper, guys. With what happened last night and Benoit up till all hours of the night, to say this is frustrating is
Understatement.
An understatement. It's... I'm gonna give you some time. We're gonna get into the show proper, and then I'm gonna come back at some point about why is this happening and whatnot. It's if I've got you here, I've got you guys here. We have to get into it. We have to get into it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Let's go ahead and get started with the show. Hi everybody. It's a very weird start to the show. I'm Jared. I'm the content director for Cloud Imperium Games,
Jared.
Space Industries, and the host of Star Citizen Live, which is the show that you're watching right now. Approximately every quarter for the last year and a half, we have a show where we have a scheduled show where we have our chief technical.
Your pick.
Well, I'm way off the whole script today.
Yeah.
The chief technical officer, Benoit, on the show to discuss what is essentially the current technical state of the game. Now, I want to be real clear. This is about the technical state of the game, design issues or content issues or whatnot, not the realm of the people that we have on today. Joining us on the show today, because we kept threatening to do it, and we wanted him last time and whatnot, and it's like he made the mistake of promising, I'll be on the next one, is our director of programming, gameplay programming, or gameplay engineering, gameplay programming, Jens.
Both of us.
Both at the moment. And we're here to talk about 4.8, 4.8.1, 4.8.2, like this, the current technical state of the game. Now, 4.8 at this point went out about 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
About 4 weeks ago.
I don't think it's
There's a
newsal.
lot of
It's just kind of an
really
update
great
to his
stuff.
existing one.
We just had a couple unscripted minutes about some bad stuff, and we're going to get to more challenging stuff in a minute. Let's talk a little bit about how 4.8 did. I saw there was a lot of commentary online that 4.8 was as bad as 3.18 and whatnot. We don't need to rehash 3.18 whatnot. Most people watching the show knows 3.18 at this point. Was it really as bad as 3.18?
No.
Or talk to me about what's your take on how 4.8 went?
Well, for me, if I take from the machine room side of things, we've been firefighting since we launched 4.8. I mean, from a whole slew of different issues. Some of them are to be expected when we launch a patch that has this many amount of core changes. Like 4.8 has, we've touched on systems that are really central to the traversal again. So we're talking about the entitlement system, which has not changed in years at this point, and we've completely overhauled the entitlement system in 4.8 to power, in part, the item imprint system, but more importantly, to pull the entitlements out of the patch cycle and persist them across patches. So what we call the LTP layer is not just what you have in your inventory, it's also what you own. Your ships and all of the items that you purchase in game now have an entitlement record that holds the insurance loadouts.
That's a good sign towards crafting things persisting.
All of the customization
We'll have to see
that you make out of it, and that's hosted outside the game, not outside the game, but outside the game patch, which means that when we come back from a patch, there's no risk of, oh, I'm not getting my ship back, right? What you see in ASOP in the first patch will be exactly the same data source in the second patch, and so that risk of like losing ships across is completely gone. So we're very happy. In fact, that bit actually went very well in 4.8, even though up to the launch it was, there's always last minute things to look at. But we have been firefighting across a multitude of different issues that were tangential to that. Some of them we can touch on a little bit because I've made some notes to talk about gameplay systems here and why they were affected by some minor infrastructure issues that turned out to be massively contributing to the perception of the patch. So I'll talk a bit about that in a bit, but basically we've been firefighting since 4.8.0. I want to touch on one thing, because we just had a one off the cuff moment about the Idris last night, right? But 2 weeks prior to that, we had another downtime patch that needed a lot of rectification. So the people that the teams that run the online group were hard at work on this maintenance. And unfortunately, another one of those unwanted check-ins came in during that 4.8.1 cycle, where in an attempt to fix the VGL flight suits that was missing hands and feet.
Oh no.
Another check-in came in that removed subcomponents of this flight suits, but not just removed them from the flight suit, deleted them from existence from the game, and that's not something that you can do in a minor patch. And so clearly that's two instances in this patch where changes in check-ins should have been validated and prevented and went in, and then after that became an infrastructure problem, because same issue here. If somebody was wearing the VGL flight suit and referred to these entity classes that were actually representing, I think, the nozzle and the front pack of the suit, then the game server would crash. And so we had again to do percussive maintenance to remove those items and fix that. And so that highlights to me a
Rest
massive
in
issue
pieces.
with how we validate check-ins and how we get changes in the game across persistence until we have full forward porting compatibility on the persistence layer, which we don't have at the moment.
But will be a game changer.
Yes.
What's your perspective, Ian? I'm keen. It's
Well, it's live service. You're always running, right?
Mhm.
You're always running. Like we're talking about forward patching. If we'd been behind closed doors, you would have done that, right? No one had ever seen the game until you've done that piece of technology. But that's not who we are. We're always running, and that's what makes it really, really exciting to work here as well, right? Because we're putting ourselves out there all the time. But if I look
It's a
at
challenge.
this specific case, you're saying like, right, we have checks and we have contracts on what you can and can't do in these substreams that we've already released, where the data management is super, super strict. And obviously now we invalidating them twice in a row, so it's time to look at like how do we really add that extra layer of protection.
Why is this happening? Why? Look, it's. I know. I have to be. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here. I'm allowed a lot of latitude here, and I appreciate it from the people that I work for. But this is really frustrating.
Yeah.
This is.
Yeah, I can bump it up.
How is it? I understand that, Rich Tyler, our senior game director, went on stage at CitizenCon, 2 years ago, and laid out the roadmap to 1.0. It's and I understand that through 25 and through the first half of 2026, we have made some legitimately ridiculous strides towards making this game actually
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
MMO it was always trying to be. If people who followed this project 2015, 2016, 2017, a lot of the years before, it's very easy. It was very easy to have questions like, where are they going? Like where are they going? Why is this like that? Why is that like that? It's like we would often see questions. Has anybody ever played an MMO before? Do they know how to do this? It's like this, and there's a reason. There's a reason we made a major pivot. We made a major pivot at the end of 2024. In 2025, we went into this content mode, and we said no new features. No new features. We're going to focus on content while we shore up all these things. And when I was you and me sitting here more than a year ago, it's like this. And in the last year and a half, we have tripled the amount of content that we've put out compared to 2024, compared to 2023, 2022, all combined. Like the amount of content we have put out in the last 18 months is amazing. And the people here are working their asses off to make it as good as possible. I don't doubt the intentions of any human being here. I don't doubt the dedication of anybody here. We're not here today to apologize for anything. I know that we're all working as hard, except Steve. We're all working.
Except Steve.
We're all working as hard as possible.
Rest in peace, Steve.
But why does this happen? Why is this happening? I can't sit here and do this job and feel good about my job without asking you outright, why is this happening? If everybody is working as hard as I know they are, and everybody is working as dedicated as they are, and everybody is as talented as I know they are, why does something like this still happen? Why has it happened twice in the last 2 weeks?
Not how you pointed to me when you're talented. Not you.
I know. I think there's a part of that which is that we're still paying, we're transforming the game. We're still transforming the game into an MMO,
Mm-hmm.
right? We're still in the process of taking a game that used to run on a single server in now obviously a server mesh, which that's working, but the game systems need to expand as well.
Crucial.
And if you add the content pressure on top of that, right, of getting content into the game, releasing it at the same time, stabilizing it, hardening it, and features that come in and do the inverse. New features come in and they destabilize the systems. Without stronger guardrails that also need to evolve with this, that's where we ended up. And so I think that, to be honest, I think at this right now, we're outpacing our ability of verifying everything that's being added to the game, and this is where we need to put a lot of our energy at the moment, is to put in those guardrails so that, you know, the check-in that would cause this crash issue, right? Those are identified at this point, and so it's all about adding these validation frameworks to prevent that from happening and keeping the data stable and fully validated. Now, that sounds, well, why didn't you do that before, right?
You're not saying that there were no guardrails in
No,
place.
no. There are guardrails in place, but
They're not keeping up with the pace.
right. Yes, exactly. Like we create more content and more features than we have time to add guardrails and to prevent these cases, right? You know, an example I could give on something unrelated to persistence, right? But you know, you have we're at the point now. We used to, like, we make a weapon, we make a ship, that's it, right? Now we have a team making weapons. They balance the weapons. They design the weapons. They work in that realm. They have guardrails in there, right? They know what to check for, outliers, data sets, you know, how power is distributed, etc. You go to the next team. The next team is making ship components. They have their guardrails, they have their approaches, they have their things, right? They balance it out. You have another team that's making recipes and dismantling, right? They have their own guardrails, their own systems. You have another team that's making economy. They add those things to shops. They add pricing. They make sure that that's balanced, and then they move on to another team that's adding this content to loot boxes, right? Now, we didn't have that a while ago, right? And then mission rewards added in there. All of these have validation, but there's no holistic validation across, right? We're at the point now where all these systems communicate with each other all the time, right? And crafting has changed the game quite a bit on that area, right?
Everything working together.
Into more weapons being created, more content being created, more missions giving more rewards, and all these things need to be validated together, not in silos.
Is this why in 4.8 there was the thing where there was a weapon? I think it was a ship weapon. I can't remember specifically, but you paid 20,000. I'm pulling a number out of my butt here.
Sure.
You paid 20,000 to buy the ship weapon, but then you dismantled it and you got like $80,000 worth of materials. And
that you could sell in one area.
That you can send. So people were just buying the vendor thing,
right?
And you're saying that's because the weapon and the price and the pricing and everything for the weapon was validated by one team in one silo, if you will.
Yes.
And then the validation of
weapons
the
20,000 confirmed.
the breakdown and stuff was done in a different one.
Sure.
And there wasn't something that
transversal to check all of that. And also, like, we're definitely now post 4.7 in a realm where just human validation is not enough, right? And so a lot of game design data is typically, managed by the team. But I think that we're way past that, and we need machine validation for everything, because the rate at which we build it and the amount of technology we're putting in is just too fast for validation to keep up.
Okay.
And we can't just rely on endpoint validation, because in this case it was machine validation that caused the error.
Yes.
And stopped it from corruption.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Like
but
the machine validation had
too late.
Correct. Yes, exactly.
So has to come earlier.
So for validation, let's just stay on this topic here for a bit. It's people are going to, as talented as everybody is, as skilled as everybody is, and stuff like this. Mistakes are going to be made, and the wrong thing is going to be checked in, and stuff like this. And the game is growing at a scale Like I've been here for more than a decade and stuff. I know it's a Jared meme drink anytime I talk about how long I've been here. You can just see it in here now. I am so incredibly proud of the game right now. It's the last 18 months have hands down been the best 18 months that this game has had in since the PU went online in 2015. And anybody that says otherwise is being disingenuous. They just are. You know, I'm being hard with you guys here. I'm going to be a little harder. I'm being hard with you guys as well. It's like the last 18 months have been phenomenal for the progression of Star Citizen.
Agreed.
It's our daily average users are up, our concurrency is up, the content.
Anybody who played this game before 2020,
TSG is finally realizing.
Looking at the way it is, hell, before 2024, looking at the way it is now, it is night and day.
Is this just? It is, but it sounds like we're moving fast. We're moving fast, and we're doing a lot. You said the guardrails aren't catching up. How do we? I get machine validation. I get you got to build some stuff. Is that all we can do? Is that make me feel better about how we're going to fix this? Is what I'm asking. Because if I feel better about how we're going to fix this, maybe there's a reason for people watching to feel better about how we're going to fix it.
Sure.
It's just the
I do like the way Jared approaches stuff like this.
It's a problem we've known about, right, and that we've been trying to solve, right. And so more recently, there's more changes that have been coming from the engine side to give us a framework for validation. When I say framework for validation, is that game designers can participate in this, right? It's not like, oh, they need to hand it off to an engineer, and the engineer is busy and he can't do the work, and now the validation is not added, which is the mode that we've been in the past, right? And so we've been in the process of building a validation framework for all game systems and all pieces of data stored in the game that can do queries across all data, whether it's, hey, I have a mission in this location that requires this, that pays out this. Is that an outlier compared to, you know? And so being able to do cross data queries across the entire game, which is not something we've had before, which allows us then to just express these checks, find outliers into like mission payouts, find outliers into how.
That's me, Aries.
If we go back to the example of the gun is for sale at this location at this price, it's dismantleable into these components that can be sold at this location. That exchange value is too high, right? And so creating these validations will become part of the design work completely with this framework, which will allow us to have all these guardrails. On top of that, we've got the more technical validation, right? So the two issues we got in 4.8 related to modifying ships that were already distributed in the main patch and removing entity classes, for example. Both of those things already have lock checks right now. That's the first thing we did when we discovered them. But we're going to keep adding more of those compatibility check. Now, 4.8 also has the beginning of database patching. So in 4.7, we didn't have the full ability to persist all the crafting properties on weapons. So if you crafted a weapons, all the modifiers were not necessarily going to persist through LTP, right? In 4.8, we have introduced in the back end patchable serialized variables. We didn't talk about it much because it's kind of mixed into the crafting system, but basically we now, in the schema of a component, which stores the data for something, let's say it's a weapon, right? And I have the modifiers for it, let's say elongated nozzle, faster damage rate, whatever. These values, we now know which one of those values is patchable, right? And then we're able this way to persist them and patch them in the next release. We also determine which ones we store when you stow it. We don't stow all variables, which used to be the case. And that's the foundation for us to
That's
keep
potentially huge for
really
4.9,
which is a forward patchable data set, so that now these, even if you know the ship team goes in, changes all the serialized variables for a ship and rejigs the whole object container layout for a ship, that will be able to live migrate your ship to the new version without crashing the game servers in the meantime. So basically embracing this movable data set. But that's tricky to do. Obviously, we've been at this for a long time, but 4.8 has the beginning of that for crafting properties.
Right. That's great for allowing us to better manage when somebody checks something in that they didn't do. But I'm talking about what are we doing to stop the check-ins that aren't supposed to happen?
Sure.
Like through validation. I want to.
Well, it's pre-validation, right? What I call this validation framework I'm talking about is pre-check-in.
Okay.
Right? It's something that I'm working on the game. I'm like, I'm going to add a new gun and I'm going to price it this and I'm going to make it super powerful, right? Well, that would flag.
Exactly.
I could not, I could not check that in, right? The system would go, wait, you need some authorization before you can check this in because of these reasons. Which currently we don't have something like this. That's cross-checking, right? Obviously, in each silo, yes, but not within.
Is this something? I have to ask you the one question here. Is this something that we're talking about that's a 2027 thing? Are there parts of this at least that can go in? Is there hope for this?
Yes.
Sooner rather than later.
We need this yesterday, like.
Well, I'm aware we need it yesterday.
But no, we're working on this right now, like to get all these checks and balances in place. Like, I don't know if it will be like a 4.9 kind of thing, but it's happening now.
Okay.
Because everybody around the table knows now, like it's clear from the 4.8 experience that machine validation is required across the board.
So why isn't this?
Yeah, I noticed that as well,
Why
Tech.
isn't this just? Let's tackle this from another angle. Why isn't just throwing more QA at this the answer? Why isn't this just hire 500 more QA people, and this gets fixed? I suspect you probably have an answer for this.
In this case, it took the situation of like the data, how the database on 4.8.4.8.1 was, and with the new data from 4.8.2 to create the situation. And that's not something that the QA environment has. So whatever we do, we as a technology group would have to come in and at least give them that. And then if you put your 500 QA on it, then they would probably, one of them would have spawned an IDRIS. But without that environment, you could put as many as you like on it. No one would ever have discovered this situation. This is just too far removed. And I think that's so come back to the large data set, right? As you have a large data set.
That's actually really interesting what he mentioned. The fact that this bug required the data from 4.8.4.8.1 and the environment of 4.8.2 in order to happen, so no QA would have ever found it.
If you just hired 500 QA people, that doesn't mean there's 500 requisite programmers that can all take the stuff and fix it either.
No, I think they would meet some frustration with their output and our ability to tackle it would certainly create a separate set of challenges.
But also, what's frustrating with this situation is that we've done multiple patches where this just worked fine.
Oh yeah, we've been on this. We've been putting out a new piece of content every 2 weeks since the beginning of this year. Last year we moved. For 2024 and before, we were on a schedule of one patch every 3 months, and we didn't. I think we actually hit every 3 months once in the 5 years that we were on that cadence. From 3.0 to 4.
Yep.
8. I can't remember which one was January last year. We were trying to do a patch every quarter, and we actually hit the quarter date maybe 1 or 2 times in all that time. But so it was 4 patches a year at most, basically, is what we were doing. And then in 2025, we, as part of this major initiative, we switched and we went 11 patches. Yeah. We went 11 patches in 2024. Again, I don't want to sound like a broken record. The content that was in those patches is some of the stuff I'm most proud of that their team here has ever put out. But we were able to do that because we pulled back on features. We pulled back on features, and it was content team. There were a couple features here and there that would sneak in and whatnot because we need this for that and other thing. But for the most part, it was all content. In 2026, we now switch to, and anybody that's been really paying attention or following the development would see this already. We've switched to a bi-monthly patch where we put out a major patch every 2 months, and we do these 2-week content drops in between. So every 2 weeks, there's a certain thing gets turned on. People who have been in PT, who have been testing, they tested this aspect, and then it wasn't there in the patch, and it goes, oh, because it gets turned on 2 weeks. It gets turned on 2 weeks after that. It gets turned, and that was to help with engagement throughout the year, to give people more things to do, to keep people more interested. It's one of those things that you do when you're running an MMO. And that's been great up until the last 4 weeks. Yeah. That's worked.
Yeah.
And so it's, I don't want to harp on this. I don't know how much of this is my own personal, I'm stuck on it, or whether this is what I'm supposed to be doing with the show. But it seems like we know what we have to do.
We have to solve the process for sure.
We have to solve the process. We have to solve the process. We have to build more tools. We have to scale our validation to match the rate of content that we're doing.
And the complexity of content too.
Right, because this year
He is. I do like how Jared uses himself as kind of a proxy for the audience in these.
In 2025.
He knows what we're feeling.
I can't tell if I've been messing up my years this whole time. All right. How confident do you feel?
I think they were slipping in 4.7. 4.6 went generally all right.
I think we know what we have to do.
4.7 it was slipping. 4.8 it's gone really
to
sideways.
get all of these guardrails in place, right? But in the meantime, I mean, we just have to respect the rules that we've set forward in the meantime, right? So that while we can't machine check everything this second, and to be honest, I'm not talking about months of work here on these validation frameworks, right? But it's about putting in the ability for every team to contribute guardrails, right? Which right now it's a bit splintered, and so we need to bring this all back together. So I'm confident that for especially the errors we just talked about, right? Like releasing a piece of content that crashes every server on launch, or twice, right? Or evident misconfiguration of items or costs or recipes, right? I'm confident that will solve the issue, that those issues will no longer occur as long as we respect the validation and nobody tripped them off, which, that's the next battle.
The validation issues.
Yeah, exactly. I think that we can eliminate that.
All right. So for the last 35, 40 minutes, we've been off the program here a little bit. The issue that went out, the issue that happened with 482 yesterday because of a validation issue, I didn't feel like we could go into the program that we had originally planned without addressing it. It was just, I was very frustrated, and sometimes I abuse my position here to do this. So you're laughing. I'm the one that's going to get back and see if my bosses are still happy with me or not. We do have a lot. We do have a lot to cover, a lot that we wanted to cover and stuff, and we're going to start getting into that stuff now. I hope watching you'll forgive the diversion, that you'll agree that it was worth it. I think there was some very useful stuff there, and I do want to say
I needed to hear it. Wanted to hear it.
This is me personally.
I was very interested in like that's half of my question was kind of this kind of stuff.
Ship yesterday, but the ship teams around the world. There's a team here. There's a team in Austin. There's a team in Montreal. Have been some of the consistently quality delivering teams of this project for years and years and years and years and years. It's easy. It's the last couple of weeks have been a bit rough, but it's like, where would we be? It's where would we be without the ship team? So it's like
you'd be nowhere without the ship team. That's kind of the point.
Today. That is not my intention.
Everybody knows.
They happen to be in the hot seat, yesterday, It's like this, but this could literally
Could have been
happen
anybody.
to
Could have been
anybody.
any team.
And it did. It happened. It was a whole nother team 2 weeks ago.
Sure.
And if we don't get these guardrails in place, it'll be a whole nother team 2 weeks from now.
Yeah.
So I just I
think the-
can't.
For me, the takeaway is human guardrails are not enough. Like,
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah. Just it's. Yeah, I just didn't want it. It's unfair to make it seem. It's unfair to make it seem like the ship team hasn't been absolutely killing it for years and years, and they still are. So,
And the fact that people like Benoit was up until 3:30 in the morning yesterday as well, or this morning even.
Here,
let's just. Nobody's
Yet he's
ever gonna
still
say
here
yes
making time
to
for
being
this?
on this show ever again. Benoit, I put you on the hook to write a big old write-up on desync, and I know it's being worked on. I've seen the draft and what it's being worked on between every other initiative. You know, time spent writing is time spent not actually fixing things and making processes better. And
also,
stuff.
we got a couple guest stars in it that I'm hoping will make a difference too.
So that's still underway. That's still underway, and it's
This is why Benoit is one of the people I point at when
we're done with it. It's going to be
when people
more like
say
one of those,
CIG
not a
doesn't
design
care,
brief, that's not the
CIG
right
doesn't
word,
play their
kind of
game.
like what you saw with the gameplay guide.
Look at Benoit,
we're
dude.
Break it down, and I
That
promise
dude doesn't
it'll be
care,
the most
really?
educated thing that you'll ever see from a game studio on what it is and what it isn't and what causes it and what doesn't cause it and stuff like that.
And the particularities of our
Desync.
game architecture.
Yeah.
Also.
But that said, when 4.8 went out, I started with 4.7. 4.7 was great overall, but there's a reason I had to call you and ask it. There has been this mounting
There it is, Dendra.
desync for the last several patches. It starts out small and it gets bigger. It affects some people more disproportionately than others. There are people that I have talked to, whether at a Bar Citizen or just reading the chat here today or in any other show, where they're having a virtually unplayable experience. And then there are other people who are like, that's not my experience. I'm having, I'm having a wonderful time and whatnot. Without just reading the entire doc that we're doing, I can't get past this show without talking about it at least somewhat.
Yeah.
What do we know is causing it at this point? What are we doing to resolve it? Just a simple question.
Well, so what we know about right now is that there are some meshes. When I say meshes, I mean a dedicated game server inside a shard that are running way below FPS spec that we want, right? And so we don't have a handle just yet about what is actually causing it. We do have performance captures, and we're tracking at least 6 to 8 very specific optimizations that need to happen. One of them is within the area component, which is used all over the engine. Area and zone component, they kind of go in hand, but where...
You said the optimization word?
Again, because we're pushing more content, right? The hierarchy trees of the game world is much bigger. So there's more areas, more zones, more subdivision, more. There are some areas of that where if you add a lot of entities in those that enter or exit these areas, there's, the engine provides listeners to track entities entering areas or leaving areas or zones changing, right? And obviously there's concurrency constructs around this to prevent one thread from accessing another thread, right? And so just keeping it simple without diving too much into the low level, which we will probably in some of our desync areas. But there's lock contention in the area component at the moment in some places.
That phrase?
There's lock contention in some areas of the game. Well, I literally mean area, like, if there's many entities in this spot because of the way it's configured, we're seeing basically FPS drops in those areas. And so we're tracking about, like I said, 6 to 8 major optimizations that we're trying to get in our hotfix channel, right, to try to get this FPS back up to the spec that we want, which is above 20, across
Server FPS.
Server FPS, correct.
Somebody's going to take
And so-
somebody's going to take that clip and say, "Oh no, Star Citizen's only looking for 20
no.
FPS and gameplay and whatnot."
No. And it's important to note that like when a server is running low FPS, it doesn't mean that it will create desync, but especially when you're interacting with entities that are simulated on that DGS, AI characters, NPCs, then you're gonna perceive desync because the source is slow at creating its output, and you know the traffic goes from your game client to the replication node, replication node to game server. Now, if game server is running slow, at the beginning of the frame, he's taking the state from the game, from the network to the game and applying it. At the end of it, he's applying the changes back to the network, right? If that loop is slow, then your client's going to predict something, and then that prediction will get corrected the next frame, and that will create a rubber band, right? And so that's the gist of why there's desync in general.
Why does the client have to predict?
Because if he doesn't predict, then you're going to be at the tick of the server, and you'll see like
Even if it was running perfect, you'd see it in an FPS, like
Gotcha.
because your need for it to be, you know, so responsive is too high.
Is this so? All right. The meshes inside the shard are certain ones,
And then we get to Battlefield netcode once it
it's
starts
not widespread
doing that.
in all areas.
which is why some people are in
I'm not
there
gonna,
having a great.
I'm not going to tell you which areas. That's what you're asking.
Which do
I got to ask the obvious question. Then at least it's obvious. It seems obvious to me.
Mm-hmm.
Is this related to the ship cleanup or lack thereof?
That's one of those things that we're looking at is how aggressive or not the ship cleanup is actually happening. That's one of the things we're looking at. Yes.
I mean, because you can watch a Twitch stream or look at an Initiative Council report, and you'll see. I want to say dozens and dozens, but I feel like it's even more.
Yeah.
You know, brick ships everywhere because you know with the
Make
with
some
the
salvage
insurance
missions, I know.
changes and whatnot. You know, bricking these ships.
Yeah.
And whatnot. Is this? It's. Is this viably part of what it is? Is this?
In part, yeah, that for sure doesn't help because the more entities are replicated, the more the server needs to do every frame, and so that contributes to this. So yes,
You can usually find it when you look at a server that is performing great. It usually has a larger vehicle population. Certainly,
The server that
vehicles
is
are-
performing great has a larger.
No, a firm not performing so
Oh.
great tends to have a slightly larger vehicle population or a very large active population. That can also happen. In general, just a lot of everything. We're quite a heavy game, entity-wise.
Right.
We want to avoid getting to the sort of size that we were in Stanton before we went into meshing, right? Because that was consistently difficult to manage.
Yeah, but if we're okay, so if we're already, Stezig is like, fix it. Super helpful, dude.
Oh man, it's so easy. We're done with the subject.
You know what, Stezig? I honestly, none of us had thought about that. That's all right. We don't even need to do the rest of the show, do we?
yeah. I know that there's been some changes related to how we perform entity cleanup. So unattended vehicle cleanup used to be a separate system, right, that ran on its own. That's been merged into what we call the density manager, which is basically an engine functionality that will look at
I
overpopulation.
bet that's why breakers poofing ships.
clusters of areas that obviously
If it's the
designers of
density
control
manager cleaning ships up, that's why
for
breakers
example, we
poofing
want
ships.
to make sure, like the exit routes for hangars are cleaned up, and so these are, have active cleanup zones configured, right? That's designer controlled. Now the engine will then after that apply the logic on the volume, determine, there's too many of X in this area, and we'll start popping stuff out, right? He's going to do the cleanup. Now for ships, the unattended vehicle cleanup system used to be separate. Now it's been brought into the density manager, I think, end of last year, something like this. So it's been a while. And this one tracks whether there's passengers on player passengers on a vehicle, and will based on a certain timer configuration, and the values are different depending on the areas, will either stow back the ship into the originating inventory or destroy it, depending on if it's a player-owned ship or if it's an AI ship, depending, right? Now, it does look like maybe there's a misconfiguration in key areas that are leaving ships there. So we don't think the system is incorrectly functioning. We think it might be inaccurately configured in some areas. And so that would allow a very popular area to just accumulate ships like crazy, right? And so that's what we're looking at right now.
Are you able to clean up? Are you able to differentiate between? You obviously mentioned a ship that has a person on it. That's great, but a ship that doesn't have a person on it but is still a viable ship versus a destroyed husk versus a bricked ship from the inventory. You're able to distinguish between and set timers for.
I'm not sure if the density manager will have a modifier specifically for bricked or not, but it can see it.
It does, or it will.
It will.
Okay.
It will eventually.
Yeah, if it
doesn't, it will.
Yeah.
Eventually.
And
it's less about timers. It's more about density. It's sort of trying to say you have overpopulated this area. So it's less about like that ship has been there for a long period of time. It's more like there's a lot of ships here.
Yeah.
Let's remove one. Let's figure out which one is best to remove. For unattended vehicle, does have a timer as well. So you kind of have these like, it's sort of like we talked about validation. You start with a timer, then you start adding a density, then you start sort of building up these views of the world to kind of understand which areas are problematic. Like, the entrance to a hangar, we have to be super strict.
Yeah. There's a place, as we're talking about this, something that pops in my mind that I think is also, in our process, now, not even development process, but let's call it live operations of the game. We're very lean in terms of our live operations at CIG because we're in development, right? And so even though we do run a live service, we try to run a really lean ship, right, on that side. And so we don't have an army of site.
Yeah, there's definitely a config issue there.
Looking at like every aspect of like, Shard 25 is an overpopulation of ships at Jackson Swap in between this time frame, time frame. Like we don't go in that depth, right? And so we track overpopulations across all shards, right? But we can go granular into this. But that is an area where we could improve this and detect those things to better tune these values. Typically right now we will tune the density manager values every patch or every hotfix, but that is a slow cadence compared to how you would react if you see, oh my God, on every shard this location is loaded, let's affect the density manager change right now. Right now we don't have the ability to do that live, and that's a problem. That would improve the game quite a bit.
There's folks in the. It would. I don't want to dismiss that. There's folks in the chat that are like, just make the brick ship salvageable or give towing missions.
Salvage missions.
They are salvageable as far as I know.
Yeah, and towing missions, but it's those are all game design and mission design stuff. That's not anything that the tech. And even then, a solution that requires entirely player, it relies on the players entirely to solve, is not going to get us where we need. I don't disagree, and I know it's the intention. They're supposed to be salvageable. If they're not, they will. Yes. They will be. It's just having towing missions to take them away and dump them somewhere is a great idea and stuff like that. But that can't be the only thing. There still needs to be a technical solution to clean this up. It's the reason I asked. The reason I asked if it could separate everything is because, I don't think all of them are salvageable. I'm trying to remember an old conversation right now where there were rules about why this one could be salvageable and this one.
I know there's been changes related to this as well recently.
But like it's in my head. I'm just like, why don't we just disappear every brick ship right now until we get a handle on this? Like just crank the cleanup on bricked ships that we know don't belong to anybody, just like they get to exist for 1.5 seconds and then they're gone. it's like it's there's
I'm just
sometimes-
imagining the Reddit post after that. My ship disappeared 1 second after. But
a
yeah.
brick ship. No, but the
Bricked,
ship only gets
yeah.
no a brick ship.
Bricked.
A brick ship is they're back at they're back at their ASOP terminal and they've reclaimed it. So why can't it just vanish? Now I'm certain. Whenever I go off like this and
Hey,
whatnot,
Tuba.
and it sounds so simple and it sounds so obvious, and then I get back to my desk and I've got an engineer or somebody comes and goes, "It's not that simple, Jared. There's this and that. There's that. There's
It's not that
dependency, blah, blah,
simple."
blah." And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just a layman moron who had a very simple idea," but it's hard because it's I'm no different than half the people watching the show. It's just there are times when something seems so easy and so obvious, and it's like, just do that.
The
But
only
that's what my head was thinking
issue
whole
that
time when
is
was
popping
going.
into my head like immediately for just poofing brick ships
Destroy the brick ships, right?
is
Um,
like,
always
say
say,
I have an Aurora. My Aurora has stuff in it.
So
I
so
die.
that,
The Aurora is my only
see
ship,
the
so I
reason
claim the Aurora.
that makes it not easy.
That bricks the old one, but I still want to go back to the old one and get my stuff out of it.
Then what I talked about, you'd sell it.
So they can't just poof it immediately, or my stuff won't be there.
Deconstructed, and then the material can be sold somewhere else for something else. These kind of complex interactions between lots and lots of different systems are usually what stops us from doing something that, from a tech point of view, is literally a flag in the database that says that's bricked. I can treat it as garbage.
there's this thing. It's
I wonder what percentage
what was
of the
example? We had the
versus
example-
debris
we
is
have to
just
look
dropped
back at
bottles.
Our chat. There's something in the
I want to know.
481. It was the one of the old features for the hanger module for the. It's in,
Hanger
it's in our chat.
back.
It's in our chat. Yeah, it's one of the issues, and I said, dude, we need to remember that. It's in our chat. When I said we need to bring that up. I can't remember. But recently, one of the things that flummoxed 481 was an old system. It was an old system from like 6 or 7 years ago that hadn't been touched. As some new piece of content touched for the first time, and it didn't work. I can't remember. It's just one of those. It's if making games were easy, they'd be done. I mean, pivot your. There wouldn't be a studio that closes every week in the last 2 years. So 4.8 comes out.
Yeah, there's been other issues. We talked about the catastrophic ones, but there's also other tangential issues.
We've got a section coming up where we've pulled the dashboard and what folks are working on. I'll get to that in a second if that's where you were going. I want to stay a little bit more into 4.8. So. Yeah, how I want to do this here. We put up a thread. We collected a bunch of questions. We pulled some of that. Some of that's affected. We've used that to inform certain of the topics here and stuff. One of the, when you go through, okay. If you had to put, I understand that nothing is simple. I understand that there's probably 14, 15, 16 underlying causes that all contribute to this. But if I ask the simple question, what changed in 4.8 that affected server performance so much? I'm just on like raw server performance.
Sure.
Whatever. What's the thing that comes to your head? I'm gonna get both of you on this.
Between me and the ship sales page.
It's try to make
for
it.
me, it's behaviors. So, there's one thing about running a game server, is that it's kind of an organic behavioral system, right? And so you can have a game server with a version of the code, a version of the data running a certain way, and then players start doing something different, and that completely changes the performance profile. And so I feel like in 4.8, most likely my hunch for these 6 to 8 like performance issues that we're looking at, it's related to some imprint changes. So
Like-
the way people use ships, leaving brick ships behind, are there more claims, than before? Are there other egregious issues that showed up that are creating more claims?
You think about it,
That would
if the
affect,
players doing
the
different
amount of
stuff
entities on the
changes
server?
things,
Is there a malfunction?
you
on,
bet
for
the
example,
players play
the
differently right
density
after a wipe
thing
to
that is
during
leaving
dupe economy
items in
with a
place?
million credits everywhere.
Or is there just people are going to a location that's configured to be very loose on its density, and it's somehow the location that people have decided to go to in this patch? So sometimes the performance profile of the game servers changes just based on behaviors, not on like, oh, we changed something.
You're blaming
in
the
game.
backers.
No, I'm blaming the features that cause behavioral changes. And so that, for me, that's what
Loving it,
screams-
Spunky.
That's what comes out of it for me. You're talking raw server performance here.
Yeah, I'm not talking just the raw server performance here. What
Too
do
bad.
you-
Try
what do you think
scrapping both the Ironclad and
It's
the
hard not
command
to
module, and then claiming a brand new
just
Ironclad.
parrot than what you just said. I mean, it does feel
Or
like
claim the
when
Ironclad
I
first.
think of 4.8.
Scrap both,
There's
then claim
nothing that I
Ironclad.
can go, yeah, and that those gameplay changes we made could have caused it. The only thing I can think of is we did performance improvements, but there is a large change in how we handle vehicles and the lifetime of vehicles.
You mean the changes with the imprinting and the insurance system?
Insurance,
So the way that the life of a vehicle in the universe changed, but its lifespan with the braking and stuff like this, and the way that players handle them because of the changes that we instituted.
Yes.
I want to
Yeah,
be
yeah,
clear. It's so you're bringing it back. You're bringing it back a big chunk of it, not everything, back to the number of ships.
I mean, that would be based on what I know of that patch went out with. I just don't see I don't recall there being any larger changes on the gameplay side. I feel like could explain.
You wiped.
Yeah, we're not.
That's
we're not
the
talking about
change.
that I want to be real clear. It's you. Folks watching, you have a lot of experience with me, and you have a lot of experience with Benoit. Less experience with Jens here. He's not saying that there are no bugs. There are no bugs. It's like we're talking about raw server FPS things. A bug does not impact server FPS. The freight elevator eating your cargo does not affect server FPS and stuff. The question I asked was, what is affecting the raw server FPS? And that answer is they're trying to find an answer specifically to that. If it sounds like we don't know the answer, quite honestly, we're still working on it. It's somebody in the chat said it sounds like Jared's frustrated. Of course I'm frustrated. These two guys at the table are frustrated. Quite a lot of people are frustrated. I say it over and over again. We're having the same conversations you guys are having, just 3 weeks earlier.
Yeah,
Like this,
he said that before.
There's this concept that game development is game construction. You're just supposed to have all the answers, and you're supposed to know everything, and everything's supposed to be figured out before you do it and stuff. And just the reality is that's not how it works. I'm not talking about CIG here. I'm talking about the entire industry. I'm talking about how games come together. I'm talking about programming. Quite honestly, it's discovery. It's discovery as you go through it. We always figure it out. We always figure it out. Like I could sit here and just gush about the quality of the people that we have here. It's like, when I go to a bar.
I actually
station,
said that
people
on
always
Reddit
ask me,
last night. Like, shit breaks
hard
a lot, but they always
to go
get
out
it
and do
eventually.
this? What I'm doing right now. It's less than 12 hours after a patch went out and was totally borked and whatever, and you've got to go out live and put on a face for the project and whatnot. Is it hard to do that? After 318, I had to do the thing. After the freight elevators with Race for Stand, I had to do the thing and whatever. Is it hard to do that? And the answer is no, it's not hard, because of the people here. I believe in the people here more than anything. It's when you get I spend more time with the people who work here than across teams than most people. Everybody's working on their work. My work is the people. So it's when I lose faith in the people here, that's when you'll stop seeing me. But it hasn't happened in 12 years. It's not going to happen anytime soon. I love the people here. And they're working on it. If they haven't figured it out yet, they will figure it out. You've already got some tremendous.
For sure. And I think to be honest, like on server performance, the 6 to 8 issues we're looking at now are definitely the source of the problems.
Do you want to just enumerate what the 6 to 8 issues are? You mentioned it a couple times, and it's just why don't we just use this opportunity?
Of course. I can. Well, I don't want to deep dive into each of them because
just give me top level.
It's a bit intense if we go down that route. But there's navigation system dispatching of tile configuration changes on planets, which affects how AI uses the nav mesh on planets. So there's a performance call out on that is costing us a chunk of frame in the servers this is purely based on the servers we know are affected by this problem. There's
a lot of digging.
Yeah.
A lot of digging for a lot of data.
Yes.
To find the sort of common culprit that are going to make a meaningful impact.
Yeah, no, exactly. This is like cross-linking a lot of things. There's this is a pet peeve of mine that I keep pushing on, and we're going to definitely resolve that from a software point of view. But there's an entity spawner in some of the areas that are affected that are coming in and out of streaming and respawning their spawn set every time.
This is the NPCs that just go, spouts out.
And one example, I have multiple others related to this. That's one. The area component we talked about. So it's what we call register with external systems is a phase when a component or an entity is coming online when it's streaming in. It needs to register with external systems. That's a notorious area that is an issue on multiple components. This one is from the area component, is in that place a problem.
So the first two are NPC related.
Correct.
This one
the escort behind him.
This one is more engine and let's call it area configuration related. This one bleeds into the zone lock that we talked about earlier. So those are two, area and zone lock. So this is really tied to the amount of content in the game and the complexity of that content in some areas. Because we're also making more and more complex scenes.
Right.
Like Space Station and, the content we've put out recently, whether it's TSG or Rockcracker or there's a lot more complex layouts in those elements that contribute a lot to this. And so those are part of that. The ship cleanup is another big one that we're looking at the moment, which is the source probably of the other two, which is the amount of registered entities that have either MFDs or the flight system active.
Entities that specifically have MFDs?
Yes.
So it's an excessive number of MFDs.
Yes. Yeah.
Why isn't MFD so?
Well, we don't know specifically. I bet that if I went into that area and I looked, there would be a bunch of MFDs that are somehow visible. So that's been these components have a visibility aspect to it, where if you look at it, it's going to replicate for you, but if you don't look at it, it doesn't. Might be a malfunction with that. We're not sure.
Right. So the ship is breaking, but the MFDs are still visible.
Yeah, it could be like broken ship MFDs. Like we've seen weird things. Like everybody knows about the graveyard. There's been other graveyards in other areas, right? So there might be a new one we haven't found yet, where there's somehow MFDs end up there, right?
So you have a couple AI NPC related things. NPCs and the way they interact with the surface of worlds, planets, and moons. Yeah. NPC spawners, these things that load out, load in, and then respawn their entire allotment of AI when they're already out there. You got some NPC stuff. You've got some locations. The locations are getting more complex, and the area system is not properly culling them.
Yeah, it's an optimization at this point. The functionality is correct. It's just it's slow.
A lot of
Good morning.
A lot of it, yeah.
And then there's the ship specific one,
Yeah,
the cleanup stuff, and then there's some raw entity stuff that we also suspect is related to the ships
And
because the ships
one-
have the most entities.
And one final one that is fire. So there's been
And Zul's reminding you to eat.
some ships catch fire, and depending on the size of the voxel grid, we've seen the area physics properties of how the temperature system interacts with fire is actually needs a big optimization and is costing us frame time. Where that's a combination thing because we internally we can't reproduce it, but we see the cost on some of the game servers that are running slow.
Okay. So these are the top 8
Yes,
ish kind of culprits to just
optimization
raw
here, yeah.
server performance. We can optimize these 8 things. We
Coffee.
should see
Big gains.
big gains. I wasn't going to say big, but I'll let you say it. See
gains,
big gains in server performance.
Yeah. Now
And-
the thing with everything with optimization, right? It's a fog of war, right? When you
You fix that. That's what was slowing it down. Then you find the next thing ends up.
kill you get rid of the elephant and behind it
Yeah.
there's another one.
It's the 7-Up can that was slowing us down. The Pepsi can would have been slowing us down the whole time, but the 7-Up was doing it first. So the Pepsi never got a chance to slow us
Exactly.
down.
And
You optimized 7-Up, and now Pepsi's like, my time is here. I can screw you over.
I can now be the one on top.
The choice of a new generation.
Yeah.
That's how old I am. Did you guys have that campaign here? A bunch of children. There's only one nodding head over there.
The same properties apply to crashes, right? Typically when we do like stability checks on game servers, which by the way, other than the 2 big issues that we've had, the baseline stability for 4.8, outside of these 2 events of the missing entity classes and the Idris problem, overall stability has been in a really good range overall, and so we've been happy about this. Other than now, the stats are terrible because of this, so we'll have to take a look. But the same properties apply to crashes. So when we look,
It
at
was
top
good until it lit
crashes,
itself on fire.
you're like, oh, we just have to fix this one. It's super high frequency. Then we fix it, and then oh my God, there's 3 more, right? And so it's a fog of war. Optimization and crash stability are like fog of war activity where, yeah, you've got 7 now. You know what those are. We fix them. It might be the end of it. It might not be.
you can get clusters as well, and that's the same on the performance side. We might be looking very, very closely at the servers performing poorly, and we might be fixing things that help those, but that doesn't help at all to the other servers because they might be running into completely different issues. Like there might be something that's happening specifically on those servers that's unique to them that brings them to that low rate, whereas the rest of them don't benefit as much from that. So you always have to sort of look closely at the details and react to those, but proactively try to look at the big picture and sort of take you sort of where are we going overall. Once we fix that cluster there, how do we get all of it to sort of benefit from a smooth ride?
Yeah, I hope they bring the sunburst
What
back.
do you think?
Just a ray of sunshine. Yeah.
Yes, that's it. I'm just
We want
bringing the
butter.
yeah, it's gonna be all plain sailing.
I wanted to touch on in my notes I've got, because there was other issues in 4.8 that come from other optimizations that we've done and or other improvements that also contributed to some perception on the patch.
Okay.
So there's one thing that we're battling on the game side is that we mentioned how we're
None at the moment,
transforming
no,
the
Spunky.
game from one model to the MMO model, right? And that means scaling systems. When we say that, we really mean transforming those systems to be service powered, right? So instead of being all in the game server and it's all good, right? We transfer these things to be service powered, right?
So the server no longer has to run transit. The server no longer has to run.
In part, right? It could be transit, it could be other things, right? Like for example, missions had a part of the mission system needed to be pulled out of there to be able to have server meshed missions, for example, right? So there's a lot of work
In the
behind
law,
that
yes.
to
Or lore,
basically
even.
dissect some services and move them to some game.
It's still supposed to be coming back. It's in the 1.0 thing.
Now, interacting from the game client with services that are in on cloud infrastructure is kind of a different discipline than being a gameplay programmer doing a gameplay feature, right? Let's say I'm working on the main character, the actor in the actor team, like Jens, for example, and I'm doing a feature around that. But my world is kind of self-contained to the actor. If I'm also doing the replication side of this, which typically our gameplay programmers do both, but I know about the replication side of things, but that's the bubble. It doesn't exist, that bubble, right? When you talk about cloud infrastructure, cloud services that you need to invoke, service APIs to do something, whether it's inventory service, right? Whether it's reputation systems, whether it's friend service, social systems, whatever. That's a different type of programming that tends to always be based in what, for the layman's is asynchronous programming. So not all C++ gameplay programmers are well versed in the asynchronous aspects. No, more and more today, but it's still always a little bit of a jump. And so we've realized that there's a little bit of fragility in how some of our game systems interact with cloud services. So one of the particularities with this is that you need to design for things that can fail. That sounds horrible, but that's the way it is, right? When you visit a website and it's loading assets and one asset doesn't load, your browser is going to retry and you're not even going to see the difference, right? Now, the game in some areas, and I'm going to focus on the one I wanted to talk about today, which is inventory, is very fragile in its interactions with the backend systems. And so we had an issue in 4.8 that was, from a backend perspective, extremely minor. We're talking about 100 requests out of millions of requests every 2 minutes would have a problem, right? But the net effect, because that was affecting the inventory, is that people's inventory would get stuck. And so the effect on the game was completely magnified from what the backend team...
Because you can't do anything with your inventory, really.
Well, yeah, so the inventory has this issue, it's not an issue, it's a property, where all of the moves that you do in your inventory need to be ordered. They need to be performed in order. And that requirement is extreme, because you can't go, put this helmet on the head and then put this other helmet.
I think it's possible, Timba.
Back and stow it and then move the core armor. And then if the backend systems were completely asynchronous and do this in parallel, you would end up with like mixed results, And so
we could not have prediction, which would be the other option. But then obviously we run into the problem that I put the helmet on my head and I'm waiting.
Yeah.
You're waiting for the server to catch up.
No, wait.
Right.
You're waiting for the server to
While
catch
I'm
up.
doing that, I can't do anything else.
And so
Anytime, waiting for my helmet to show up.
and so this minor, like I said, from a backend perspective, 100,
100 times out of 2 million is what you said.
100 out of 2 million
Every 2 minutes.
every 2 minutes, right? Which was a heartbeat problem. Anyway, it's been fixed. But the net effect was that you're making moves on your inventory, and then one of the moves stays there to the possible maximum of the timeout, which is 8 minutes in this case. Which that's the problem.
It's a long time.
And so now,
in the game.
if you looked at, backers at this point that have been with us for a long time all run with some display info, and so they see
Display
the
info!
moves,
Pending moves!
UI, and
Yes!
So they can see, there's a move that's stuck, right? And so that's how these things were stuck. If you were unlucky and you did a move in one of those 2 minute windows, I say every 2 minutes, but it was really a 3 second small window. If you did a move in those 3 seconds, then your inventory was stuck for 8 minutes, which is crazy.
An eternity.
And so that I use that example first to explain it, because a lot of people ask the question, what's happening when this happens? That's what happened. Now we fixed that issue, obviously, so that no longer is the back end issue is no longer occurring, but we still have that weakness on the client.
Right.
So that's one thing we need to solve now is we've realized, Jens and I have had multiple conversations about this, but we've realized that there's a lot of areas in the game, whether it's freight elevators, whether it's inventory management, handling, and I'm not talking about the UI here. I'm talking about what's behind it when you do your moves. Like
The UI is where you get to see it,
Yeah.
but it's actually something underneath. Okay.
Yeah. These
We haven't really got to the
systems-
straight up questions yet, Nexus.
We've identified a series of weaknesses in how
Although
either
this
legacy
is
systems were built because they were built before.
kind
these
of touching
services
on what I
existed,
asked about.
and then asynchronous calls were tacked on in the middle to get something working. And so we started to develop a charter that we've started to analyze every game system with this charter, right? It's basically a very simple red, amber, green kind of tracking, right? Where we can look at one system. Let's say we look at inventory management. We can ask all these questions, right? And with this we will identify all the pitfalls that this system needs to resolve. So without having a bug report, I can just look at the code and go, you know what? This breaks this principle. I need to fix this principle, right? So one example of principle is player items are sacred, right? So if I have actions to do, for example, I need to turn in stuff for a mission, I will not delete the items, then progress the mission. I will progress the mission, and on success and confirmation, I will then delete. And then if the delete fails, I need to have compensating actions to move forward, right? So that's an example of like the analysis that we're doing.
Yeah, we've seen that one before.
Asynchronous programming we talked about needs to be explicit for all paths. So we're evaluating all of that. There's multiple other areas in the charter, but that's one of the things we're putting in place to augment the interactions between game client server and services, so that when things go wrong, and they do, right? That's the nature of internet packets not being delivered, services not being available, cloud services being there or not, that there's no like irreparable breakage, and that the experience can still continue and be resilient.
Flip says, Jared looks exhausted. I'm not the one that was up till 4 o'clock in the morning fixing this thing. It's somebody, what was it earlier was like, it's like, this is what happens. Where is it? One of our moderators nuked it, but Wrangle McDangle,
Wrangle.
nuked comment says, this is what the community looks like when they start to realize the company they give their money to doesn't really care about them. Sad. This is the CTO who was up until 4 o'clock this morning,
Exactly, Jared. Exactly.
Not just the.
I mentioned this earlier.
And the programmers, and he had plenty of people with him and whatnot. But they're up to all hours of the night trying to get this stuff going and whatnot. And then they come here and they do this and whatnot. This is not people who don't care.
Servers seem to be doing all right right now, Bear. I'm just standing in my hangar though.
It's the gray. There's more gray now, for some reason. But so this is interesting.
I want to touch on the charter.
I want to touch this thing that you said real quick.
Very quick.
Building. So the system was built for kind of perfection. It expects everything to work the way that it wants to, and because the system was built without the expectation of some level of failure, it ends up, when it gets some level of failure, it fails completely. So you actually get, so in a weird way, if you build something with the expectation of no failure, you end up with a lot of failure. Right. And if you build something with the expectation of a little bit of failure, you end up with less failure than you otherwise would, right. because it's more nimble, and it can adjust, and it's self-healing, self-healing stuff. Yeah. There's this idea of we don't plan for failure or whatever, and every time I hear something like that, we don't plan for failure or whatever, I'm just remembered of NASA. NASA in the 60s, like, these are people who plan for every kind of failure, and that's part of why they succeeded. Yes. So what you're talking about just kind of reminded me of this interesting paradigm shift, or philosophical shift of creating for some level of failure so that we can be nimble and self-correcting, and then we end up having fewer things like what we're experiencing, where the whole thing just craps out for 8 minutes and stuff. It's an interesting philosophical switch.
I think Benoit is absolutely right as well with the challenges from a gameplay side. Certainly, if you come from a background of running things only on your local machine, it's so responsive, right? Whatever you do just comes back immediately. And suddenly exactly. And suddenly you have to work work on these premises where a timeout might be 8 minutes later. It's a you know, from a scale
That's an
point of
extreme
view.
example.
That's a very
8
extreme
minutes.
example, and you go, how do you, and as well as much as you all, you know, from my point of view as from the gameplay side, is obviously I still want to always be super responsive to the player. So even if it's self-healing under the hood, you should still see everything you do have an immediate reaction in game. So that's why we always predict, and that's why sometimes things go wrong, but we accept that things will go wrong and we roll back. But we try to sort of be right more than we're wrong. So like you said, you know, only be wrong a tiny bit of the time, not all the time.
So, I mean, I wanted to touch on the charter, just, I mean, without going into details, but just because people are asking, you know, what are you doing about it, right? And I think that this kind of audit where we can kind of leverage our programmers, not just to build the features, but all, because, you know, gameplay programmers are going to be in their world when they're doing something. And so they're making the feature, they're trying to make it feel good, you know, and then they're like, it works. That's the happy path, right? Now, let me unplug the internet, right? Let me, you know, unplug the internet for 2 seconds and plug it back in, right? Or it's like, it's basically, you know.
You have a crime stat, Bear?
On the online side, we call it chaos engineering, which is more like, let's kill processes and see what happens so that we can recover. On the game side, I think that we kind of need to bring this perspective to the table to every developer so that they can evaluate their own work against, you know, basically a rag sheet of like, explain the longest async chain in this component, and does it have every path handled, and can it be retried, right? Well, just with that, I solved half the bugs that we can see in some of the systems that interact with cloud services specifically are the areas that are there. Now there's way more principles and stuff to look at in the area, but that's what we've been doing, is to basically like bring this so that it's not just the leaders that bring it, the sort of the hammer down of like, you need to do this way and this is what we do. It's more like bring it as a culture throughout the gameplay teams and the engineering teams.
There's we're going to get into our end game here and talk about some. We've been talking about a bunch of generalized stuff. Is that we're actually going to get into literal bugs here in a bit and do a little pseudo bug smashers here for a little bit. Before we get to that, because that's our last part, and then we gotta go and whatnot. The conversation that you're seeing here today is the kind of thing that makes me still be here. There's this idea that happens often that any video game company is a monolith. That everybody that works for a video game company all thinks the same thing, all works the same way, all has the same level of experience and philosophies and stuff like that. And if there's anything, if you've watched we just looked at it the other day, it's like 1,600 videos that I've made for this place this time. If you watch all of those, the first thing you should know is it's not a monolith. It's we're not a monolith. No studio is a monolith. There are people with different ideas and different philosophies and different aptitudes all working together to try to make this.
And Ben Curtis wants to make turrets detach and become snubs.
The creation of a video game is more miracle than anything else. That we take this time and show that we're not perfect. That we take this time and show that even after 14 years, 15 years, we're still learning. We're still developing. We're still changing the way that we work. We're still getting better at stuff. It's easy to weaponize that against us. Oh, they don't have any idea what they're doing, or I can't believe they're still figuring this out. This like this. Because I see the comments. I know
he sees the comments. He sees you.
There's nothing that I'm going to say or do here today that will stop you from doing that. So do what you're going to do. But I love, and I think it's more honest, and I think it's more in line with what this project set out to do back in 2012.
Make them shoot each other, Bear. That's how you start a civil war.
And be like, yeah, we're working on it. We're figuring out. We're changing the way work. We fell behind in this area. We have to change the way that we program build things for an MMO as opposed to what we were doing before and stuff like this. I just always appreciate anytime somebody comes on this show and is willing to roll those dice, because there will be people, there are already people in the chat now, there will be people on YouTube, there will be people on Reddit and like this who will take the things said here today and weaponize them. And that's fine. It happens. It's always going to happen. It'll never stop happening. But it doesn't stop you from coming here and being as candid as you are. And I really appreciate that. We really did meet at like 9 o'clock this morning, and for 3 hours talked about everything. Like, were we still going to do this show? It's how do we do this without being as honest and as candid as we are and stuff like this. It's just, I was like, we just kind of do it. When you don't know what to do, usually I find the truth is the safest bet. Mm-hmm. So with that said, unless you have something you want to add, I want to get to the last kind of phase.
I got one more thing.
You got one more thing?
That was in my list that I just wanted to touch on, which is shard lock.
Oh boy.
No.
The fact that I'm bringing it
By
up
all
is
means.
incredible.
What's shard lock, Benoit?
Well, so I want to say first that shard lock is it's kind of a community word. We didn't come up with this actually, but the way we've architected Star Citizen, even though it's an MMO, we operate it from an ops side of things like a match-made game, right? When you come in and you pick a shard or you shard hop to one of your friends, you're just getting one of the shards that's currently running, right? And the process of bringing your character and unstowing it into the shard and then allowing you to unstow items from your inventory down into the shard and putting it back up there and getting out of there, right? It's kind of our attempt at not applying a classic MMO setup, server setup to Star Citizen, where you would create your character on a server, which then needs to run at all times, that when it's low population, we need to consolidate, that we need to character transfer or character rename, and this typical kind of MMO grid system, right? It's a company desire to not do that pattern and to instead keep it fluid like it is now. So shard lock is a little bit of a price to pay for the rapid movement between shards. Your character will need to stay in the shard until the hybrid decides that you're properly disconnected, that you've been gone, or that you're coming back or not, and then move you back up. Now, in 4.8, we did run into some issues for some players. So there's a subset of players that ended up being shard locked. In this case, it was because of an infrastructure failure, a small knock-on from a change that we made to as part of Imprint. But basically, these characters we track where you are with what we call the stow context. And so for the entities that we care about, because we don't care about every entity, your player entity is definitely one we care about, we track where it is in the game world using your stow context. So are you stowed in the global inventory, and in what inventory are you stowed? Or are you unstowed in a shard? And if so, in which shard? The problem that some characters ran into is that some players are not very patient with the system when they go back to the main menu. And so they would go back to the main menu and see, oh, your character's still in the shard, right? Or they would kill the client. Sometimes they do that. Kill the client, come back in, and then, oh, your character's still in the shard. I'm shard locked. Character repair. Well, the character repair in that case is the one that would cause the problem, where now the player would never get stowed because the repair would try to repair your character. Anyway, there's a bug there that made it so that now your character cannot be stowed. And so these players were shard locked. Some others ran into another condition. It was a fairly small
that's a
subset
rough
of
one.
players overall that got in that situation, but it took us a while to identify the root cause. That fix been deployed. But I just wanted to mention that shard lock in and of itself isn't a bad thing. It's what enables us to have the
You just got to be
flexibility
patient
bring
with
you
it.
into another shard.
That would explain why it's never happened to me either.
Process to finish on your
Because I'm usually really like,
move you up. right?
I resist
we
doing the
put in
character
place-
repair,
should say we are in the process of putting in place active.
and I tend to
monitoring
be
for
pretty
players that
slow
get
about doing the
unstuck in
character
shards and
hops
stay there
or the
for
shard
a long
hops.
period of time, so that we can attempt self-corrective actions if we run into that condition again, so that this way we don't need to chase the actual source. We can actually get some self-healing in place. But I just wanted to touch on what shard lock is and why it's kind of
That's
normal,
why, by
and
the
that
way,
it's better
when
to
I
be a
do
little bit
recommend
patient
doing a character
rather
repair
than
for
to
stuff,
have the character repair
I'm sitting here saying, like, wait a little while. If it doesn't let you back in, then do the character repair. Like, by a little while, I mean 10 to 15 minutes.
It's not shard
If
lock.
it's not letting you
Unless we
back
have
in,
to.
then do the
Yeah,
character
and if
repair,
the
and
shard
then
lock is
wait like
for a bit,
15 to
we-
30 minutes after
So
the
much
character
of what
repair
we've
before you
talked
even
about
try
today
again.
is essentially growing pains of this. At the end of
This
2024,
particular character repair is very
know,
sensitive to time.
the leadership of the project had a good, strong look at everything that we were doing and the direction that we'd been going and stuff like that, and said, is this going to get us where we want to go? And it was decided, no, we're not going where we want to go. So we switched things up in January 2025. And, you know, after Rich went on stage and said, this is the road to 1.0, we've been on this road. All of these major content drops, Stormbreaker to ASD to Rockcrackers, these are all locations in the 1.0 story. They have content that you're playing now, but these are all part of this larger roadmap of the major story of 1.0 that will come online with that, and the gameplay that's designed to take you through the 5-star systems and like that. We are actively building this 1.0 out in front of everybody. So we've made more progress in the last 18 months than we did probably in the 4 years prior to that. I'd see if I get in trouble for saying that, but it's what I believe.
That's something I think a lot of people miss as
you
well.
always want to accelerate, so
Yeah, well, you know, it's just, and the results have spoken for themselves. There's this thing. There's this thing they don't really talk about in most much. It's concurrency and daily active users. Concurrency is how many people you have online at any given time, and daily average users is how many individual people come in and interact with your game during the day. Normally these numbers are not revealed publicly. It's just if you go and you search for World of Warcraft DAU and whatnot or whatever, you're not going to find that. You're going to find a bunch of estimates and stuff. One of the things that we're discussing internally right now is actually exposing that. Because even
Officially.
we spent a lot of time talking about the problems in 4.8 and whatnot. And 4.8 had its share of stuff. Obviously, we don't need to. We literally just sat here and talked about
Officially,
it.
that would be
Also has some
huge. They would be
tremendous
really the
successes.
only MMO that like
Daily
truly
average
does that
users,
officially.
For instance, I'm waiting for the numbers. I just sent the request. Thank you, Michael Smith, and whatnot.
Thanks, Mike.
I just made him an accomplice.
That's it.
All right, if I get in trouble for doing this and whatnot. So versus 2024 numbers. Let's just go by month here to show what this progress, because it's one thing for me to say that it's been the great 18 months and whatever, but if you don't have data to
Context.
back it up, I'm just bullshitting. I'm just saying words. So here's the data.
Don't get in trouble, Jared. We want
In
this.
January, 2024 versus 2026, saw a 30.1% increase in daily average users. 30.1% between what the number of users who were logging in and playing Star Citizen before and after this and as part of this last 18 months of stuff. In February, 2024 to 2026, 63.8%.
63%. 0.8.
Increase in daily average users and stuff like that. March,
Here we go.
50.2%. April, 59.8%. May's always a big month for us. There's
May's
a
big.
modest increase of 14%. Because
Yep.
May, November.
May, you always get a lot of people.
Draws everybody back.
And
You know, you never have a
2024, I
problem
think, was the
getting
last time we saw the
May,
Bengal too,
November.
so that was
And then in
a
June,
big one.
you know, which is when
4.8
and like this, 55.4% increase over 2024, a 25.1% over 2025, and whatnot. So
25%
it's been
over
25
last
and
year,
25
May
over
to
the
May
over
is
the last
huge.
2 Junes and whatever. The game is unequivocally going in the right direction. It's the amount of users we have, the amount of
I
people
think
that
it
are
still means
engaged.
something,
This isn't
Zool,
new
because it
science.
shows
These are people
growth.
who are actively playing the game is increasing every
And we
day
can
on average
contextualize that as users, but what we saw unofficially through that pipeline bot,
not had at any
knowing that we were
point.
around
And
20,000
I imagine
concurrent.
some aspect of that has to affect all of these issues. You know, issues that were this big before become this big when all these people go in. But the reason those numbers are improving.
Oh, he's talking daily active
is
right now, not
because of
concurrent.
the work that you're doing, and Rich and Rick and Ian and all those guys are doing to make Star Citizen into the thing that it was always supposed to be. And we weren't going in the right direction like this for the last 18 months there, and it's proving out in the numbers and whatever. So it's my heart's. I don't know if you can hear my heartbeat right now. I'm way out over the ledge at this moment.
No, daily
I don't
active
know-
users is individual people. So like one IP logging
We're
in
gonna
once,
sit here and we're
that's
gonna-
one
and we're
person.
going to talk about everything that was wrong and whatnot. So like this, I
One
don't
account
think
logging
it's
in, that's
fair
one for the day.
without also.
So if their
saying
daily active users
that
are up by 50%, that's
these guys out
50%
there,
more
yeah, they've got some work to
individual
do,
accounts
some bugs to
logging in
fix, there's some
to the
performance
game.
optimizations that are needed, but they are killing it. You are killing it, and so the numbers speak for themselves. So thank you, and we'll see if I back next week for another show.
We'll thank him next time we see him, Tuba.
There are a lot more players. There are so many more players now than there was a year ago. And it's just, I feel like that has to play, that has to say something about how successful we've been, even in spite of all this stuff, even in spite of my very clear frustrations.
Yeah.
Poor Seb and Lauren and whatnot. They got a message from me about an hour and a half before a show and says, "Strike the set. We're doing something different. We're not doing the show." It's like and they're just like, "What?" So thank you for allowing me. That said, before we go, I have a letter. I want to read, and then we're going to get into a thing. This is from the lead producer on Star Citizen. So this is the producers are at all levels. You know, you've seen directors. You don't see a lot of producers. You don't see a lot of producers on the shows and whatnot. Usually because they're too busy running around making sure everybody else is doing their work and like I don't got time for you. We tried to get Phil here today for this and like this, and again, too busy going through and making sure everything. But he had a
Say
letter.
about me.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm also really busy.
You're almost never here, Jens. You're clearly very busy. Honestly, it's been a while that doesn't seem to have anything going on.
No,
That's why he's up
no,
there.
don't do that to Benoit.
So I'm gonna read this letter from Phil, and we're gonna go into our last section here. Okay. So after the release of 4.8.0, we reassessed our bug prioritization process. We're into the bug phase of the show here. Instead of having priority determined by the development team and validated by QA, we handed over the selection, some elements of the selection and prioritization in certain categories of bugs to the player experience team. The player experience
Oh, that's
team
a
is
good team to
internally
have
always
priority.
pushing and advocating for issues that players are most impacted by. So this should, in theory, address a perceived disconnect between us as developers fixing a lot of issues and players feeling like little has improved. Now, that's not to say that the priorities in the past were detached from what players reported on Issue Council, Spectrum, or Reddit, but clearly things weren't working as well as they could have been. With 4.9, we will work through a newly refined list of issues affecting instance hangars, freight elevators, quantum travel, star map,
yeah.
inventory, docking, exploits, login flow, and issues that falsely destroy your ships and more. On
Oh
top of that,
man,
we're
look at
tracking
that.
a longer list of quality of life issues with new players report regularly. Many veterans know a lot of convoluted workarounds to some of these issues,
True.
but really, they shouldn't have to deal with those to begin with. And because we want to ensure Star Citizen is as new player friendly as it can be, we're tackling a wider range of common problems that impact this first hour or so of any session. So in addition to the things we're going to go on, there's a new effort about things that specifically affect the very first hour. There are about 80 issues remaining on our priority list. And while we will tackle a lot of them for 4.9, we want to avoid just playing whack-a-mole with some of those bugs. Fixing a lot of bugs is not the same thing as fixing the root causes behind the symptoms that appear as bugs. For instance, freight elevators have seen around 70 or 80 bug fixes this summer. But due to the reactive nature of that endeavor, players don't feel like it's nearly as stable or reliable as it should be. Now, freight elevators will have a lot of interactions with other systems will need to be made reliable, but they're a core gameplay mechanic and must be stable at all times. I misread that sentence, but I'm going to keep going. On the flip side, we had a similar situation with transit in 2024 and early 2025 where we fixed a lot of bugs that didn't seem to make a difference. We then invested that time into building better debugging tools and self-repair flows, that's the self-healing I mentioned before, and yielded a much more stable system, even though on paper, way fewer bugs were actually fixed. We want to repeat this methodical approach with other systems like freight elevators, hangars, and more. For that reason,
Like it?
we don't expect everything to be magically solved for 4.90, and I wouldn't read it if you did.
Right.
We will continue this initiative beyond that into 4.10 and beyond, but we're more confident that in this new transit, the same approach that we use for transit, to bring these systems in line with the scale and complexity requirements that Star Citizen has in 2026. Now, what we're about to see, or what we're about to talk about, there's nothing to pin on the thing, is what people are working on today. Do you have your dashboard up?
I do.
You want to hold your dashboard up for this? Just hold it up for this camera right here. Stay on this camera. No, stay on this camera. There you go. Can you hold that? Hold your computer. No, that camera right there. It's closer.
A bit
Can you see it?
forward.
You see it? Oh, that doesn't really look like anything. It's exposed wrong. Okay, switch to that one. Switch to Benoit now. Benoit's closer camera. Benoit's camera. Benoit's camera. No, it's still overexposed.
Oh.
Right. Anyway, this is a dashboard of what people are working
He
on
tried.
today. So these particular bugs were prioritized in line with the player experience team. This is a new initiative inside the basically, as Philip said, not just what issue council says and what dev thinks, but we're actually adding a third kind of pillar in here, and that's, hey, the player experience team, like the community team, they're both involved in this. It's you are the ones who are seeing what they're anecdotally saying on Spectrum, on Reddit, on Twitch, on YouTube and stuff. Come in with that atypical information, that anecdotal information, and so we can apply the issue council stuff with the developer stuff, with the anecdotal stuff, and find a new way to prioritize.
Put in the
which
building
bugs get
blocks.
fixed. So we're going to try this. We're going to see how it works, and to do more than just say, hey, we're going to do it in a way. We're going to
Yeah, it's good to hear,
go
Tech.
through and tell you what people are actively working on today, and then you can tell us whether we're on the right track. Benoit, what do you got?
Well, so yeah, I thought we would take a look at a couple of those. So I've got all the categories that you listed, and
Give me the category first so I can prime my
right, prime
into the
your
right
mind
area.
to the right setting. Okay, good. So hangers. We'll start with hangers.
Oh, that's a tough start. Okay, yeah.
Hangers. All right.
So now
Locking in.
I'm gonna sort of pick the ones that I think are interesting in the list, right?
As they sit in my hanger.
In each segment. So we're gonna take a look at this. So
These aren't in any particular order. This is just
no.
It's just some
they're
of what people
they're
are
being
working
worked
on
on
today, right now.
Exactly. So PU multi-locations, instance hangers, exterior hangar doors remain closed while interior hangar door opens. So that's when your hangar interior doors open, but the gateway outside is still locked out.
Yeah. So they belong to two different
Ow.
parts.
Yep, I can turn it up a
You have
little
the
bit more. Hold up.
exterior, and you have the interior. The interior is yours. You can control that in your instance. The exterior.
Just a
needs
smidge
to
more, there you
synchronize
go.
With your interior door. So what most likely happens there is, for some reason, your interior thinks you've been given the right to this gateway, or you could have been given a right to a different gateway. And there's an exterior door opening somewhere to a nothing, and your door is opening to a closed door.
Right.
So there's a few things that could happen there, and normally it's that sort of handshake between the exterior and the interior,
Which
via
happens
the
by
notorious
the
ATC.
notorious ATC.
I see Jocksfin in chat says that's a rare issue to happen, but W if you fix it. It's rare for Jocksfin, but we have the luxury of having logging for every single player in the game. And while you've been lucky enough that it's rare for you, it is not for many others.
But this one goes with his little brother, overlapping hangers.
Ah.
Player reposition when landing in hangar ATC given, but seen as trespassing in someone else's hangar, results in being repositioned. Which I think is sibling.
Yeah, definitely, because you're looking at a situation where you think your interior has been given a certain gateway. You're heading there, but it's actually someone else's casa. So you're like,
not good.
correctly trespassing, but obviously incorrectly been told
The trespassing
that was
system,
yours.
rock solid.
Rock solid.
The trespassing system, it's like Johnny on the spot. Hey, you're in the wrong hangar, dude. But you're not supposed to be in the wrong hangar.
Yeah,
Right.
and then the third trifecta in this segment, which if you put them all together, is players can get stuck at repositioning player indefinitely after getting impounded. And so if you get impounded, there's a chance that the server will never complete the repositioning that's supposed to take you out of your hangar. Most likely in this case, one of our charter elements, which is that there's an asynchronous call, waiting for a callback that never happens. There should be a timeout so that it can be retried and complete.
Yeah.
In this case, it gets stuck there.
well, it could also be validation. For some reason, someone has not given us the reposition position that were created are no longer in a valid position. Because I think one of the rules is you will not be repositioned until we know there's floor underneath you.
Right.
So until there's floor,
And that's
Or
a
you go-
learning because I'm sure that we repositioned before without checking that. And
yes,
that led to some interesting ones.
yes, that was,
Had that happen to me.
Entered my
It
hangar
repositioned
last
me with
night,
no
and the
floor.
entire hangar despawned.
It was early on,
and
though.
someone else came into the same hangar and I was EVA in space on the internal geometry of the station.
Sweet. That is definitely related to this.
Yep.
it sounds like his positioning position wasn't amazing
Right.
in that
Yep.
case.
Yeah.
Also does disprove my floor,
Sure.
because he clearly did not have floor.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
This other refresh is interesting. Okay. Maybe there's been progress.
Okay.
So next one is the one, my personal hangar pet peeve is retrieving vehicle while another occupies the hangar platform will cause the retrieved vehicle to instantly spawn and clip through the vehicle occupying the platform.
All right. So F's in chat if that's ever happened to you.
I feel like I need to
keep doing
open
what
chat
you-
just
what
to
you-
F.
what you're doing.
Okay.
Someone F
And so
for me.
this is basically typically
That's what I thought. Thank you, chat.
this
Yeah, it's
typically
never happened to anyone. Interesting. Good to know.
so typically this happens when you use the ASOP terminal outside of your hangar, and for some reason your hangar was stowed with a ship on the pad, which normally shouldn't happen, but in this case happens. And so there's a lot of missing checks here where basically we don't check if there's a vehicle there, and so it gets spawned into direct intersection, which is also very bad for the server because it cannot resolve that. And so one of those two ships is either gonna go. The dreaded pink destruction.
Purple.
If you remember that.
Well, there's still got F's in chat, so I'm going to say that was a high. That's been correctly identified as a high priority.
Yeah.
Right. What else you got?
Uh,
Again, in case you've nodded off after 2 hours here, we're going through the bugs that are actively being worked on today. Not today, ethereally.
Actively being
on
worked on right now.
June 18th, right now.
Yeah.
There's a developer working on
things
this.
right now.
Player loses access to persistent hangar at primary residence.
Oh, the
Classic.
big one.
My character is actually in this state right now.
Where is your hangar? Have you found it?
Area 18.
But is it actually still there,
Yes.
or is it gone?
No, the hangar is actually there, but I
Ah.
never spawn in it in my case.
Mm.
But I think that in the case of these, for most players I've discussed with, the hangar is actually either stowed in another inventory somewhere else for some reason. So that's the hunch so far. We'll see what the team actually comes up with, but that's one that we definitely want to solve. Now I've got more on the hangar side, but I figure in the interest of time, I would keep going with the other categories. We've got login flow related issues. So we talked a bit about shard lock. That's one of them. So basically being a bit more communicative about shard lock and no longer having shard lock at all for players that stay in the shard. 64,008 spawn resolution error. And his little brother, 64,006 disconnection. Again, resolve player location. I can speak to this one a little bit. This is typically a symptom. So if we fix this issue specifically, the display will change. But what actually happens is that when you connect to a game shard, the replication layer, so the hybrid that's in front of it, is going to coordinate bringing your character into the game world. But he doesn't know to start which of the 10 servers he's running your character should be on. And so he needs one of those servers to help resolve your location so that we can unstow you in the right area in the tree and then hand off authority to the server that's managing this region. The way this is done is that the replication layer will hand this work off to any of the game servers on the shard. Now, when we have Idrises blowing up servers left and right, there's a very high chance that the server this will be handed off to is dead or is in the process of dying and is rebooting. And so what happens in this case is that the player will get to the end of the context establisher task, the CETs, and he will get a 64,008 or 12 error. And so we need to make this a bit more robust on that side so that either we know which servers are alive completely, and so that if a server is doing a server reboot, we don't assign him a resolution task. That would be one thing. But also trying to streamline that, right, so that it's a bit more efficient.
Yes. If a server is dead, we shouldn't assign people to it.
Small one I wanted to touch on here was friends list showing 0 out of 1. Right?
Ooh, the
So
0 of
player
1 bug.
counts per shard. So we're rejigging this bit. It's going to come back. This is a temporary thing.
Is that a priority fix though? I mean, what is that?
In the login flow section, it is.
All right. Well,
It's been reported.
Sure, but it's part of this initiative.
Yes.
Part of this initiative is to make sure that people are on the most
Correct.
important stuff like this. Give me one for. Tell me that somebody's working on docking.
Correct. Let's talk about docking. The very first one.
Okay.
Unable to dock using docking collars.
That is problematic, isn't it?
Yeah,
Correct.
difficult to dock when you can't dock.
We looked at this morning and it was actually resolved when we were talking. It is now reopened. So we're gonna have to dive into that. But basically, docking is a subject that's always coming back. And this patch has been also contributing to the overpopulation of ships because players would just basically land on pads and leave the ships there, or where there's no impound, and so that's a big issue. So first one,
How can I
is
get my
unable
low
to
pops?
dock using docking collars.
So I can quickly just go on. So when you say it's resolved and then reopens,
Yeah.
what happens there is the developers, to the best of their abilities, found the issue. They've fixed the issue. They've tested the issue locally, and then gone. It's solid.
Mm-hmm.
I know how to cause the error. I put a fix in. My fix has been validated. I've now resolved the issue. But obviously, in this case, what sounds like the feature is not working at all, clearly there is a situation that either they didn't predict or that doesn't happen on a local machine. Again, we talked about you don't have
It works on
the
my
code.
machine, but the second it got up to network validation, it fell down.
That said, though, I will say that we have a very, very impressive setup for locally running what is a replica of what we play in live, which is amazing. It's an amazing system.
There's an entire pseudo live environment right here in the office.
We call it the CIG dev kits.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, it's pretty cool.
But
yeah, unfortunately, in this case, clearly,
is there one or two more for docking?
Yeah. After manually docking a vehicle, there is a chance for the docking bridge to lose collision, causing the actor to start to EVA. most likely close to another issue we've seen on the command module about managing physics skip lists, which is how we, elements we want to skip from collision in certain cases from a given perspective. Yeah, probably related.
Is this when you're trying to dock and it ends up just yeeting you out into space?
Yes.
Okay.
That's right.
Okay,
So someone's
you don't want the docking collar to collide with your ship and cause lots of problems there, right? So there's a period in time where the two are trying to get together, and
it's just people just need to get good and stop.
They have to dock perfectly.
Cargo services will not respond to hails, making players unable to request cargo loading zone related to ATC end docking in this case. That's another one we're looking at.
Freight elevators?
Freight elevators, let's skip to that. So hauling missions have no cargo to pick up at the collect location. So this is basically...
I've heard a fix for that one, by the way, guys, is if you resync your Windows clock,
this location and you get there and there's
it
nothing
appears
to
to
pick
then pop up
There's
the
something
cargo.
on there right now.
I don't know why that's a
yes,
thing,
Again, everything we're
but
talking
I've heard
about
that's
in
a
this
fix
section
for it.
has somebody actively assigned to it working on it right now.
That's a bridge between missions.
I wish I
and
could
freight
talk to these
elevators,
guys right now, because I'd tell them.
which is, requires specific people in this case.
Something about the Windows clock
Freight
is fucking
elevator
up.
is not working and displaying an overload error, preventing cargo pickup. Do you want to speak about this one? Because I think we talked about this to death.
Well, I think we talked about the overload error is one of those that's a little bit too generic. That can imply many different things. Similar to the ATC or the ASOP saying your ship is unknown.
Right.
It becomes a bit of a catch-all, and
People pull up and it's like they pull up and it looks like it's like a small box or whatever,
Yeah.
but they're getting an overload error.
Yeah.
The system thinks the small box is a much bigger box, kind of thing.
And like Philip said in the letter you so eloquently read out, obviously we fixed tons and tons of bugs on freight elevators as part of a long-going initiative.
Yeah.
And we probably fixed lots of overload issues as part of that. But because overload is a catch-all, it will, unless you get more granularity.
This will be affected by people throwing the water bottles down.
Yeah.
I was going to say, because that was that
something to
thing.
think
That
about.
was that thing a year ago when people would put the bottle on top
Yeah.
and just kill the entire.
Yeah. Well, it's a variation of that, really, because the freight elevator looks at the volume, right, and will make sure that it's got stuff that you own in it and that there's no overload on it. So that's one of the things.
Yeah, he does have good cleanup to the point where he was cleaning up players recently.
See, that's an example where like there's another bug.
I remember that
further
one.
down, which is you have a chance to lose your cargo by activating the freight elevator kiosk, which is basically a malfunction of that cleanup to prevent the overload. So that needs to be solved.
That happened to me yesterday, actually.
I like
The
you just keep-
lost
you
cargo
just
when I
casually
activated the
mention
ASOP
elevator
terminal.
eating cargo.
That's the worst.
That's.
Well, for me, that would be at the top.
I
Right?
mean-
because that goes against.
I mean, I don't need to be Wickelow's PR agent.
See you, Barry.
But the reason there's a reason for a lot of the bad sentiment about Wickelow is because the freight elevator is eating the cargo.
Yes.
And it's easy to say, well, this is a Wickelow problem. It's not a Wickelow problem at all. Wickelow's a disembodied head and torso.
So you don't think it's a sleight of hand that he's going like, I'll have some.
It's much easier to blame a character than an elevator, though.
It's this freight elevator issue. It's
a very human thing.
Or maybe Wicklow runs the 000 graveyard and we didn't know about it.
Well, Wickelow's secretly my boss, and he's the one that's threatening to fire me every time.
No, man, that is exceptionally frustrating.
Yes,
That
this violates the first
particularly-
principle in the charter we're putting in place, which is player items are sacred.
But that also highlights that in the same inventory, there's this fragility in the transition between the physical world and the virtual kind of UI world that a lot of the sort of inventory lives in. If sort of backend, a visualization of the backend is a virtual item in a way, and the physical item.
I don't want to spend. We're over our allotted time and stuff, and you literally have an airplane to catch to go back, but it's. I'm sorry. The freight elevator disappearing cargo thing is my major thing. And again, when I do my simpleton's hat on it, it seems like it would just be. It's like, okay, like you got an order of operations. You've got a delete. Shouldn't the delete just be the absolute last? Shouldn't you just complete every other action that you're supposed to do? Your mission checking, blah, 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 and then delete is at the end? It sounds like delete's just happening too early.
Yeah. Well, in this
Honest,
case,
like-
it's a function of the cleanup. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be the cleanup, right? And it's something added to prevent another issue now causing an issue that's
Gotcha.
worse than what we were trying to prevent in the first place. That
makes
we
more
come
sense.
back to
That makes more sense. Okay.
again what Philip said in his letter. This is one of the places where we want to go back and kind of go like, right. So it might mean that in short term you're not seeing like bing 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 lots of like individual fixes, but we're going to go like what's actually at the very bottom
Root
of
cause
this.
analysis.
Where is it?
So it looks like it's an issue with Wicklow, but it's actually an issue with the freight elevator. That's actually an issue with the cleanup system.
Yeah, exactly. So
And
can
it's
we
just-
make the cleanup system?
So the cleanup system is
better?
giving the freight elevator a bad rep, and the freight elevator is giving Wicklow a bad rep. And
Yeah.
the issue is, okay,
Yeah, or maybe we can find a way that we don't need the cleanup at all.
all right.
Just one last one on freight elevators
Sure.
before moving out is freight elevators being inoperable, going inoperable completely, which is still a thing, which we've had multiple fixes for, but that's one that we definitely need to close out. Should I jump into QT and star
I was
map?
going to say, let's do QT and star map.
So quantum travel route resets after setting route.
Oh, that's a big one.
That's
It's annoying when the sat nav does that.
yeah,
That's
not good.
so. It's like. It's not exactly. Okay, I was about to say it's not game breaking. It is game breaking because you can't get to where you're going. That's pretty darn game breaking. But it ends up working after a second or a third or a fourth attempt and whatever. That's which is what I mean by the thought was it's not game breaking. But it's just one of those things. It just makes things look so bad. It's like
Yeah, it needs to be
it should
flawless.
just be.
Because that's again
Navigation is one of those things that you want to just
becomes
work.
like the routing system. So
Because it can get in the way
I
of
think again,
everything else.
Again, from gameplay point of view, I don't want to sound super apologetic or anything, but that routing is one of those that it's written for a few technology iterations ago now. So
Yeah.
we got some interesting changing coming with
Transport affects the actual physical moving thing,
Seemingly
correct, but it's
simple
not
things like-
affecting how it's
small
interfacing with the back end,
Small things like that, just
which is what seems to be breaking with the freight elevators.
confidence in anything. Like if I can't even plot where I want to go, and you can't get me there, it's like it's just so.
Also, the first one is it resets. Next is doesn't plot around obstacles. Next is while in station, destination on opposite side won't set route. Those are the main ones. I think there's more obviously being worked on, but those are the
The
main
gas
ones
giants
that I
being
call out.
particularly problematic.
On QT, tunnel exit can be in the same system as entrance, where you basically go through the quantum jump successfully. Right? You're piloting it right. You're doing all the things right. You get to the end.
The jump
and then you're
tunnel.
back in stand-up. Obviously, that's not great. So we're looking into that at the moment.
I mean, hasn't.
It's a connection thing, guys.
Some version of
Just
that
delay it.
Bug existed since we added jump points in 4.0.
Yes. Different source cause though, I believe.
Yeah, it's one of those things. It's one of those things where you fix that cause, and then you fix 7-Up, and then Pepsi shows up, and you fix Pepsi, and then
Yeah.
So it's,
Well, that's why coupled with this effort of prioritizing these issues, there's also the robustness evaluation we're doing across the board, right? Because it's not just about getting the bugs fixed and then they break again. It's about trying to change the culture behind how we fix them, and then sort of what we check in the periphery of the fix, right? So make sure it's root cause analysis, and that it's not just a patch on top of another one, right? So that's quantum in general. I got more if you want to keep going.
Star Map. Oh, I guess that was Star Map.
That was Star Map and Quantum.
We haven't said one word about exploits.
We haven't said one.
Okay,
word
well,
about
we did.
exploits.
Technically, the part where you could buy the weapon or whatever item it was, and then you could break it down, and then you could sell the broken down materials for 4 times what.
But that's worse than an exploit. That's legal and legit. in this case because we put those prices in, right? So it's not an exploit in this case, but we are tracking several potential exploits that that range. We're not going to go into details into exploits because that's kind of an area that we don't want too public about.
Yeah.
We don't want people to be using those exploits if they are confirmed or.
Yeah.
But
we benefit from those people not knowing we know what we know. It
Yes.
lets us track, it lets us learn more about it, it lets us find not just that cause of it, but that cause of it and that cause of it. When, it's very easy to be frustrated when you see an exploit go and
Yeah.
continue. It's like, why the hell isn't CIG doing something about it? It's like, well, no, we are. We're baiting the hook. It's like if we smack this cause of it now, then we never get to see this one and we never get to see this one. So there are reasons why we leave these things going for perhaps longer than some people would prefer, because it's how we find out how it's happening. It's how we find out who is doing it. And it's like,
Hey, maybe
so it's
Pepsi
just-
was invited, Bear. Maybe
it's-
Pepsi was invited.
That's one of those ones where I could see why it's frustrating, but that's actually the process working.
Yeah. So we're tracking exploits across different range of types of exploits, whether they're environment exploits or related to the economy exploits, or duping, or adjacent duping, or mission bypass, things like that. So we're tracing a bunch of those. We're tracking. We have a great team doing this work, by the way, like that support the developers across with all our crazy questions about what, who, and when, and how. And so these guys are doing great supporting us. We did not talk about inventory. We kind of skimmed over it.
I don't know, we could do a whole hour on inventory. Go right ahead.
Yeah, but so
An
items that
exploit,
are being
Spunky,
worked on
is
today,
doing
like you
something
mentioned, so
that is not
inventory becomes
intended to
unavailable
gain
and the
a
contents of backpack
player
station loot
or
inventory
personal
is
gain.
empty. So this player reporting, I've lost everything. Well, so from our findings so far, you haven't lost everything. It's really the inventory is not loading it for some reason, and it will come back. Some of the backend modifications we've done recently are going to help on that front. When double-clicking an armor item in the inventory, and the adjacent armor item is also equipped, that's a regression in 4.8. And so that's a bit of an issue because, click a core armor and installs the helmet that's above it. I know the team's working on that. The undersuit icon slot in the player inventory will be missing after being sent to Kletcher. I think that's by design. No, I'm joking. But yeah,
By design.
so if you go to
You
prison,
said criminals don't deserve
yeah,
undersuits.
there's no undersuits for criminals, but no, I'm joking. So we got to fix that. What else are we looking at here? When opening the inventory and the player has a lot of items, it can be delayed opening it with no items available or missing icons. So icon rendering in the inventory has had a lot of work in 4.8 to speed up the rendering. We're still not where we want to be. Like, we've optimized the way the UI is actually rendering them, the way the actual panes is constructed. But now we need to really look at the RTT graphics side of this to make that super snappy. The goal is really, you press I, it's all there. There's no delay at all. And so we're not there yet, but we do want to get there. Now, this is even more pronounced on very large inventories at the moment. So
Yeah, and if the delay for whatever reason is because we haven't yet been able to populate your snapshot of your inventory, there should be an indicator.
yeah,
I think they just got lost in transits. I know the guys were talking about that.
yeah.
Spinning icons.
Spinny icons, yeah, because the state needs to be displayed as well. That's the key.
Ideally never happen. Of course.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the icons have been kind of
Where do you store the shader library, though?
years, but you're talking about the recent,
Yes,
the recent. It's a different problem with the icons than
correct.
the issues we've had with the icons before.
correct.
It's not about the look. It's
Like, am I
about
off
the
base?
timing
Or
of the
is that
game
cache
and
folder not
the
loaded
timing
into
of
RAM or
the
VRAM or something
right like
while the
that.
game's running? Could it be a
There's one
capacity
more
issue?
that I want to call out on inventory, which is like there is a the way it's written is item lost when equipped by mouse click, which is a bit crazy. But there's a case where items don't end up where you think they end up, and so people think they're lost. We don't have evidence that they're lost yet, but They go.
They're
They
just
don't go where
somewhere
you're
else.
supposed to go. Yeah, exactly.
I'm pretty sure that is actually the definition of lost.
Lost in.
I expect it to be in this place, but it's actually in someplace else.
But no, normally it can be found again by doing it again, because it goes where it goes is the same. So your next item will go to the same place, which will then replace that item and either send it back or put it into your hands when you realize this. This is again about the going from the sort of virtual item to the physical item. We put it on you, but like hidden, and then you play out the performance of putting it into your hand from that state, rather than just popping it into your hand.
Yeah.
It's that fragility in the some more complex
Scenario.
when you have multiple async systems. They have to go through lots of steps.
I didn't go through most of the first hour hardening that we're doing as well, but there's a lot of issues that are being tracked from the first hour of gameplay. Like basically, you're a new player, you come in, what's your first hour of gameplay? So this goes from ship combat behaviors, rubber banding. We talked about server performance here. That definitely is related. Turning off the power and back on the power on the selected starter ships doesn't also turn on the radar. These are things. These are a bit more less critical, but critical to the first hour of gameplay. Right. So that gives you a bit of an idea.
All right. Somebody in the chat. When we were talking about exploits, it's like it would be easier if you told us what an exploit is and isn't, whatever. And I've been thinking about that. It happened like 5 minutes ago, and whatnot. And it's sticking in my head, because it's like we can't give a list of exploits, because that just draws a bunch of people to those exploits and makes the problem worse. Like that's just not something any online game does. And there's a long established history, predates CIG, why you can't do that. And I'm like, and then sometimes I'm known for being a little snarky.
Really?
Surprise. And so my brain was like, it's like if you get that little excited feeling in your stomach, like you're getting away with something that somebody would be upset with if they found out about it, that's probably a good indicator that it's an exploit. And if you don't have that, then I'm like, it's like my brother never had that, so I'm like, that's what I wanted to say. I'm like, no, my little brother never possessed that, so I'm like, well, that's not going to work either. So I don't know, guys. I don't know an effective way of explaining what is an exploit and what isn't an exploit. It's just try to utilize whatever judgment you have. If you don't know, ask a friend. Maybe it's like I said. I was all ready with that snarky answer, and then I remembered my own.
Oh no, buffering. Am I still here?
Brother would never.
Oh no, there we go. We're fine.
Maybe is my brother a bad person? I don't think so.
Maybe
Um,
I thought my internet
Anyway.
died there for a second.
I'm way off the reservation there. So yeah, everybody, that's our show. I hope. I think about how I want to say this. We threw the old show away. We did a little bit of it here at the end. We did what you just saw was a little bit of what we had in the old show, and whatnot. So I apologize. I hope you don't mind us taking the opportunity to have this conversation with you. Again, this is part of our scheduled stuff. You were here. You're literally. It's no coincidence that you're over here and right now to do this. It's part of our scheduled stuff that we set out to do back at the beginning of 2025 and stuff. I really appreciate that we get to do this. I really appreciate that you guys take the time to do this. I appreciate that you all will sit through and listen to this. And I mean, I already said everything I need to say before. For those of you who choose not to weaponize it,
I've been trying to stay quiet and just listen to them.
Who will make mistakes, but are on the whole are doing work that I'm incredibly proud of. I appreciate you. that's it for our show.
Because it is a lot
I
of
think we're
very,
back.
very good info.
I have no idea if we're back next week or whatnot, but after that, I will say all of this talk right now is meaningless without action. It is. We've been on this cadence. If you follow the cadence of patches this year, you should know that 4.9 is scheduled for the middle of July. It was the end of January and the end of March, and then in May we switched to the middle.
This was a really good SCL.
It follows the same cadence as last year. We just had ones in the middle. So the cadence has been in place for 18 months now. The next patch is scheduled for the middle of July.
Middle of July.
I don't have specific answers for you yet, but I know there
Which
are
will
conversations
be
going on about whether that should happen or not. Whether 4.9 goes ahead as planned, but we remove content from it. Whether we keep the content in and we push that release back further to give it more time to address. The only thing I can confidently comment on right now is that the people in this room and the other
Foundation
business
Fest.
that are having this conversation right now do not want a repeat of what just happened. So we're going to, through one method or another, whether it's removing content from 4.9 that we don't think is ready, or whether it's pushing 4.9 back until the content is, I don't know which direction we're going to take, but none of what we've talked about today is worth anything
See you,
without
Deeds.
meaningful action. So stay tuned to find out which direction that goes. Check in with your roadmap roundup, and I'm sure there'll be an announcement from the community team or whatever about which path we go. But that's it. That's our show. Thanks for watching. I'm Jared. That was Benoit. That was Jens. I think your mom was in chat, Jens. There was at least one person here who was like totally in love with you and was like, they should be on the show every week and whatnot. So
I agree. You should be on the show.
So hi, Jens's mom. I'm assuming. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time, everybody.
Thank you.
And poof. So I do want to address the patch always goes thing. I think a lot of people keep taking that quote out of context. 4.9 needs Siege of Orison, yes. A lot of people are taking that quote out of context, where they're only taking that first part where he says the patch always goes. And they're not considering the second half of that statement that he made, where the patch always goes, and if something's not ready for the patch, it gets pulled out of it, particularly features. If the feature is not ready, then the patch goes, the patch will always go, but the feature won't. And that's something that the CIG have kind of slipped a little away from since Rich made that statement, and it's something that, if Jared's to be believed here, is something they're wanting to go back to, and looking at going back to, where, 4.9 may still go, the patch always goes, but if the feature isn't ready, in this case particularly Siege of Orison, I think, is probably going to be the linchpin, because instancing in SOO is very much instancing ingrained. If they can't get instancing working by the time middle of July happens, then one of the options is we don't do Siege of Orison. The patch goes, the patch always goes, but Siege of Orison, the thing that would break everything, is not in the patch. It's pulled back, and that gets delayed back to 4.10 in September. Or even, depending on how much of a difficulty it is going to be, maybe 4.91 or 4.92. Those things can happen. You can pull the feature out and say the rest of it goes, the content can go, but the feature that's holding it back doesn't go. And that's where I think, because like you say, you've seen the clips of it, and that's what a lot of people share, is that one clip of the start and they say, oh no, the patch always goes, this is why it's buggy. There's a second half to that statement that doesn't get shared around as much and puts a lot of context into what that means. The patch can always go. The thing that breaks it maybe shouldn't go with it. And that's a distinction. CIG is to give credit to the people who do complain about that statement. CIG have not been great over the last particularly 6 months about that separation and actually pulling things out when it isn't ready. But I think they are trying to get back to that with the statement that he just said there, that Jared just said. Yeah, for 4.9, other than Siege of Orison, suit lockers, the rest of the entitlement inventory recovery system thing, this little button right up here where I can get my pledge ship items back, the rest of that system is supposed to be 4.9 for like FPS gear, particularly for pledge, but I'm hoping since they'll have pledge ship and FPS gear as well as the loadout system here on the ASOPs, where we can ensure a loadout. Like this stuff, they have a way to track loadouts. They have a way to recover FPS or ship gear, and they will have FPS gear. When they have all of those things, yeah, we like this button. This is a nice button. Given they have all of these things in 4.9, I'm hoping that they extend that system to just all of our loadout, being able to save an FPS loadout and recover it through a system like this. This is the ship one. It only shows up at the freight elevator in your home inventory. It doesn't even need to be a working freight elevator. It just has to have this screen. And it's right up here in the top right corner, the claim mode. And it lets you claim back a new copy of any ship-related, in 4.8, ship-related item in your web hanger. So all of my ship paints, my web hanger paints, my Apollo modules, because they're part of a pledge, the Ardor repeaters, more liveries. There's a button up here to exclude paints, just so we can see the other stuff. Ardor repeaters, the modules for my Aurora. So if my freight elevator, or if my Aurora breaks and I forgot to loadout claim my Aurora module, and it's just poof gone. Prior to this system, it's just poof gone until the patch. But with this system, I can come up here and I can hit claim, and it will spawn a new one in my local home inventory. If you give a paint to a friend and then they apply it and then you claim it, it breaks the paint. Which in my experience does let them continue using the paint. It won't like unequip it from the ship that they're using. But if you try and do it more than once, it seems to remove it. Like I've only ever been able to make 2 copies of Cody the Cormor Bear. Whereas theoretically you could infinitely do it because the old ones are bricked and still equipable. But when I did a third one, the original Cody went away. So, iffy on the paints thing. It seems to work once, but maybe not more than that. Happy time zone, Jack. And yeah, we are in need of this system. I think I'm missing one of my deadlock backpacks right now. Got a random Cryostar. But yeah, one of my deadlock backpacks is currently missing. Zul's Mondi high-sec backpack and helmet are missing. That's 4.9. That's one of the things we're getting, or hoping to get, in 4.9, is an extension, a feature update to that system to allow us to get, at the very least, our pledge stuff back again when it's lost in the game. You have to apply them manually. Make sure you don't make mistakes, because it's basically impossible to undo them. CCU game, if you build out the chain in CCU game, you can click on each step and it'll pop up a window on the right, and you can click on the link that's in that window to take you to the correct page of your web hanger. to get that correct CCU on that page, so you're not trying to hunt through your web hanger for every CCU. Particularly good for me when I have far too many of the damn things. But as far as actually applying it, it has to be done manually, one CCU at a time. Make sure you're applying the CCU to the correct thing. Like, I have a couple of steps in a lot of my CCU chains where, like, most of my chains go through the hull A. I also own a hull A, so I have to be quite careful when I'm going through that step in my CCU chain that I'm applying the upgrade to the LTI token I'm upgrading and not to the actual hull A that I want to keep. Because that actual hull A that I want to keep is on a referral token, so I don't want to push that too far up. Because that's not meltable at all. Like, that's a perma key. Studio, thank you for the raid, my friend. The Dancing Pico welcomes you. Glad that animation is working properly. How did your stream go? Were you also watching the SCL? It was a very interesting SCL. If you weren't watching it, I do recommend going back and looking at the VOD, because there was a ton of good information in there. I'm probably going to have to watch it again at work tonight to fully absorb all of said information, but there was a lot of good stuff there. I'm not telling an AI to do shit. It'll just hallucinate. If someone's gonna clean up that bug report screen, it's gonna be done manually and very carefully. Because AI is just gonna see a blur and go, you know what, I'm gonna put a word there. I've seen far too many of the same kind of thing where people try and clean up a picture with AI. And it's just hallucinated all over the place. I've seen relationships end over that shit, dude. It's dumb. I am going to hop into voice and we shall get some testing done on the Tulio, the Tilly, as well as flying this thing out and seeing how the green paint looks outside. Because this, I know I like the black and gold paint. But my secondary, I do like this green one, but I need to see it in more situations. I think it might be too green in some lights. So we'll see. 20 server errors back to back. Where were you, Studio? Were you in Stanton by chance? We may have to adjust our plans and go to Pyro instead. With the ground outpost, I can spawn things out there. In Stanton. How full is this shard? Ooh, up to 481. Damn. Yeah, because I was gonna say I've been sitting here, admittedly just in my hangar, in Nyx, for the last, what, 3.5 hours? And we haven't seen a single server error. But that was pretty much the same case yesterday when everyone was dealing with the Idris server error problem. It appears that Nyx and Pyro are mostly safe from the server error problems. This is the more darker purple lighting, by the way. Idris far too strong for servers.
For science!
Thanks for the resub, Johnny. Always appreciated. What do we got? Oh, the cooler's turned itself back on again. There we go. Shields are on and powered. Nexus, you've been reminded to eat again. How caffeinated are you? And yes, we got the super clap emote. I got one too. Clappies. Off of what was it, a level 6 hype train on Tuesday? I think. Alright, let's see how this looks on lighting that is not inside this hangar. I do like the green front. I'm just not 100% sure about the body of it being green. I love the way this thing sings to itself. It's such a cool sounding ship. The sandy one's actually the one I like the least, Ralph. I think the black, the white, and this green one are the three that I'm kind of deciding between right now. It is definitely quite floaty. It has kind of a halfway between a medium and a heavy, or a medium and a large as far as like how it flies. Do I risk Stanton? Oh. I guess we meet up at Levski? Well, I guess if we're... If we were just gonna hangar test it, we could do it here. But I would have liked to do just some rapid testing on a ground outpost in Stanton. Yeah, we'll risk Stanton. Why not? I need to go there to get a different set of weapons as well. Oh yes, voice chat. That's a thing I should probably do. Hello.
Hello. By God, after that Star Citizen Live, you haven't aged a day.
Oh. I slept, wake up and slept again, and you're still watching that FCL. Also an invite, please.
I sent you one. I'll send you another one.
Oh, really?
There you go. And Xion Quantum Travel. I have already stuck a Chimera in here.
Same.
You already bought the ship, you weak bastard, didn't you?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Although, how much did mine cost me? It wasn't much. Raylin. $130.
I can upgrade for 45. What do you think?
From what?
All B,
Oh.
and it kills me.
What did I sacrifice for the Raylan? My salvation.
But you gotta launch into a Andor monologue. What did I sacrifice for the
Now that chain was let's see. Salvation to Nomad, to Hull A, to Nova, Raft, Taurus, Hurricane, Defender, Raylan. For 68% savings.
Oh, well, he got rid of his shiv. That's a good trade up.
Yeah, that's not goodbye Shiv, that's good riddance Shiv.
Not only do you not have a shit bucket in the Raylan, you have multiple ways of defecating for different alien races.
Yes.
Did you say 68% savings?
68%, yeah.
Down. I thought
And
I was doing good with my 58.
That's on a completely multiple if I decide that things go terribly wrong, but almost certainly just going to be upgraded to something else when that something else comes out. My dilemma for a while has been, like, I've been waiting for a big, you know, another subcap to happen that I actually want, and it has been not happening, so I've been steadily accruing all of these small ships. The Salvation was one, Starlight. I've got an Ursa Medevac sitting on a referral award that might stick around. The UTV is going to be CCU'd as soon as I can buy them in game. There was another one. Still got a hover quad. Probably going to remake the Hull A and then push that one up as well. A whole bunch of these small ships that I've been just kind of sitting on, waiting for something big to turn up so that I can do this big convoluted chain to it. Because I can get up to a Liberator for about 70% off on a multiple, or 75% off on a referral reward chain. I can get almost 80% on a Perseus if I was to go there again, or Nautilus, like that kind of tier of stuff.
85.
Yeah, Bob. Welcome to APOC. He is. He found a way to hack CCU games.
It's just chaining things like this.
have
Liberator,
60
if the
modules.
Liberator isn't out by the time the Expo comes around, then I'm going to be doing much the same thing I did with the Raylan at the Expo, and just buying 5 or 6 Liberator CCU and GCUs, because if it's not out by Expo, it'll be out pretty soon afterwards, and that's another potentially huge savings jump that we can get above where the Raylan and Ironclad are at. So potential ability to chain it together with other really big savings to get things really high up there.
I have 3 Liberator CCUs.
Yeah, I think I've got one right now, plus the Liberator I actually have.
Can't wait for the day where, you know, down the road, where CIG give us the ability to CC you up to an Odin, and you come up in one with like 95% saving and die.
Hey guys, I've got my Odin. I spent less than an Ironclad for it.
$12.
I spent $10 on this.
Well, one thing I did notice is that the Idris P is selectable in the RSI upgrade matrix now, but it's not actually, like, you can't actually put it in. It's just in the list. And I'm sitting here going, really? I mean, unfortunately, there's not really very many jumps between the Polaris and the Idris right now, other than Kraken, and Kraken's probably going to end up higher than Idris. So.
Yeah.
I'm buying every concept CCU I can at this point.
Yeah, concept CCUs are good things. You do want to watch out for CCUs from concept ships, Like I have a couple from the Galaxy that I either need to figure out how to make them work in a chain or just melt them.
My Raylan chain includes a Zeus MR.
Because the Galaxy is almost certainly going to jump up, and we know when that's coming out. I think I've got 2 or 3 Galaxy CCUs. I didn't go as hard on that as I probably should have last year, because we didn't really get any confirmation that it was fully happening at the expo until after previous expo happened.
By the way, should we go to Microtech? Because I think from what I've heard, that's been the least problematic in terms of server errors.
Yeah, we could probably head out to Micro Center or Microtech. Micro Center, really?
Are you buying something?
You never know. I might be.
He's plunged too deeply into the start of the life pool, and his brain is resetting.
Technically, fuck.
Yep. I need to go to Micro Center and get new things. But no,
Epoch shopping spree IRL stream. in
Oh.
Micro Center.
Unfortunately, the nearest Micro Center to me is like 6 hours away.
Micro Center is
You
sponsored.
can fill the time chatting. I don't know.
Alright,
Yeah.
so would you consider the Liberator? Is Liberator a subcat?
Liberator is subcapital, yeah.
Right, I have a hypothetical for you. If RSI released a Danger Dorito carrier, will it break you away from your precious Liberator?
How would you do a Danger Dorito carrier?
But teacher, can I answer that question, please?
Yes?
Why not both?
Yes.
Mm.
There you go. That was my immediate response.
Okay, well, why would you do a Danger Dorito capital, you ask? So, imagine the whole thing opens up like a giant bird beak. So all the ships are protected in it until you open it up and you
The RSI Pelican.
Yeah.
Mm,
There
mm.
you go. There's got
That's
to be
actually a good name.
it's got to be a pelican constellation somewhere, surely.
There we go.
I mean, pelican already sounds pretty Latin, so it's probably like pelicans or something.
I'm sure there's got to be an avian astrological sign and/or constellation that they can steal the name from. I see Liberator going to 625 to 650, like 625 Warbond, 650
Ooh, that's good.
standalone.
I knew there was one. It's the Pelican Nebula. I've heard that before.
Ah, yes, there you go. So Pelican would actually work. I think if they were gonna do a Danger Dorito carrier, I would kind of prefer if they did one with like pass-through hangar sideways, like Star Wars style.
I would say, like it's very cool the pass-through sideways. It's very cool the back and forth, tunnel Battlestar version. I think they need to do diagonal and facing forwards, like
Yeah. Or the branching tree hangar, where it's rear entry, but then the sides of the triangle have the exits.
It's like in that kind of hangar, you have multiple small hangar exits. You can launch all the ships at once rather than launching them one at a time.
Yeah, I think if they did a branching tree hangar and a Danger Dorito carrier, I would be definitely ending up with both.
I'm not an industrial player at all, but Argo carrier?
Yeah, industrial carrier.
It doesn't fit them. Maybe.
I would say. No, I would say imagine like a car hauling cargo ship. That sort of
we
thing.
said that before, but if you remember that discussion, we said, once they give us the ability to frame locate ships rather than actually carry them as a carrier, that would fit Argo. But an actual carrier, it's a battle combat.
I think an Argo carrier is more likely to be designed as an Argo large scale, like capital scale transport, like cargo transport. Imagine a modern day cargo ship inverted, where like the cargo is all like raft style hanging underneath it, but it's the entire length of the ship, and it's huge. We're talking like 400 or 500 meters long here. Big boy cargo ship with the cargo underneath it, but then the top is a whole bunch of MPUV tractor landing bays.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
So the the top of it's designed for MPUVs, but assuming that they don't like fully enclose the MPUV bays, it would have a bunch of flat landing space on top of it that you could use for something else. That's where I would see an Argo quote-unquote carrier happening, is if it's intended for this is how you get the cargo on and off this ship. Instead of giving you a whole bunch of tractor beams on awkward mounts, we're going to give you a whole bunch of our other ship, which is expressly designed to move cargo.
God, I will. On a completely different note, I will not be setting my spawn at Microtech until they put a jump point next to it. It's such a long journey.
Yeah. Can't remember. Stanton has a couple.
It does, yeah. Is it the Magnus Gateway that's next to it? No, that's the one we got.
Magnus is the one we have.
Yeah. Terra's pretty close. It's still closer to Hurston.
Terra's down by ArcCorp and Hurston.
It's closer to Microtech than the next is. Oh no.
No, they're about equidistant from Microtech. They're miles away.
Microtech sucks.
Yeah.
It's a really nice planet, but goddamn it sucks for placement.
Yeah. Terra Gateway is it's a little closer to Microtech than Nyx Gateway is. Pyro's down there by ArcCorp itself. Pyro Gateway is actually really close. It's right in there. And then Nyx Gateway, because it's the Magnus Gateway, is just miles away.
Yeah. Crusader is definitely the best situated planet in the game right now.
Yep.
In the middle of everything.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Crusader's also been the most popular for ages. I think Microtech for a while, like towards the end of the 3.0 lifespan, or 3.x lifespan before we got 4.0, Microtech was becoming the more popular place to live. Because, like, yes, it's far away from everything in Stanton versus everything else, but that can be a benefit at times as well. It was the prettiest place by a long shot. And had a lot of the newer, like, more new mechanics and things around it. But then we got 4.0, Pyro Gateway was right down there next to ArcCorp and Hurston. That helped put ArcCorp back on the map again as a home location. And then we started, Hathor happened. We got more focus back on Crusader again. And now we got Nyx, which is Crusader's. It's miles away from everything, but Crusader's the closest thing.
Yeah.
Also, there is something cool about living far away from where you actually play and
Yeah.
go back.
It's one of the things I like about living in Nyx at the moment is like I've got my kind of like comfy home location, and then I come out here to do the gameplay and then go back. In the same kind of way that in early 4.0, I was living in Stanton and doing a lot of my gameplay in Pyro. Or like I would start in Stanton and go to Pyro and do some gameplay and then bring it back to the safety of Stanton. Oh shit! Hello.
Oh yeah, we crashed.
Did that? No, my wing is still attached. Okay.
Whoa, that was you.
Alien cargo haulers everywhere.
I think all of the good locations of ground pads are in the dark right now.
The Galaxy's cheaper than the Railin, but if you want it to have the cargo, you also need to buy the cargo module, which is not cheap. It's the cheapest of the modules, but it still ain't cheap for a module.
Join the...
Yeah, I'll get you an invite in a second, Simon.
Thanks.
I'm gonna bedlog so we can find the invite and come back.
Need a place with which I can spawn ground vehicles.
We did some science on one great location. Don't remember the name of it.
I think
Where we
everything-
shot each other.
Ubin SMO-18 is there.
It's in dark. I'm there now, I think.
Yeah, it's dark. But it's probably the first of the ground vehicle outpost ones that's going to become light, other than the ones that are already in light and currently heading towards daylight. Or towards nighttime.
Alright,
Data center, Kovalex, data center. That's Kovalex, that's Drifters. Yeah, because the next one's Deltana, and that's going to nighttime right now.
Right.
Heading
So who's down to
for
play my,
Cuban.
who's down to play my Louis game?
Eh? Oh. Maybe not right now.
Not right now, but once I get some real guns and people with Louis.
We might be struggling on that
Salmon.
front.
Thank you very much. So I'm definitely not the first person to think about this, but how many Nova tanks and ballistas can you fit on the deck of a Kraken?
Many.
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 Dude, sorry, but can you send me another one? It's expired.
Yep. Yeah, Galaxy's 512 plus 64 as far as on-grid cargo. But remember that the 64 SCU is 132 box on the either side of the hangar. Magnus Stanton, there we are.
So once they release the actual models, we're assuming they're gonna increase in price. So will that the ones I have in my buyback will increase, or they're gonna keep those?
Because their modules count as ships, they should stay the same price. I've currently got my medical module sitting in my hangar, web hangar, instead of my buyback, because they scared me with removing the 142 stuff. Yeah, if you don't put any craft in the hangar, that's a lot more 32 SCU crates. I'm trying to get the picture up for you guys right now without crashing into the ground. Yeah, here we are. So, that is the Galaxy hangar concept. And you can see the MPUV parked in the middle there. But where there's boxes on the right side over here, that's a 32 SCU spot. And then there's more over here, that's a 32 SCU spot. So if you're not parking anything in there, even if you are, like you've got this area on top of the 32 SCU box, this area on top of the other 32, like you could probably stack 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 for 32 SCU boxes, and then stuff this full of crap, depending on how jank you want it to be, in the middle. Like, you could probably get a good 100 SCU, maybe even 200 SCU more into that hangar. On top of the actual module itself. There's supposed to be 32 SCU per side. And then the cargo module itself is there. And again, you've got the 512 SCUs, I think is supposed to be pretty much here in the middle, and then boxes on either side. You can see 1, 2, 3 box over there, and they're lifting one here with this weird tractor crane thing, and there's another box underneath us here. 512 SCUs in there probably leave some open space, so you might be able to jank an extra box or two in there as well. Of course, it won't be secured. You only get the 576 on grid. 512 in here, 64 in the back. Yeah, right? I'd love some proper SCU crates like these with Kovalek shipping on it and the warnings and everything. These would look excellent. But so you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4 probably stacked too high. 1, 2, 3, 4 stacked too high, plus some on the elevator, I think is how they've got that set up in there. Guardian MX, we don't know, Lucky. You'll never know. But the module I will be running is this one, the medical one, which is a really, really nice setup. You've got the elevator in the middle. They've got medical supplies on it, but it is big enough for an Ursa to sit on it. So I'll probably be putting parking an Ursa on this elevator. And then you've got the 3 tier 3 beds there on the side. That's that right there. With a little like medical entrance closet thing there. And then behind us / to the right, that window right over there, that's the tier 2 beds. And then the tier 1 bed is squirreled away in the corner here behind the tier 2s. That medical setup is a really, really nice one. So that's the 512 is just these side parts. 2x2x2.
I'm going refinery and base building.
Yeah, the base building module is one of the ones that's tempting me. I'm just gonna have to see how it differs from the Starlancer build, as opposed to, you know, whether I want to just stick with the build or get the base building module for the Galaxy 2. I mean, my intent with the Galaxy modules is to keep only the base Galaxy as far as like my pledge store goes, and then buy the modules in game. I'm just hanging on to the medical module as a pledge thing until it's available in game for me to buy it, and I'll use the base Galaxy as the pledge item and then buy them in game.
Expensive. They're gonna be extremely expensive in game.
Yeah, they're gonna be a couple mil in game. I mean, the Apollo modules are already what, 2 mil each, 2-3 mil each. But I just can't justify $80 for a medical room inside another ship that already costs quite a lot of money.
Yeah, that's just stupid. I get it.
Does the base Galaxy have any kind of medical facility?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
The stock Galaxy, that middle room where the module is just empty. Like it's just a big open room, so you can still use it for like vehicle storage and stuff. If you want to like cart a nurser or something in there, you could.
One extremely ugly ship is landing right now.
Does fit quite well in front of that, doesn't it? I'm gonna move mine actually off the pad. That way I'm not blocking it if anyone shows up that actually wants to do trading.
How sensible. I'll land right in the middle. Or when someone say. Is that what haulers do? So.
True.
Oh, I probably. This is the one thing about this ship, is it takes too long to get in and out of the chair. I love the animation, but it does take a while.
I contest that in Talon.
Yeah. But as we know, the Talon the Talon takes taking too long to get in and out of the chair to a whole nother level.
It's quite the art. That's for certain.
There we go. Now I'm in SCM mode, so I'm actually shielded as well. God, the alien, the big alien crab haulers have descended upon this outpost.
Except mine's not a hauler.
Yes. Technically, it's a 96 SU hauler. This is the other... I need to make an issue council on this. I figured out what's happening here. Down there is the default state for the elevator.
Yeah, stupid.
So when it first spawns, the elevator's in the correct position, so that when you get into the ship, you don't have to call it in order to, then get upstairs. But ships tend to reset their elevators to the default state when they're quantum traveling or crossing DGS boundaries. There is a ticket in for the elevator, like where it's not got the railing around the top floor after you quantum traveled, because it's specifically that problem that I wanted to get into. It has a couple of other problems. There's some phasing through it issues. But because the default state assumes that you're entering the ship it doesn't bother with the railing up here because it knows that when we take the elevator upstairs, the railing will then be there if the elevator is then moved. You don't need the railing.
It's so incredibly ironic that this ship's major problem right now is the railing.
Yes, the railing's major problem is the railing. But it's just resetting it down there, assuming that we're outside the ship, so it doesn't need the railing up here. So I actually can't really call it, per se. Because even though I can click that button, but it won't do anything, because that's the send button, not the call button.
Apop, before you do all the snub ship nonsense, do you want to see how perfectly and snugly the Nox fits in the Raylan's
yes.
foyer?
Yeah. You're gonna die one day because of that.
No.
One of these days, that Nox is going to decide it doesn't want to move.
A smaller craft being inside my ship has never caused me any problems before.
Okay, I want the base paint of the Tulului on the railing. I think it's my favorite out of all of them.
Yeah, the Tulului has two paints. The base one and crap, how's it called? I'm not going to look it up right now. Not me.
Todo something.
Tatomide, that one.
Tatomide.
Yeah, that's got like the iridescent maroon / purple with like the tighter swirls on it. That looks really, really nice, and I wish that those two paints, the stock Tulului one and the Tatomide, were available here on the railing.
I'm quite fond of the limited one. It's just like bronze statue that's been under the Mediterranean for a bit too long.
Yeah.
Let me see.
The elevators currently don't require power areas, but it is designed in such a way that you can get around the ship without using the elevator if you really needed to. It's a bit janky, but you can.
I'm so glad. Yeah, I like it. It's the one beef I have with this paint is they've quite lazily just like copied and pasted and mirrored the
they've left-right symmetried it, which doesn't look great with the patina style.
Yeah, just like the same patches in the same places but reversed.
Yeah,
it's kind of lazy.
It does fit the more like nautical theme of the Gattac construction though. With it does look like it's been left underwater for a few thousand years.
I'm very glad. Yeah, I'm very glad that they didn't get tempted to like make these entire front leg things like fully anti-gravity hovering columns, because that would be a bit too much for me.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're attached. Right, come and look at this Nox.
Yes, let's go see how snug this Nox is in it, because the Nox is not a small hover bike.
No, no, it is not.
It feels small until you try and put it anywhere.
It's quite long, thankfully, so it does kind of enter and exit the doorway quite easily.
Ah, yes. Hi, Nox. Oh, and you've got that paint on it.
Oh, yes. Had to be done.
Yes. There's a matching one for the utility as well.
I know. It's the one thing I don't want to do it on, because the Silverado is just the best.
Silverado's a fantastic paint. I gotta admit it.
I'm gonna disembark the Nox. See how
Yeah.
this goes.
If you really wanted to, I haven't actually tried going up it yet. Yeah, it does work, sort of. You can just run up this elevator shaft.
Oh, that closes itself.
Ish.
Like,
Let me out!
oh.
Hey, this worked last time. The railing appears to have railinged me again.
Oh dear.
Last time I did this, I was able to just run up this, but it seems to be, like, assuming that the upper railing is still here.
Oh,
there we go. Okay. But you can get up it this way, and up here on the bridge, there's also, like, this section right here, you can actually get up to it from down here. Of course, you have to be uncivilized and run on the table, but you can get up onto this section. Little janky. You have to kind of wiggle around it a little bit.
George, can I take a look inside the Louis?
Yeah, sure thing.
Now it's not going to let me do it either. I'm too fat. Maybe is your ship on a tilt? Oh, there we go. I got up here, and now I can kind of run up this as well. If I wanted to get to the bridge quickly. I believe Vulture is always available, but it won't be Warbond.
Oh my lord.
The white paint does look pretty good.
Looked away for one moment.
I think
Was that a
Mikey's
Nox?
dead.
Yep.
Oh,
So, question: what's the second button on the landing gear of the Louis?
second button on the landing gear?
There's one on the left labeled elevator, and the one on the right isn't labeled and doesn't call the elevator.
Hang on, let me come over here because I was.
I'll reset it.
Could it be to
The elevator,
remotely open
click
the,
it? Because I haven't found a way to remote open the hangar yet, so I'm curious.
Clicked it?
No, that hasn't opened that. Close that even.
I'll click it again. Oh, it's the fuel port.
Oh,
It
there's a
was
fuel
right in front
port.
of my nose.
I wonder if there's one on the railing as well then.
That's very interesting though. How does the fuel travel upwards if the landing gear is?
Anti-gravity tech, maybe.
Would be kind of
Alright.
cool if once we get the refueling, you actually see like the middle of these open up and like globs of fuel go floating up through it.
That would be very cool.
You never know.
that-
Maybe they're storing that entire, what is it, like 150 SCU tank of fuel in this thing in there.
Probably in line with the other tank sizes of ships we have.
Who's this?
Sandman?
That's me, Salmon.
Oh, I have no marker for that. Okay,
I do-
there's a pit bull near the ass of the Tului.
Okay.
Showcase
I do kind of appreciate how the Tului's landing gear is beefier on the front than the Raylan's is. There's this is the Tului one, and then the Raylan one doesn't have the like extra plank sticking out the back of it, like back here. Kind of conveys a little like extra weight on it. Pitbull.
And for your safety, I have limited the speed.
Oh, good. Training wheels are in
How-
fact on.
How is the Raylan with 4 deadbolts and Hemera drive still like 13k, whereas reclaiming my prowl utility is 46k?
13k for real?
Yeah.
Jeez. Something I did discover the other day is if you really, not the other day, but last night when I was looking on Reddit, is you can park them here. You can park them in the cargo areas as well, so you can put 6 snubs in here.
Oh my god.
Of course, that does mean you get no repair and rearmament stuff, so.
I wasn't interested in 4 stars, but 6 stars, that changes everything.
It does. It really does.
If anyone wants to sort of repair, mine has got some RMC, some hydrogen fuel, and countermeasures. I didn't bother with ammunition.
Did they fix rearmament refuel?
Not with other people's ships. I haven't checked your own ship in someone else's ship since the patch.
Good to test.
God,
to do.
it's so trippy.
Yeah. That this to me feels like the entire purpose of this ship. I don't think they needed this for any reason other than
Yeah.
testing this tech.
And like I was saying earlier, if this had been a Gladius-sized pad and there were 4 of those around here and it was a bigger overall ship, this would have been an insta-buy for me.
Yeah.
Would have
Like,
been perfect.
it makes me very excited for not, long after 1.0 presumably, but like the potential of a future like Naboo style like expanse, like
Yeah.
long interior. I think I call that ship. Like, central. What's the word for it?
Yeah,
As soon as
I
you
really,
get
I
it,
mentioned it in Discord, I think earlier. I really want them to have a gigantic, like capital class Geon hauler carrier thing that looks like the superliner things from Dune. Just
Yeah.
those big long hollow out tubes.
See that at this point doesn't feel very Xi'an to me, because like that they
They like their
I
X
think
pattern
it-
stuff, or at least Gatak does.
yeah, I think it was one of the guys in the behind the ships for the Tui Louis. They mentioned like the sort of vaguely Art Deco style,
Mm-hmm.
which again feels very dwarven.
Yes.
But yeah,
$13 for
So the
each
one-
paint. That's just. oh,
The
God.
one thing that I'm not sure about with this, does this let me EVA? No? It's just lets me crouch on it. Is like the easiest way to actually get to the EVAing part.
it's here.
Yeah, so this is pretty much what I did. Is like run along this thing and then like kind of just jump your way up here and you can get to the EVA. Kind of through the doorway. Oh, yeah, and then that's the ground.
I'm quite excited for this Xi'an version of this upscaled. Like, it is a nice concept for
Yeah.
the carrier.
Like I really do think if they had taken the Raylan shape design and just scaled the whole thing up and maybe left the landing gear, like leave it like this with the kind of lower legs folded up under itself a bit more and extend them out a bit more instead of having it go full X pattern, because like an X pattern at capital ship scale would be ridiculously huge, right?
Yeah.
But if it had it like this where it's got the front claws kind of up down but right in front of itself, and then the lower two tucked up underneath itself and kind of almost like, I forget what fins those are called on fish, but like the little like angular fins that are down underneath the main ones, close to the tail. Kind of let it swim through space with those kind of deal.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
And then just make it
Yeah,
bigger and give it like
yeah.
4 or 6 regular sized ship pads in the back. Like it would have been an insta buy for me.
What's the name of those little weirdo lamprey? Like a lamprey sort of shaped ship.
A little bit.
I do also think that if they do eventually do that concept, the Xi'an capital they've had for years.
Oh, the really
if they
tall
did
one.
That, yeah, like a tube in the middle of that like this would work too, just for fighters, nothing like massive.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Oh, back.
Okay, this is very trippy.
Josh, what are you flying right now?
Pitbull.
Pitbull? Okay.
I've got a Pitbull
You-
and a Fury in there.
Can you summon a salvation?
Yes, I can.
Because I was going to come over here and summon my salvation, then I realized I just turned it into a Raylan. So,
Classic dumb bitch behavior.
I have been weak and also dumb, but now I have a Raylan.
True. It's green.
It is green.
It's
I'm
very
hoping the
emerald.
sun comes up and I get a good look of what it looks like in an Earth-like quote-unquote atmosphere.
Yeah.
with the lighting on it as the green, because I know I like the black and gold one.
Yeah.
So like
it's a bit Wizard of Oz, Emerald City.
Yeah, yeah. It's one of those cases where like I bought the paint pack so I could figure out which of the paints I liked before I then melt the paint pack and buy the ones I actually like, right? That doesn't make a lot of sense if then I immediately go with the one I know I like and fly that around, because I already know I like it.
Yeah. It reminds me a little bit of one of those Christmas bug beetles, you know, little really
Yeah.
little beetles.
Very
I
like
like all
iridescent
the
green on the front.
salvation here.
Really? The Salvation doesn't. Really?
Really. Pitbull I can do. Fury I can do. Origin 85X I can do.
You can call a bloody talent on those.
Throw up the 85X, because I do want that. That's a good one,
Oh,
actually,
yeah.
to give it as an example. The Pisces is another one, because I know people are going to try that. The Ursa.
Oh yeah.
I want to
if you could-
demonstrate the Ursa.
If you could, but before I get there, if you can keep that 85X around, I've actually been in one before. I think I'd like to.
Yeah, it's a great little ship. I love this thing.
It's coming up on pad 1.
Thank you.
It's one of my first purchases every patch. Oh,
Yeah, I love this little guy.
I didn't do,
I
yeah.
don't think I've ever seen you in one next to.
It's my LZ2 station.
Yeah, it's the I need to get like right over there pretty quickly shuttle.
There is a contracted hydrogen fuel here. Oh, question. Now, if we steal this, can we repair and rearm using it?
Does the light still work? Yes, the light still works. Does it blind you when you afterburn? No,
On
they
third-
fixed it.
in
Good.
Third person? In third person, they fixed it?
That accelerated pretty good.
Yeah, they fixed it. It doesn't blind me when I afterburn anymore.
It doesn't have paints, which...
Yeah, there's no paints.
Yeah.
I think the 85X is another one of the ones like the Gladiator last year, where it has a decent chance of getting into the ship showdown just off the merit of us all going, I want paints for this damn thing.
It'll rarely win though, is the issue.
Yeah, I
Oh,
mean,
okay,
it
top
it
four.
would have won last time if the Gladiator hadn't smushed it for the same reason, but more people have it.
True.
Yeah, this does have
The thing
the
is-
passenger seat advantage when it comes to being the shuttle.
Thing is that they're a good paint last year, so this year's gonna be dog shit. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
yeah, that does tend to be how it works, doesn't it? But here we go. So the 85X is not a big ship. Really. It's a pretty small ship, all things considered.
Yeah.
But actually getting this thing, I turn my speed limiter all the way down. Actually getting this thing in here requires some wiggling. It technically fits. Technically.
Oh god. Look at that looks.
But like, yeah, this is the thing. When I originally saw like this back end, I was like, oh yeah, we can fit a Pisces in here. We can fit an 85X in here. But like, it really is a much tighter fit than you would think.
The arrow can fit, right?
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
The arrow, yeah, the arrow does technically fit.
How?
The height is tall enough that you can go in with the landing gear up.
Oh, but
Or
you're
down,
doing the
even.
same sort of thing you're doing.
Yeah, kind of doing what I'm doing now, where you kind of like wiggle the wings around it.
Oh, right, that makes sense.
As far as going in straight, there's two problems. One is the wings. I think I probably could angle it slightly to make those work. The other one is the length.
Yeah.
These ships, actually, the 85X might be not quite. If I bump it right up next to the tractor beam, I think it'll fit. Yeah. But the Pisces is just a tiny bit too long because its nose is too thick. So it can't do what I'm doing right now, where I push the nose between the tractor beam and the kind of rest of the mount.
This graph tech is cool and all, but it's extremely trippy.
Incredibly trippy. But yes,
I think
if
the
I
fact
angle
that
it, the wings fit.
The fact that it's a small space that makes it even more trippy. I think somehow.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. It's very hard to get your bearings in there because it's all so cramped in around each other. Razor, I don't think we can spawn a Razor here. We'd have to do that over at a station or Babbage. Probably a station.
I do think they need to do a big Navu style colony ship with that anti-grav tech. That'd be very fun. Basically, just should be like a moving like org space station. Also, I think I'm full of shit. I've definitely seen I've definitely been in the 85X before. In my head, I was imagining something different for some reason.
Maybe the M50?
No, I was imagining something smaller. I think I just made up an origin ship in my head.
Yeah, which one does?
I feel as though they could do like one that has a more like bubble cockpit that has an even better view than that, like sort of pointing downwards and forwards. And
so there is contracted hydrogen fuel here. Can we repair and rearm using something stolen?
That is a good question.
I don't know if someone tested this.
Is hydrogen fuel and hydrogen the same thing though?
Well, let me check. No, I don't think so. Oh, but this is fuel.
Oh, cool.
Oh, I muted myself back. Whoopsies. But no, hydrogen and hydrogen fuel are not the same.
No, but can you use the contracted one to restock your ship?
When I tested it in PTU, yes, but it's one of the things I've been meaning to test to see if that might have been what went wrong with the TSG run. Because a lot of that was either contracted or technically counting as stolen because the people that gave it to us weren't online.
So we have contracted hydrogen fuel here. I'm sticking it in the...
Right, I'm going to use the standard Ursa because I don't remember where my other two are.
Bob, can you go in the hangar and take these?
Yep.
Ooh, backend is being slow for delivery today. Do a dangerous thing, claim the Pisces as well. Come on, backend, you can do it.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
Was it all?
Yep, 2 boxes.
Welcome to the ASOC vehicle retrieval system. Please visit us again. Goodbye.
Oh god, we're up to 100 on this DGS. I did run into someone on Reddit last night, yesterday afternoon, while I was bored out of my mind at work, that tried to tell me that the DGSs are hard capped at 90 people each. Like, that's ridiculously easily disprovable. I see 100 plus on a DGS all the time. And he's like, how do you know it wasn't split up among multiple DGSs in that area? I'm like, A, that's not how that works. And B, B, you can see it. It's there in display info. It's right up there.
You do just get people who just one day just decide, I am going to choose to believe something.
Yes.
They do it.
Or not believe something.
Yeah.
You have an uncanny ability to find the stupidest people on Reddit to have conversations with.
I mean, to be fair, step one and the most important step of that is be on Reddit.
Fair.
And then from that point onwards, it's not hard.
Your vehicle has been moved to our storage facility.
I don't know if me resetting the terminal and having redo this again is breaking it further or helping.
Yes.
I don't like Reddit for the same reason I don't like manual drive cars. It's just a stubborn refusal to update to a better format.
Well, that's the funny part, right? Is that they did update to a better format than it was before, and 2/3 of the Reddit population went, no, we don't want it, and kept using the old one.
Yeah, I've heard that's exactly the same problem with manual drive cars, though, in a lot of countries.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, no, I want manual drive. Oh, it's just cooler or whatever. I don't know. Shut up, dickhead. It's still dangerous.
Although, to be fair, I live in the US where manual drive cars are a rarity at this point.
Yes. One of the things the US has gotten right, in my opinion.
It is kind of wild how like that stat is like completely flipped on its head, Europe versus the US, as far as like percentage ratios of automatics versus manuals, and whether it costs more as well.
Yeah. It's going to die over here soon, I think. I think it's just becoming increasingly ridiculous to have it on cars, because with an electric car, you are artificially creating a manual gearbox if you're trying to, like...
They're not seriously putting manual gearboxes on.
I don't know, but I wouldn't put it past the car industry.
It only has one gear.
There are electric cars with like flippers, but not with gear levers.
I mean, I could see a flipper for like low power, high power type mode. And like mine has
but it's also used for
regen braking is what mine has it for.
It's also used for simulating a gearbox. I think Hyundai does it with its Ioniq 5.
Because like mine has a like flappy paddle, like it looks like a behind the wheel flappy paddle gearbox type deal, but it's not gear shifting. It's shifting between regenerative braking modes.
Oh, Toyota, you're better than this. They've made a manual transmission EV. Why?
Really?
Yeah.
God damn it!
I guess just placing artificial limits on the engine, just to
And then you shift up.
I have driven the Hyundai one, and it's fun. It makes sounds also.
As someone who doesn't drive, and when I was learning,
Yeah, see that's the bit that like I've never fully understood. I get sound on the outside because more than once mine is not a full EV. Mine's a plug-in hybrid, so it still has a petroleum engine in the front of it that can make explosions and therefore noise. Which I have used on more than one occasion to scare animals out of the road. Because I'll be cruising along in full EV mode doing like DoorDash and stuff, and there'll be like a cat in the road, and the car's just making that, the standard EV at low speed, just kind of low hum that they make, and not making any noise. So the cat's like, that's not a vehicle I need to be afraid of. And just sits there in the middle of the road, so I have to flick it into charge mode and force the explosions to happen and noise to happen to make the cat get out of the freaking way.
We have conditioned the cats to only react.
There is something called the horn, right? Like beep, and cat will run away.
No, the cat doesn't care.
Yeah, no, the horn usually doesn't scare animals like you would think it does.
Particularly like cats that are outdoor cats that live in cities around here are used to hearing, big overcompensating for tiny peen truck drivers. driving around with their
Did that
22
Asgard just
liter
knock my ship?
V10 trucks. I don't know. Is there an Asgard out
It
there?
look, it
Yeah, it
sort of
went
look,
right.
it sort of looked like it just appeared. It's
But-
not-
He might have
it's not-
bedlogged on the pad. That might have been it.
Oh
Grub-
God,
yeah.
Bob! By the way, you're up in the air.
Yeah.
Screen.
Yeah, Bob, you may want to rescue the Tului.
Yeah,
It's
floating away.
slowly floating away. Luckily, the
What?
exit's open. There was an Asgard that bedlogged on the pad because probably he's bedlog hopping to find working freight elevators,
You know,
and he just
Oh,
appeared underneath you.
Whoa! Whoa! Oh, death! Death!
Huh? Huh?
What?
Stop.
He probably tried to enter the rear while it was floating.
I'm fixing it. I'm fixing it.
Death?
Yeah, I'm fixing death.
That would be a hell of an engine, wouldn't it, Ferk?
Alright, Aiden.
I don't know. I'm not an exterior car noise fan per se. But I don't know how to describe it. The EV, it gamified driving a bit, and it was fun.
Yeah, they're fun to drive. I just the bit that I don't understand is the artificially creating engine noise into the cabin part. That
Yeah,
seems to be
so-
quite popular now. It's like the
So-
whole point of this thing is it's quiet.
So you can turn it off, of course, which is great. But it's not a standard car sound. You can put a jet engine on there or whatever you want.
Like manufacturers for like the past like 100 years
Oh.
trying to make cars more quiet, and
They finally figure out a way to make them damn near silent. Let's put noise in the cabin.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it makes no sense in the cabin, but externally it obviously makes sense.
Externally, yeah. I've also scared the absolute crap out of bystanders a couple times as I pull up to a traffic light in full EV mode, completely silently, and then it just turns itself on randomly.
Some of them sound so gloriously sci-fi as well.
Oh yeah.
Love it.
I saw a part of the wing fly away, but I have no damage.
Yeah, so this is the Pisces problem. Obviously I'm using a standard Pisces, but it is very tight to get that in there. And then just about fits forwards, but like if that door comes in at all,
Has anyone noticed in the
Go sideways.
yeah, sideways it's better.
Have you noticed that in the Tui Louis and the Raiden, and I've seen the Tui Louis as well, there's like an expandable alien chandelier in the little foyer right before the pilot seat.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right.
and it actually turns on or off when you're further away from it or get closer.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, so it does work like this. I would probably pull the landing gear up once I'm in here. And then you can open up the rear end of it.
It is hard to EV.
And like this is now engines off, floating in here. And because it, you know, the ramp is still physical, I can go out here and stand on it and fall off.
These like Xi'an escape pods look
Oh, cool. You can refuel using stolen contracted hydrogen.
Good.
cool.
See if I can do this without falling out of the ship again. God damn it.
But we only
Ow.
have escape pods yet until now that look like an escape pod inside as well. It's nice to see these Xi'an ones. They're very actual pods.
I can kind of sneak my way in here if I want to actually use it.
God, this
Um,
I hate it so much.
Why?
It might sit on the top of the cargo square, but I think it would probably stop you loading cargo into it. It barely fits front to back is part of the problem. And if you put it down low like this, you are blocking, or high up, I guess. Like, it'll sit like that, and I can turn it off there. But I'm now blocking both the lower pads.
And I can't get in.
Can you jump from high up?
I don't think so. I'll try. No. Oh no. It's close.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, and it gets very glitchy as well. So I think the better way is to just leave it kind of like that. With the gear up and forward as far as you can possibly get it. Because the nose is narrower than the tail, so you can still fit snub ships. Like if I spin this thing around the other way. Aha! Ish.
You don't get like waterfall sounds by the waterfalls inside
No.
the ships.
But now I can push this all the way forward here. There's still kind of room for another pit bull. And I think if you were to park the pit bulls closer to like the back end of their ramps or their pads, that would probably make it even better. Something like that is probably the most efficient way to do this. But you are always blocking all kinds of stuff.
Question: did we test quantuming with a ship hovering
Yep,
inside the hangar?
I
'Cause
carried my
haven't-
medical
oh.
Pisces from Pyro all the way back to Levski yesterday.
Upon Bob's request earlier, I tried
Oh, yeah.
quantuming with the elevator down. You can stun the elevator as long as you don't pull the
Oh,
elevator
yeah.
up again with quantum.
So now we can have a game where we have like 4 pit bulls, one person standing with a railgun ×2, and then we shoot the pit bulls. As to kill the enemy's team pit bulls wins.
I do like shooting pit bulls with railguns. That sounds good. That's a good thing to do to the world.
Shooting anything with railguns is good sport.
Yeah. Where are the vehicle pads?
Over by me.
Ah, nice. Yeah, cool.
As soon as I get a better cargo ship, I'm gonna upgrade my rail into a Louis.
It does have rearm and repair, but only on those little snub pads, so it can only rearm and repair the snubs.
I think the Louis will be much better with the more snubs, more types of snub.
The Louis has better interior.
Barely different.
I like the Tului's lower deck area, like right where you enter the ship from the
Yeah.
main elevator.
It's way nicer.
The kind of coral roof is a really nice touch.
I did initially like it, but I realized it's sort of asymmetrical and it bothers me.
Oh yeah.
No, it doesn't bother me.
Good. I'm glad. It bothers me.
It might start to bother me after a while.
Yeah.
I think the entire ship.
Yeah,
is
if you're thinking about using the Salvation or Golem in here, though, the Salvation is slightly bigger than the Pisces is. So, theoretically possible, but you're not going to be using any of the snub pads, really, with it in there. And the Golem's even bigger. I don't know if the Golem would fit in there at all.
It does.
This would be a great ship to bring to the Daymar rally.
No.
Just to put the Noxus in and stuff.
Oh, that would be the Ironclad. Come on.
Yeah, I think that's where the Tului really struggles, is that it is very much like why do this ship when it gets so thoroughly outclassed by basically anything else that can carry snubs?
Yeah. They perhaps.
This is why
the
up to this point we
capital
haven't
ship
had a snub carrier. Because anything that can carry other things is a better snub carrier than a snub carrier.
Is a better carrier.
It's the same situation with the TAC and the plus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually like the tax hangar more than I like the Tului's hangar because it's not trying to be a carrier, it's just a support snub.
It's the reason I bought the ship, because someone did something cool.
To the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Oh, the hovercraft works way better in here than the Nox did.
Oh yeah. It's a more appropriate shape.
It doesn't try to spin.
I also seem to have duped my Nursa 3 times.
Also, the was it the Cormor paint for the referral bonus looks really great.
Oh, the pink one?
Yeah.
Is it purple or pink?
It's,
I haven't
it's,
pulled
like,
mine.
it's sort of
Depends on the
purple
light. It's iridescent.
Yeah.
Ooh.
It's almost. It's actually kind of like purple, sort of orangey brown iridescence.
Alright, I have spawned standard Ursa, because regular nurses are in location. I don't know if they're in ships or not, so I don't want to break them. But I have now duped my regular Ursa 3 times, so this one is now coming over here. I also just realized that we currently have the pit bull with the white paint on it. In the one place the pit bull with the white paint on it is actually appropriate.
I hate to say it, but I prefer the Pitbull to the Fury.
Incorrect.
Flies better.
Confirmed bad opinion.
I like most of the things about the Fury more than the Pitbull. I like the Pitbull's kind of mad weapon loadout. And I adore the flame.
That's true.
Like
Yeah.
the Fury doesn't really give me the sense of movement in the same way because it's all alien, super high tech stuff. I love the little rotating ball things. Don't get me wrong; those thrusters are cool, but they don't have a 20-foot flame coming out the back of them.
Who moved my ship?
Eh?
My ship has moved.
Where did it go?
It moved more to the right.
Is this it? Is this?
Is this the ship where I'm standing? Is it?
Oh yes, good. Okay.
That's mine. That's my ship.
No. Behind your ship is my ship now.
Oh, I see.
But it was standing way further here.
Weird.
All right, I'm going to turn this Ursa completely off, which should let me tractor beam it.
I don't know why I've been trying to fight it, but the hoverquad's just the best bike right now.
Yeah.
Handles the best.
You're very, very rarely actually shooting anything with the guns on one of the bikes, so
Yeah,
the fact that it
that's
doesn't
the thing.
have guns doesn't really matter.
It's the least murderous of them all as well.
Yes.
I just like the shape of it, it's nice.
I'm sure that won't go badly. The 325? I can't think of anything crazy buggy with the 325.
Can I stand on what? Bob?
My elevator.
See. Oh, you're going up.
Yeah, I need to get into the ship first. Then you can send my elevator.
Tell you what, I'm starting to appreciate the green.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Need to turn it around so it's actually facing into the sun as well.
Okay, hold up. I need to prepare some things.
Oh dear.
We have someone here.
Ah, there we are.
Yeah, we have a cutlass.
We have a cutlass.
Just leaving.
He left. Chase him!
I can see your engineering screen on my ship. Mighty.
What? Must be a proximity based thing, and you're like so close to mine. That's wild.
Okay.
Wait, no, I don't need to go up there.
Closing this
Ah!
door, locking it.
Oh, interesting.
Clicking this one. Okay, you're standing on it, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's try some things. This might kill you.
Oh, good. Another hop back to alpha.
This might kill you.
Hold up. Entry animation.
Yes, Alaki, I have the same issue. I raised the ticket, and they fixed it. If you own the ship, you don't get the sub one.
Yes.
Trying to like place it. Rotation doesn't work very well on vehicles, which is unfortunate.
All hail the mighty. How's the view?
Lovely.
We should be able to snag people from there.
Now try and move. Go full speed to see what happens.
Trying to get it as flat as I possibly can.
Well, this is very silly, and I like it.
Yeah, so this is what I said. Just have two Louis against each other,
So
and the railgun platformer.
we're living the dream you had of the Liberator. I fuck.
Oh,
You
what,
need
the
help pushing this
railgun
down?
guy?
Yeah.
Right, wait, let's.
No, I'm not trying to push it down. I'm trying to get it to hover like stationary in the center, but it keeps floating everywhere because it's too big, so it's getting
Nice.
caught in the gravity wells of all the different pads.
This is perfect.
I fixed that.
This is trippy.
Just moving the suspension up and down.
This is how you shoot people.
Yeah, this with a guy with a boom tube on the front is a very dangerous combo.
Where's Apok?
In next to the ship, alas.
That's unfortunate.
That's so silly.
So now you're stuck there.
I can't just jump off.
You can jump off, but that's about the last thing you'll do.
I want you to rotate the other way.
I don't think you can call the elevator up now.
As a famous contrarian. Yeah, little medical help.
On my way. Stupid.
Well, it like literally dared me.
Did I?
What did you do exactly?
So I just jumped out of the elevator in the sky.
Who wants
Ah.
to ride?
So you do whatever you're dared to.
Yes.
Interesting. I dare you
I only went.
Oh no.
to say what I'm gonna DM you right now on stream.
Oh, good. Okay.
No, 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 Ursa, no! Okay, fine.
It feels like,
The-
it
the-
feels like it's gonna be more of an APOC problem.
The Ursa has left. As it turns out, the Ursa has left the railing.
How revivable. Oh, there we go. Thank you.
Yes, the Ursa does technically fit, but yeah.
It's very silly.
I've seen all manner of things, Lackey.
Do you want to ride Apok?
Alright, so what exactly were you railgunning?
Come stand on my elevator.
On your elevator?
Yeah.
Yeah, the green is the paint. Oh my god, that's beautiful.
Yeah, I need to turn it around.
It's the closest thing to the Tululiwi. I'll turn it around for you.
Wait.
But the pattern is not as subtle as the Tululiwi.
Yeah, it's quite an aggressive pattern. But sort of where it is, it breaks up the green more effectively because it's so aggressive.
just imagine having a railgun and this being Louis.
Yeah, you get one hell of a view from here, actually.
And then you shoot the snob ships out of the
Alright.
enemy Louis.
Alright, land again a minute. I want to see if I can put my hover quad on there as you're flying around.
Oh, airdrop.
Yeah.
Okay. Express
Okay,
route to Alpha.
Yep.
It's doing things with a hoverbike that aren't explicitly going slowly on the ground with a hoverbike.
Yeah.
So who's random prowler utility?
That's mine.
Oh, right,
returned it to
okay.
you now. I was going to self-destruct, but it's an armistice, so I can't. Right.
Yeah, the green is nice, isn't it?
I bought the black one to test later.
Alright, let's
Wait,
go.
If this works well, this is a Raylan carrier.
Yeah, there you go. Haha!
Raylan carrier!
It's unique enough to justify it, Epa.
What is?
The green one.
Oh yeah.
This is just so silly.
I still think the black one is probably still my favorite. I love how understated it is for a ship that is quite showy just off of shape. It lets the shape do a lot of the talking.
A whole new world. Oh god.
Oh yeah, no, this is quite nice. It only shows the ones in location. Also, this list actually sort of works now, which is quite nice.
No,
Sort
let's
of.
do something very stupid.
Damn, I can't get back in my Thule.
I need to
Is
screenshot
the
this
is the hangar door
so we
open,
get the light
Josh?
good.
Your hangar is open, yeah.
Wait, I'll come out.
Where's the sun?
I don't think Josh's one is open.
Yeah.
Mine is not open, but
Okay, I got a
Nexus
screenshot.
is.
Alright.
Let's get you at a good angle. Well, this thing
Just
turns
give me a
slow.
sec, Josh.
Ooh, you can sort of even use like the elevator panel to lock you in.
Oh, nice. That's cool.
New Moby apps,
Right.
not a full new Moby. They,
Yeah. Oh no.
they'll be moving things around down here. Like contracts and comms won't be the only. Like we'll have a comms folder, and it'll have org, friends, party, like bunch of sub apps, or a social app. Because this
Good
comms
one,
app is still using the OG one from like. Well, not OG. I guess this is like iteration 3. But it's been this same one for like 2 different Mobiglass versions. They completely rebuilt the Mobiglass last year and had to like make a bunch of new apps. Like the home app is new, the health app is new,
Saving, Mighty?
Oh, no, don't.
journal is new,
Okay.
Armistice.
but comms is still using the old one. Landing systems is
yeah.
new, vehicles is using the old one. So we're still waiting on new apps for those. Oh, I have a rep with placeholder. I didn't even realize I had a rep with placeholder. Wouldn't you know it, their biography is also placeholder.
That was very weird. I not really messed around with the hover quad in jumps a lot, but like usually with the hover bikes you will like over jump through its ability to hover, but I seemed to hit the ground hovering and I just died.
Huh.
Okay, the Tului's paint is the best so far.
The stock paint is really nice.
Stock paint is extremely. If you recall, my Soul Mask was similar colors.
Mm-hmm. The this paint for the Raylan feels kind of similar to that stock paint, but like scaled up quite a long way. Whereas the Tului paint is quite like small and detailed in here. Whereas this one is like the same pattern type thing where it's got like the almost helix-like swirl going on, but it's on a much bigger scale. So you only get one or two swirls.
With the green paint, the cockpit, and the two guns on top, it's the flying mantis. It's just...
Yeah.
So Mighty, you're an alpha again.
But who needs
And Josh just died.
Rest in pieces.
Who needs a Louis if you can just carry a ground vehicle on your Raylan?
Definitely.
Oh, look at the sunlight coming in there. Oh,
We gotta test if you can quantum travel with a ground vehicle on your Raylan.
Oh god, yeah. Interesting.
That would be hilarious. What did they think giving me a floating platform in front of my ship?
Yeah.
With gravity.
And there's no real railings, so it sort of like can fit quite a lot.
Yeah, when we do the snub thing, a lot of org mates are gonna die.
Oh yeah.
probably.
Not because of combat, for the sheer act of trying to land.
Yeah, it'll make the wolf pack look like a piece of piss.
Hey, at the big Wolfpack stream, I was the only one that died trying to lift off.
Kill issue.
No, desync, but
Desync is a skill. Alaki, I'm not your secretary. You write it.
I think there was a Reddit post of all the workarounds for the Ironclad.
I think I have it. I'll link him. Speaking of Ironclad, I'm gonna go get mine and let's check.
It looks pretty good in that light.
Yeah, I was a little worried about the like body of it being too green, because like I like the front X. Like the big wave pattern on the front is really nice looking. The body of it has some of the waviness around the top and like the top and bottom thrusters and stuff, but it looked in the hangar at least like the actual cargo pads were colored green.
Yeah, I
Trying
saw
to
that
get-
too.
somebody's still here at the bed.
I'm in the air. I'm nearby, but I'm in the air.
I need a ground vehicle on my floating platform so I can try and quantum.
It should stay because people stay, and people seem to, or people and vehicles seem to stay in regular flight.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
is
it's
nice light.
definitely green.
It's very Power Rangers.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, slow down a bit. I want to see them. Oh. Ah, so even the color applies to the grid itself. That's
Yeah.
cool.
And it's still fairly iridescent because, like, if I go up like this, it looks more black. But then if I get it on the right, like, tint, it goes very green.
That's not bad, but I would have made the triangular shield at least gold.
Oh, there.
They do that a lot with their paints for me. Like, there's one detail that just seems a bit off.
Yeah, I think the rib cage part of that cover could have been gold, and it would work quite nicely.
Yeah, break it up. Like a layer in between the other two, breaking it up.
The paint is very Zelda-esque.
Yeah, I think this back cargo grade area is what's going to make me go for the black one.
Yeah.
Because that was a nice understated, just, you know, black back there. Let this big sweepy gold part, which it has on the black skin as well, kind of stand out.
Yeah.
I do love that front X on the green though. That's really nice.
Yeah. Is there a point going back to where you are, do you think?
Not particularly.
The view is just fantastic.
Yeah, there is a green and gold Artimex armor, isn't there? That would work quite well with this. Also, I do like what they've done with the thrusters on this thing, where they've gone to only the top and bottom of the original pod thrusters, and they've added the Sulin style big wing thrusters.
That's made me think, like a super heavy Jian heavy armor would be very cool. Like a sort of beetle-like armor.
Yeah. I love the way it sounds. It sings to itself.
Yeah, it's so lovely. That
And
green is gorgeous.
It's great because its standard flight sound isn't as annoying as the Sulin's one.
Yeah.
Like the Sulin, it really is that kind of like chorus or choir noise to its engines, which is great sounding for the first 45 seconds and then annoying after that.
Yeah, there's like a very like distant quiet in this one still.
Yeah. So my other question, if I point this thing back towards the star again. These speeds, it's very drifty.
I love the subtle messaging of the underfloor little like coral garden thing being next to the toilet and showers.
Yeah. If we're looking at the front of this, if I go to missile mode, it opens those 4 little slots down there. These guys. I think I'm trying to figure out where it's hiding the size 1s or 2s, depending on what size those ones are. That's only 4 tubes, and I'm expecting more. There's no gaps on the wings. Okay, they're just a little desyncy. Did it slowed all the way down? This is me firing off the task force ones. If I queue up all 4 of them. We are queued. Okay, so it's sequential firing 2 of them at a time out of only the 2 bottom things, and then if I go to the Tempest 2s and I fire all 4 of these guys, yeah, it's firing out of the top 2. Interesting, okay. That solves that problem.
You're locked in with those missile sizes for this ship, aren't you?
I was just curious how it was doing it.
I'm just wondering, because I just find size 1's kind of pointless.
I think size 1s have a place. I've seen them be very effective against the smaller fighters. And they are exceptionally fast, so you can you can do things like have the missile chase people while they're trying to run away in nav. And yeah, the missile racks are fully bespoke, so they're not swappable. Actually, the second ship in a row we've had with a bespoke size 1 missile rack, haven't we?
Yeah. I'm pretty in love with the size 4s after using the Tiburon.
Yeah, I do love the size 4s.
Like, size 5 is just a little bit too much for most of the things I'm using the Tiburon missiles on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've found that a couple times with the Percy where I fire off a size 5 against something small. And it's just like, was that a waste? Kind of.
Yeah, like size 4 is the perfect guilt-free size.
Yeah. And also, because they sit just underneath that torpedo barrier, where like going to size 5 turns it into a torpedo, they're still fast, which are quite nice.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at the reflection off of the other rail in the background there. The red.
Ooh. That's another good thing about the green one, that the engine like color is complementary with the green. It's really nice.
Now, something else I've been meaning to do, I should be high enough altitude now. Full speed ahead. Come on, show me that fire.
It bothers me the engine trails are blue when the engines are red.
Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Is the Sulins like that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. They do need to play around with engine colors a little more. Right.
Yeah.
Give me some red trails for the red engines on the Gion Gatak ships.
Honestly, I'd change their cars purple and keep Vandal red.
Yeah.
They seem like red seems to be their go-to for any of the alien ships. It's always just the wrong move, apart from the
Why do you
Vandal.
have green? And green
Yeah,
frails as
but
well. Oh, look at
but
that!
oh, like a falling star.
And then in the
That's
background,
gorgeous.
the other one as well.
Oh wow, yeah. That's a screenshot.
New flight model is coming in an indeterminate future time of soon TM. Or actually, technically, last time we talked to Yogi, not soon TM. It's coming, but they've got to do a lot of work on a lot of ships in the background. Yeah, the
Not
Raylan
soon,
re-entering
but-
atmosphere. I need a looping wallpaper. That was glorious.
Not seen as a deadly phrase for this game.
Yeah.
That is like 10 years.
Yeah, I think the paint I'm going to end up using is the black one. I like the black one, the white one, and this green one. All three of them are nice. But I think the black one is my favorite. I love how understated it is on a ship where, like, the shape does so much of the talking on this thing, it doesn't need a fancy paint. I'd say rankings-wise, for me, it's the black and gold one, then this one, then the white and gold one, then probably the one Mighty's using, the kind of old-looking one, and then the tan one is just a bit much for me. That's down at the bottom for me. The monthly bundle is up for a full month. It only goes away when the next one arrives. Cycling on the... was it first or second? Second Tuesday of each month, I think. The first Tuesday is the sub-flare cycling.
Interesting if the Jian give us like a big ship with the X shape, but it's so big that the X can actually be occupied by stuff.
Yeah, do this X shape, but actually have things in the X.
Maybe the X is maybe it's like a non-landing Jian ship, and it's a solid X rather than like a fold-out one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe even like more like a shield, like a thick, sort of softer X.
Yeah.
That'd be a good shape for a Jian ship. It's almost like shell-like to have a giant shield in the front of it, like.
Yeah. Turtles with the shells on the back, and they've made a ship with a shell in the front. I do think it would be kind of funky if we got a Jian ship with the fixed X, and it was still capable of landing, but it landed kind of like that.
No, listen here. A Jian solar sail.
Oh yeah.
I can't rotate the camera, but if you imagine the horizon is the ground.
Yeah.
Like, it's not fully on its back like the Sealan is, where it makes that, like, monolithic triangle pyramid design, but, like, where it just kind of tilts back and uses the back of the hull on the lower two legs, and then has some kind of funky hollow, like, floaty landing platform thing to come down.
Yeah. It could have even like the we have the sort of the almost rings of the sort of the anti-gravitational landing gear on this ship have like one of those rings or several of those rings like making up the landing gear across the entire sort of footprint of that part of the ship, and then like have the elevator come down in the middle of the ring, so it's sort of something protected almost inside the gear. There's a little gap in the ring obviously to get out of. all sorts of funky things they do. Or it's a big spike and just like jabs into the ground to land.
Yeah, I'll be
Like,
honest, Delaki, after the Aurora, I was half expecting the missile tubes to be coming out the ends of the X. Because I love the Aurora Mark II's missile racks that are on, like, right on the edges of its wings. And they fire out, so you get this wonderful, like, separating and coming together pattern in an X for missiles when you fire all 4 of them. Nice doesn't quite cover it, Hawk. This is a fantastic cockpit view. You're basically just floating in space with this. Like, if I look to my left, I can see, you know, there's ship here. And to my right, there's more ship here. But, like, straightforward, even in 21.9 ultra-wide, like, you're just floating out here. And the floaty holographic HUD elements and the fact that the radar's kind of just in this little floaty thing really adds to that as well, because there's nothing solid in front of you. Like this was very much House Gatak saying, like, I heard you you've been making ships with good views. Hold my beer. Even just the fact that this front glass, like, it goes so far down that it's also the window for the second deck underneath. It's just very, very cool. This one and the Prowler Utility, for me, are the two, out of all of the alien ships in the game, these are the two I appreciate the most. And I guess they kind of fill very similar roles at different scales, other than the fact that the Prowler doesn't have a bed. If the Prowler had a bed, it would be the same role at 2 different scales. Yeah, I'd like to see more Banu medium stuff, more Banu in general. I think they have some really cool ship design, and I hope we see more of it. Which we'll kind of have to see more of it leading up to the Merchantman. I don't think they're going to go straight back to trying to have people make that again.
Self-destructing the Raiden looks super cool.
Why would you ever do that?
Because I want to go to Seraphim.
I can tell you exactly why you do that, Puck, is because you accidentally open the landing gear of the ship while you're inside the hangar and it gets stuck in the ground and you can't get out.
Ah, yes. I've already seen a couple of Reddit posts of that happening yesterday.
I really need to perhaps remove my landing gear keybind from my open hangar door keybind.
Ah, yes.
Sometimes the shift does not register properly. If you had an X-shaped giant ship like this that had like kind of a thicker back like the Chewie Louis, but it landed fully vertically, so like almost like an elephant foot thing on the back, that would make quite a compelling shape for a passive miner, like they plan to do with the Forge.
Yeah, a deep core miner with this setup but landing on its back could be really compelling.
It look a bit like a little palm tree. Very cute.
Yeah. Especially if the centerpiece animates while it's mining.
It'd be nice if they actually based it on one of those, you know, Socotra, those dragon blood trees, like big thick trunk of a tree.
You know, I momentarily forgot that this does actually get a large hangar. I was sitting there waiting for one of the mediums to open. Yeah, spent way too much time in my Hull B. doing for that? Doing good. I always feel like it's gonna have more compression on its landing gear than it does, because the zero, like the floaty stuff, makes it feel like it would be much springier.
Yeah.
It is relatively stiff, all things considered.
I think they need to make more, like, a lot of landing gear more springy.
Yeah.
I need to do a pretty compelling dropship with this sort of design as well, and have like when like a bug is like laying its eggs on top of water, it sort of
Yeah.
dips its abdomen down.
Something
That'd
I
be nice.
was kind of hoping for with the Tului design would be, so the Nomad is partly Xi'an inspired. I would have loved to see the whole back end of the Tului drop down like Nomad cargo bed style, and have like a ground ramp for ground vehicles in it.
Yep.
Man, that green and the lighting in this hangar though, holy shit. You forget how brightly lit these AeroView hangars actually are.
This is why I want to go back there.
I can't unthink the image of a nomad with a turtle shield.
To the ASOC vehicle retrieval system.
The one that's stuck in my brain right now,
Vehicle has been moved.
that thing is tall. The one that's stuck in my brain right now is the Helldivers, the big tanky bug with the big claws on the front. Makes me think of that thing. Chargers, I think they're called, maybe? No, it's been a while since I played Helldivers. Server seems to be doing a lot better today. The back end for summoning vehicles was being quite slow, and then I duped my Ursa 3 times. But we've got 107 people on this shard. Server FPS is not ideal, but it's been generally, flying around, changing modes, that kind of stuff has all been working. September is Pirate Week. Foundation Festival is July. For the rest of the year, we have... Yeah, so what are we? We're in June right now, Alien Week. July is Foundation Festival, August is Ship Showdown, September is Pirate Week, October is Day of the Vara, November is Expo, and then December is Luminalia. Attack at Pirate Week? You mean like being available to buy? Possibly? When was the TAC release? Well, early last year? It was like Invictus time, wasn't it?
Yeah, Invictus.
Invictus, yeah.
So it has potential in Alien Week. It has potential if it gets into the top 16 of the Showdown. That'll put it for sale.
Oh, I hope so.
It's like top 4, I don't think the TAC's making it to that. It didn't last a year, and it's not gonna this year. There's way too much competition. But it only needs to hit the top 16 to go into the Ship Showdown sale. It's always possible they give it a Halloween paint for Day of the Vara. And then, of course, Expo, it'll be there.
I'm holding out for Foundation Festival BLD.
Yeah. There's also possibilities for any of like Siege of Orison. Probably not. I got some slightly bad news about Siege of Orison. At least the tech preview setup of it. There's not going to be as many. Look, another Raylan. Not going to be as many ship shenanigans happening at Siege of Orison because they've stuck a 30-kilometer no-fly zone around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Holby and Raylan end up fighting each other in the showdown top 16. I think they both get to top 16, but they're probably going to take each other out quite early. Or one of them is going to take the other one out. Although Raylan may end up getting separated out to go in the alien category, because they do tend to do that. And I think if they do run an alien category, the Raylan is going to absolutely trounce it. I can't think of them pushing anything else alien this year that's going to beat Raylan. There were some people saying that the Raylan was up there with Ironclad in anticipation.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, totally. BMM this year, totally. Yeah, the one thing I can guarantee you is if they're still doing Ship Showdown the year the BMM comes out, you know what's going to win Ship Showdown that year.
The Endeavor.
No, Endeavor comes out with Heat Death of the Universe. So, by the time Endeavor comes out, there's no more Ship Showdown because the universe died.
The only one left.
IAE 2028 is the Odin, right? Right? Say yes.
No, Invictus Launch Week 2029.
I can't wait that long.
But you get Javelin Invictus Launch Week 2027 as the loaner. So you get 2 years of stomping people with javelins before you upgrade to stomping people with Odins.
That will be a really nice balm in waiting for the Odin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did I show you
Read
the
Global.
guy I got from?
You're gonna have to narrow it down to like Global's a dangerous place that I don't pull up on stream very often. What's happening in Global?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's not worth looking at.
Okay. Oh god, fucking Kickstarter pledgy stuff.
Why are you at Babbage?
I'm at Babbage because I wanted to buy deadbolts for my Raylan. And also a radar for my Raylan.
Oh, can you get me one?
Yeah. I've got a couple mil, so I might actually buy several radars and just stick them on the cargo grid and bring it back to Alpha.
Nice. Need to start doing the component runs in TSG, I guess, at this point, to get that JS 500.
Yeah.
Really needs it.
Oh, I've got a Chimera in it already. I already bought a bunch of Chimeras back to Alpha. Yeah, I'll buy a bunch. If you want to send me the credits for it, Lackey, or yeah, I'll buy one for you.
Yeah,
They're like
that's
300k a pop, so I can't buy too many, but unless you
I'll
spend
buy
the
you
money.
Yeah, I'll send you the credits preemptively for mine at least.
I think it's 306. I'm right here. I'll tell you what the money is.
Yeah.
So we're done with this Lulu. Can I self-destruct it?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Yeah, I think if it existed in a vacuum with absolutely no other ships that could carry ships around, I would have bought one.
If it exists in the vacuum of no other ships.
Yes, if it existed in a vacuum with no other ships. I'm going to buy... Oh god, those are expensive. I have to go into this with the knowledge that I've got 900 SCUs of iron to run that I've already bought.
Oh, bless you for reminding me. Oh, God. Have so much carbon in Everest.
What size is the radar on the Raylan?
I believe it's a size 2, but now I'm gonna have to check.
Yeah, I'm gonna double check, but it's a Capsulo. Civilian graph 3, size 3.
Wait, really?
Yeah, Civ 3B Capsulo is the cut one, stuck one.
I believe you, but I'm checking that on Urkel as well because that's a surveyor size 2 radar on Urkel for Raylan.
Why is it saying Capsulo on my radar on my engineering screen? What the fuck?
Yeah, surveyor.
Why? So why is the engineering wrong then?
I don't know.
I'm gonna land and check in VMA just to double check. Because I trust in game more than I trust Urkel or the engineering screen. Like,
Yeah, it's just if it had size 3, it would be wild to me because that would give it a pretty significant range boost. But like, why though?
Yeah. So you can see your cargo from afar. Cargo, the ultimate prey.
Yeah, so it's 352,000 credits a pop for the V80112 size 2 radar.
352. Alright, hold on.
Yeah, and it's a good thing it's not the size 3 because those are 700,000 credits a pop.
Ugh. Alright, hold on. I'm just gonna before you do that, I'm gonna double check it in the VMA because I think in game she's more trustworthy than Urkel.
Yeah. Well, mine in game was also showing the surveyor.
Oh,
in VMA.
Oh, I'm a dipshit. I'm in. I'm not in the Raylan right now.
What are you in?
I'm at 609. I'm.
Oh, that
really
does
stupid.
have a size 3 radar.
Yeah. Good lord, my brain is mush apparently. Yeah. All right. So need the 352.
152k.
You have to exit the screen to accept.
Oh, right. Oop. Eh.
There you go.
Accepted.
Next. That's a low point for me. Not realizing I'm in completely the wrong shit. Which one are you getting, by the way? What's it called?
V801-12 is the
military,
size
yeah.
3 grade A military radar.
Very nice.
Best range of any size 2 radars. And because it's best range is because it's range per pit. It means that you can put less power into it to get the same range you would have gotten with the crappier one.
Yeah, that's very nice. Yeah, that's something I didn't realize when I was looking at the stats before. Yeah, you can underpower them and they're still better.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh, industrial only needs 3 pips, but you need to use all 3 of them to get the max. Whereas, yeah, you can underpower the military ones.
Yeah, I guess that's probably the proponent of the Tilly. Is that it is the cheapest thing that you can use as some form of carrier at a scale more than one snub.
It's always comforting to be carried by a carrier in a military operation, and like, we bought only the cheapest ship to carry you around in.
I mean, like, yeah, as far as like lore and in-game goes, I think it is probably more expensive because it is an alien luxury ship. But as far as like actual like bang for buck dollars pledging for the game type stuff, it is, to my knowledge, the cheapest one that's more than one snub.
Yeah.
Because like the Asgard can carry one snub, can't resupply it, but it's a snub. Like it's gonna die, not need resupplying most of the time. The Tech can carry and resupply one snub. Then you start getting in like the Tilly can do 4 snubs and resupply them. Questions on how you're supposed to get the people back, because snubs don't tend to, take damage and not die, but it does 4 and resupply, and then like you go up to Liberator and Polaris and 890, and all of these do the same thing the Tilly does, but significantly better with more variety of ships. But they're also like the Liberator's the cheapest of those, and it's concept 575. Like that's a pretty hefty jump even from the Tilly at 425.
We need Consolidated to make a longer backed version of the Nomad that's just a pickup truck that carries a single fighter.
Yes. Alright, Raylan. Oh yeah, coolers.
Okay, I'm gonna test the Raylan by moving the carbon from Everest to Nevsky. That will determine if I apply the CCU or not. Because the rescue bee is so cute.
I do still like my Hull B, and my Hull B is going to be my permanent I'm not melting this medium hauler. The Raylan is a weakness pick that will get CCU to something else as it goes up.
Yeah, the quality of life as a straight up hauler is better for the Hull B.
Mine already has it.
Can
You think
repeat
putting
your
a
last
Chimera in it
sentence
wasn't the
again,
first thing I did, Aleki?
Can you repeat the other, the last part of your sentence?
The Raylan was a weakness pick that's going to get CCU'd?
Yeah, I heard this 2 months ago for the month, and
I'm back.
Yes, I still haven't actually done anything with the Moth either.
Huh. What's the price difference between the Muff and the Mole?
They're the same price. Exactly
makes
the same price. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've pulled out my Moth and I've done things in game with it. What I meant by haven't done anything with it is I haven't, I CCU'd to it, expecting to go further, but they haven't given me anything to take it to yet.
Yeah. Can you self-destruct hover bikes?
I think so, yeah.
Good.
God, I wish the Combine was good.
Ooh, can you self-destruct bricked ships?
No.
That's pretty cursed.
Yes. It is.
Well, you're getting shoved to the side of my hangar. Nox. Bye.
What else was I going to do? Oh, right, size 2 missiles.
oh, fun! The game ate all my commodities that were on Everest.
Are you looking in the... Where are you looking?
Freight elevator.
I
Oh, damn
think
it.
the server might be dying.
American?
Yeah, that was around 1.2 mil gone.
Ugh.
Next one's... I don't remember how many. Oh no, that feels like a 30k.
Oh god, really?
No, that was just a straight up crash. Okay, never mind. I got the freeze, and the freeze means either a crash or a 30k. One of the two.
Yeah, I agree. The server is actually dying.
Yeah.
Since I'm parked at Babbage, I'm just going to try and find us a new shard.
Yeah,
Yep.
it'll be Stanton playing up again, but Nyx is currently fine.
Yeah.
It might be an issue in all of Stanton.
Well,
That's what happened
the thing is,
yesterday.
the massive majority of player base is in Stanton.
Yeah.
So anything like the Idris problem yesterday that was crushing Stanton wasn't really a problem in Nyx because there was no one there.
Yeah.
Oh, your customize unavailable, so I'm gonna have to load back into the same shard first.
Is there a chance transfer the commodity to my home hangar because of the patch?
There's a low possibility it shouldn't have done that, but it might.
So much money.
Feels like we're shard locked. It's infinite loading.
I made it to menu and I'm staying there. Oh God, I forgot the stupid Pring season on Forza. God.
Wait, what about Forza?
Didn't do this season last week. Lost my chance today.
I logged on yesterday and there wasn't anything new since spring.
I know, I didn't do spring, and
Oh.
today I think it's gone.
Not sure.
Yes.
Task Force 1, that's the one I want. I don't remember how many of them, so I'm just gonna buy 20.
Good purchase.
Vehicle weapons. Oh, good, it was Task Force 1. Woo! And then these ones, Dominator 2s.
Are you back at the same shard, Apoc?
I am back on the same shard. I was shard locked because I crashed.
Yeah.
I'm just giving it a chance to realize I'm back, making a quick edit to the railing, which I did note actually lets me unequip the tractor beams.
Oh. Okay, CIG, do the same for the Polaris.
Yes. Please let me take the tractor beam off my Polaris. Thank you. I need to go back honestly. That's one of the reasons I'm going back to alpha. Is I saw this and I was like, hang on a minute.
Why would you want to take off your tractor beam?
Because
It's
it
the
keeps
worst thing.
turning the tractor beam back on instead of the shields.
Oh.
It's the worst thing John Crew did to us.
Classic
Yes.
John Crew behavior, to be honest.
It's less of a problem on the Raylan because I'm not expecting to be dropping into combat on the Raylan. But
Saying that after equipping multiple missiles.
yes, a whole bunch of missiles and deadbolts.
And deadbolts.
Also, holy shit, my frame rate is dead. All right, back to menu.
I'm kind of gutted that we didn't get the Installaris paint for the Talon or the Prowler, honestly.
Yeah, what it was just the two new ones and the Stinger, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would have.
It's not that good, dude.
Oh, I love it. And I love that it's not for everyone. It's just for me. And Josh apparently. Josh was also an Installaris appreciator, I noticed.
I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, you had it
that
too, didn't
came
you?
with my ship, basically.
Did it?
Yeah, because
He bought it standalone, so because he bought it
Oh.
really standalone, it comes equipped.
Course.
Alright. I'm going to hit the play button. Tranquil Particles, I think that's a new shard.
Yes, it sounds it.
Something else I want to note, bottom left on this loading screen, it's probably just fluff text, right? Because it's a point patch, point patch, 4.8.2. But with the potential they have for the future of travel and combat, there is some debate as to the UEE's stance on Xi'an ships in our military, though this has not yet been confirmed. Apoa? Got anything to tell us?
No. Please kill Apoa.
Why?
I don't like him.
Oh, that's a bad opinion.
Oh, that, even I
I
don't
love the
see no
Apoa ships, I just wish they
signaling
were
about-
balanced properly.
I mean, I don't like him as much as I do Katak, to be clear.
Agreed, but still, bad opinion.
No. I like him way more than non-alien ships.
Oh no.
I think that the idea of some big Apoa alien military ships joining the fleet could be just like such a cool visual.
Mhm.
Yes, please also make Attack once. Because if you only make Apoa, I'm gonna be mad.
Katak is
Well, no, like I said, the way that Xi'an makes ships and anything, it's not just ships. The individual houses are assigned a specific thing, so like it's to enforce the fact that they don't compete with each other.
I know, and I do not like it.
So House Gatak will always make industrial and industrial adjacent ships. They kind of blur the line a little bit with the Tilly, because it's transporting right now combat ships. But it is still a vehicle or a ship transporter, so it's still technically an
Yeah.
industrial ship.
That's why I said they should kill Apoa.
Then Apoa is your combat designs. Now that doesn't mean that all of the Apoa designs will always be the kind of flower design that they're currently using for the Sandhawk and the Car 2.
True.
There will probably be more things. Like how Gatak
yeah.
now has like the Raylan and the Sulin, despite even sharing most of their name, are very visually different ships.
Yeah, I would remind as well that the Nox is Airpower, and that looks nothing like the other Airpower ships. It's got much more of a blocky sort of design to it, which I think
Yeah.
they could take up into a ship as well.
You know I'm gonna have to relook them up to make sure I'm thinking of the correct ship design now.
Also, Zul is baiting me in chat
Good.
into saying something horrible.
Good.
Yes, okay, so I am thinking of the correct ship design. Reapers from Mass Effect.
Oh yes. Yeah. Oh god. Yeah. Oh.
I think Apoa would do very well with the big kind of tendrily thing that does, the big claw.
What
Yeah.
now? Where can I find that?
I will post it up on stream so you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
Well,
that is an
okay.
absolutely terrible picture.
Like, you leave my bank alone, Apoc. You go put that into the universe.
To the station
God
momentarily.
damn you.
There's a decent picture of it.
Did you mean to get off at home in the Expo Centre?
No, I didn't. I was just trying to get off before I started looking at Chrome because I didn't know which station I was at. Yeah, there, on stream. That
Oh.
kind of, like, tall, elegant, insectoid design. It's very Apoa.
It is good, but is it that good?
No, I would say that if you just change the more tendril-like legs for like the arms of the Gatak, more like solid arms of like the Gatak ships, that would be pretty Gatak.
Are collab ships possible?
They haven't
They're
done
on
it
the-
yet. They're if you've ever played Morrowind or any Elder Scrolls game, the way that the Dark Elves are kind of sectioned into houses that often don't like each other very much. They're probably a little bit more cooperative in Xi'an than Dark Elves, because Dark Elves are famous for not liking anyone very much, themselves least of all. But they are sectioned out into houses like that.
Yeah, I love House Halalu. Halalu.
Yes, House Halalu.
I always like Telvanni. Mushroom
There-
Towers
There are only 2 ships manufacturing Gatak House, right?
so far.
There's House Gatak and there's House Apoa. Both of which are Xi'an manufacturers and Xi'an houses. House Apoa has been assigned combat ships to be sold to human markets, and House Gatak has been sold or been assigned industrial ships to be sold to human markets.
We don't have like
That's a fair distribution by the leadership who brought you, killing the entire planet in order to kill one ruling family.
Yes.
we don't have like civilian Xi'an ships, like people carrier.
Like Daily
ships.
Driver, just yeah.
I think.
Wait, this
if
is the commons.
Civilians are cargo. That would fall under Gatak.
Yeah, true.
I feel like we're in need of the Xi'an Performance Division.
Mm-hmm.
Because like the stuff they've done in combination with Mirai is already pretty cool.
Okay. Hear me out. Hear me out.
The station momentarily.
I would be happy if they let Aopa do the fighters, but they make a new family or a new manufacturer for like the more capital heavy combat type ships.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the design could be somewhere in between Opa
Yes.
and Gatak, so you
Yes,
have like
please do that CIG.
There's also that
Exactly.
weird tall handlebar capital thing.
yeah, that looks pretty different to all the others so far.
If they do that,
I
I'll
don't
be
think
happy.
your problem with ASAP was server related. It's the entire backend. Can't call a ship.
For anyone who hasn't seen it, handlebar capital.
I love it so much.
He's a
Now,
big boy too.
I haven't seen it.
very old concept.
Very old concept, and with whatever these little guys are as well, little
Is that
vertical
supposed to be
fighter
a new-
thingies. Yeah, this is a Xi'an capital concept from back in like 2014.
It's so cool.
I think that the shape language of that is it's still not close, but it's closest to the Nox.
I mean, okay, if they like give that a total rework and make it look a bit more modern, maybe.
Yeah.
I think if they gave it alien like materials in it, like the shape language is quite blocky, so we automatically associate that with human quite a lot of the time in sci-fi. But I think if you gave it alien materials, it would stand out as pretty alien, especially compared to all of our human ships that are very much not vertical.
Yeah,
Yes.
those little vertical dudes look so fun as well.
Yeah, they do.
But if they give Aopa the big combat ship, I'm gonna write them a very, very angry letter.
Also, if you look at like the trails, I think of the one right at the back seems to be behind the ship. So they're not small. Those things.
No, they're not particularly small. They do remind me of the little police speeder looking things from Bespin in Star Wars.
Yeah, the cloud cars, I think they're called.
Yeah, but obviously bigger and vertical instead of horizontal.
Yeah,
but
yeah. I would.
the shape language is similar.
Yeah, I would love if like the only like interior bit was the very middle and it just rotated like
Yeah.
you know, with the movement of the ship. That'd be god, so fun. Jean Connie competitor, that please. CIG.
Yes. Also, god damn it, why does Babbage have to be so far away from everything?
I know.
That view.
One of the prettiest places in the verse that's so far from everything else.
Yeah.
That's what makes it worth it.
Fair. Genesis will make it even more worth it though.
Oh
I
god,
think
yeah.
I'm stuck in Everest for a while. Can't call ships, server, backend, everything's dying.
Nexus, you know the way. There is one very fast way to get back to Alpha.
Almost instant, you might say.
I don't want to get back to Alpha. I want to do some ship management. I would like to take my Paladin from Everest to Seraphim because they're where we do the fighting, and then take my Assault back to Alpha.
Mm-hmm.
So, paints don't disappear when you claim a default loadout, right?
Yeah, when you claim it, the old one gets bricked, but it'll stay in your ASOP as a bricked ship.
Yeah, but paints just apply to default ships, right?
No.
They don't. Ooh.
Paints.
You have to claim it.
Yeah, paints is part of the loadout, so you have to do the loadout claim, unless it's like Josh's, where he bought the Tilly, or was it the Rail and standalone, and it has that paint, and it comes with that paint equipped. Or like the M80 and the green paint, if you bought that standalone and it comes with the paint equipped, those will stock claim with the paint on them. If you use that paint. Like whenever I stock claim my hover quad, I always get the pink paint back. Oh, wouldn't you know it? Still bugged.
I get why they do it with.
Hello, you
components with
beautiful
paints.
waste of money.
Loadout ensure.
Next Thursday,
Oh.
let's do a Pally hunt thing.
How many radars did I actually
Fully
buy?
crewed. Tally, sorry.
John Crude?
6 V8 at once, okay.
The Raiden looks like the starfish Pokemon.
Yep, it has been said. Many have noticed.
It's one of the reasons that one of the things that tickles me about this ship is the fact that the only real creature in either of those fish tank things in the floor is the starfish.
Yeah. Very cute.
You got a whole bunch of holographic fishies and butterflies, and an actual starfish in the starfish ship.
Yeah. Nice little detail there. We got our first in-ship pet.
So, I went back to menu and came back, and now I cannot get out of bed. Don't come near Horston, please.
I wasn't planning to.
Oh, this is another fairly high pop shard, isn't it?
You're losing it, Avok. You're losing it.
Well, normally
losing
my,
it.
my
Yeah,
play button
yeah.
shenanigans are at like 6 o'clock in the morning when I get those like 20 pops.
Also, speaking of Ollie joining CIG, you guys know that they offered APOC's or APOC John Cruz job, right? And the
No.
entire lineup of concept ships now is only cap ships from now on.
All cap ships.
He turned it down because I feel as though if we give John Crew's job to someone else, John Crew is free. We can't have that.
Yeah, we don't know what happens when we set John Crew out of his closet. It's got to lock him in there with that one Drake employee that works for Argo. Vehicle.
Yeah, but you were talking earlier
Yeah.
about like what potentially Argo carriers. We have one. It's called the Ironclad.
Yes,
I would like my.
or it will be the
more
Ironclad
cargo.
once the Ironclad is flyable from the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Oh God.
They make it flyable from the middle, and they change the manufacturer to Argo.
Yeah.
Make it orange. And it'll have an orange square on the side. Don't worry, Nexus. It's not going anywhere.
Are Argo, are Argo, Aoba, and Gatek the only
5MA is not an A-class shield, is it?
Hmm?
5MA Chamali, that's like a B-grade civilian? B or C?
That's a C.
C? Okay, good.
I think you'll find it's a C. 6 is the B, and 7 is the A.
Okay.
are Aoba, Gatek, and Argo the only type locked manufacturers?
I don't think Argo is necessarily type locked.
Argo combat ship?
Hmm. Does sound
Yeah.
silly, doesn't it?
I need to make money fast. I need to get out of this bed and make money.
Just do I do and kill the same 2 Vendel fighters over and over again.
The deadest Vandal fighters in all the verse.
Yeah. Go there with your shiny new Starfish ship with its 2/3 shields and let them tickle you as you destroy them with their bolts. And their friends.
I'll do that.
Although you do have to watch out a little bit, because Vandal cannons are one of the few things that can actually get through the Raylan's armor.
If they get through the shields, which they
Yeah,
If
but
they get through the
I'm
shield,
not a
that's true.
Psycho. I'm not gonna go fight in the Raylan.
I'm a psycho.
Yeah, that is general knowledge.
I'm a psycho person, I do psycho things, I play psycho games.
You're my little stack of shields.
I'm proud of you. But I don't want to discourage your, you taking the initiative to do this properly, but you don't stack shields. You put them next to each other. I should make
Oh,
a
no.
guide, right?
No, size 2 radars.
Oh, that's back again. Fun.
Oh dear, oh dear.
No, size 2 radars. No.
If you put them in the railing, put one in the railing, then
Unlock ports and
unlock
take it out.
ports. Yeah, does that work? Is it just the freight elevator?
Maybe? I'd be nervous about attaching it to a grid, because I think it might be the grid that's doing it.
Ah, that's true. Well, don't touch the grid then.
Yeah, and then jump through a jump tunnel with a loose 370k component.
It can be my one, Apok, don't worry. I will pay for this experiment.
Okay. My Vieto 111 is working. All hail size 1 radars. Can I put this on top of the shield? I can! Derpy little radar attached to the end of a shield.
Because if you if you attach it to the actual grid, you're gonna lose it.
Yes.
Basically, you can see it visually.
I'm also trying to leave room to go get stims and bring them back to Alpha. Or mid supplies, depending on what's there.
What is this placeholder function?
Radar. I'm gonna try just a single V80112. I want to see if it was me stacking them.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Fab does have a pad, but I don't think you can resupply on it. Nope. Ah, that's annoying.
Do they work on? Oh, no external mirror. They said they fixed this bug, right?
I was able to move one last time, so maybe it regressed. It could be that the cargo elevator thing, they were just like, let's try and get this back to the last state where it wasn't breaking itself every time someone sent it down. And that undid the fix they did for the radars.
Okay, I'm leaving the shard. I just can't.
For me, this shard is fine.
Can't call a ship.
I can.
Where are you, though?
How about us?
No, Bob.
I'm in Orison.
Yeah, that might be
Different DGSs. Same shard, different server. So the question now becomes, where is the radar in this ship?
I do hope we get some sort of alien racer ship at some point, because I think that'll be finally the ship I would use the Ocellus plane on.
That's something that I see AOPA do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, you know, they got the whole monopoly of ship thing, but if, like, none of the other houses are making racing ships, why not do both, I guess? I can see, like, a racing variants of all their combat ships, honestly. They're very sporty-looking things.
Hey, Park, did you test docking?
No, I haven't tech docking yet. That was the thing I was going to do once I got back to Alpha. Nope, that's cooler. What about this side on the bridge? That's the other cooler. Okay, what about in here? It's a quantum drive. That will be a computer. Jump drive. Power plant. Radar. Nope, can't touch it here either.
Done.
The placement of that fire extinguisher is going to get so annoying. Because every time you try and hit F to open the door up, it automatically puts your cursor on the fire extinguisher because it thinks it's trying to take that. I have to go up to Tresler to buy 8 SCU storage boxes, don't I?
God.
I don't remember how many of those radars I can fit in an 8 SCU box. Oh shit, time. Okay.
Oh yeah. There's that.
Yep.
I was just about to damn you.
In that case, I probably should just end here before I go anywhere. And I will figure out moving those radars at a later date.
Okie dokie. I will see you when I see you. I also pray to head off now, so I'll wish you all goodbye. Enjoy the rest of your days.
Goodbye.
Have a great day, everyone.
See you all. Okay, I'm going to get back out of here and store this with the shields on it so that I don't forget them next time. And someone remind me before next time I'm on to find a 8SC box. Oh no, Zul. Thank you, Jack. Gonna stand over here and observe the majesty of this ship while I'm getting ready to end. There we go. Look at that thing. Such a cool design. Alright. Thank you for watching, everybody. I hope you have a fantastic rest of your time zone. There we go. Yep, I will be back on Tuesday. Because it is Thursday today, right? Yes. Okay. I will be back on Tuesday. Not entirely sure what we'll be doing, but something. And I'm gonna raid Sun Devil. Again. It's becoming a habit. I'm a creature of habit. See you all next time. Not the worst habit. I like Sun Devil.